Hello and welcome. And in this course, we are going to build a full stack MERN blog website, which is a real world project and that is sold $250 on Upwork. And these projects will have both front end and back end part. For front end, we will use React, Tailwind CSS, Redux, RTK query toolkit, and so on. And for the backend side, we will work with Node, Express.js, MongoDB, Mongoose, JWT token authentications, Bcrypt, and others. And not only this, we will also build our admin dashboard panel to post, manage, update blogs. We can also manage our users and others functionality. Okay, now let's explore what we are going to do today. And at first, let's see our homepage. As I said, this is our homepage and you can see a very clean website. And here at the top, you can see this is our logo and here are navigation items. And if you click any of these using React Router DOM, we can manage these. Okay, at first, let me introduce here. We'll have a banner and here you can see it's automatically scrolling. You can just swipe up and this is a banner. We will use this for our websites and here's header and some text and here is a search functionality. If you type anything, for example, Hyatt house, and if you click search, then you can see only related search results will be shown here. And now here we are representing our blogs here and we will have a footer. Okay, what if you click any of this blog, for example, I am just clicking this blog and you can see the loading is there, and after loading you can see this is the blog title and here the publish date and this is admin, and after then you can see a banner. Here are some text, ratings, features, and at the bottom you can see a comments by this person. And here on the right side actually you can see related blog, and this related blog will also work. You can see a very clean design here. If you click any of this, then you can see it's redirecting to the specific page, and here you are showing related to the blog. If you click that on, you can also see there is the title change, the blog is also changed, and here you can leave a comments. If no comments found, you can see here is no comments found and you can post a comment. Okay, let's try to add a comment. So this is a comment from me, and if I try to hit submit, then you can see you must be logged in to post a comment. That means only authenticated users can comment. Unwanted comments will not be posted here. That means it will protect your website from the spammer. No one can comment it without registration. Okay, so let's go and click here and let's please log in. So if you have already your username and password, actually your email and password, then you can able to log in. But if you not, then you can click this register button and you can register here. Okay, so let's register. For example, I am registering by using a username. For example, my username is Mamun, and here I am just defining a email address, gmail.com, and then I am defining a password. Okay, and let me type password properly, and if I click register, then you can see registration successful. And if I click this OK button, it will redirect to login page. You have to provide your email address and then your password that you defined before, and if you click login, then you can see login successful, and from here click here and you can see it redirect to the home page. Right now if you want to post a comment, you can do. For example, I am clicking this third one and this blog is loaded. You can see related blog and here you can post a comment. For the comment, actually let me type this is a comment from Mamun, and I just right now if I hit this submit button, and you can see comment posted successfully, and if I hit OK, with a few seconds you can see this is my username and here is the time of posting this comment, and this is the comment. And if you want to post another comment, you can obviously do that. Let's do another comment to the others posted. For example, let me comment here. Okay, look, I am also commenting. Let me submit. Click here, and you can see I'm also commented here on this post. Okay, hope you understand how this commenting section will work. You can only comment if you have authenticated users. Okay, now here are some other pages. A about us page, it's about the owner of this website. As I said, it's a real project. Here the client has this type of demo. Okay, and then this is a privacy policy page, because if you want to just do advertising, you need privacy policy page. And lastly, we will have a contact page, and here simple, it's a very simple contact page, but our main functionality is on the home page, and we can also do work with our backend, so don't worry. Okay, now I am just logged out, and this time I would like to show you the admin panel. So that's why let's try to hit the dashboard. If you type dashboard and hit enter, then you can see it will redirect to the login page. So you must have to log in first to access the dashboard. Okay, let's using a admin. So I'm trying to log in at the rate gmail.com, and then I'm choosing a password. Okay, if I hit login, then maybe I'm just making a wrong password. You can see it's also suggesting. And if I try to log in, okay, here is a mistake I did. Let me write the username again, admin on at the rate gmail.com, and also choose the password again. And if I click login, you can see login successful. And if you click OK, then it will redirect to the home page again. But here you can see a dashboard button. If you click here, then you can see you will landing on a dashboard, and this is a simple dashboard. Here how many users are registered on this website, you can see only 5 users. Then you can see 8 blogs is uploaded, number of admin on the, we have one admin, and total comments is 3 comments. We did 2 comments, and on comments will be existed. Okay, so that's why this is the dashboards, and here you can see a blogs published over the time. Okay, and then let's explore the add new blog post. So if you have admin access, only you can able to add new post. So from these dashboards, if you click this, then you can see it's colored, and now you are on this a specific route, and here you can able to post a blog. So for posting a blog, here I'm just getting, I would like to post this blog here. So I'm just providing the title here, and let me add this to this section, to this content section. You can see if you want, here you can just do a specific way. I'm implementing these features. You can post it, and you can define it as a heading, and you can also choose which type of heading you would like to use. We will use h2 heading, and after this heading, look, you can just post this way. You can simply type it, or you can just do copy pasting it. You can see how it's going to look like, and it's very simple. Okay, you can type anything. You can type this is some list. Okay, and let's do some list, and we'll make it a ace heading. Okay, this is heading, and here we'll, okay, let me define it as 2, and after then we will make some listing. For example, for listing, from here you can just click, it's actually list item. You can see it's now 1 to 3, and here we will define this type of list. But before that, we can just add some text here. Let me define text here, and here we will have text. Okay, now we'll define some listing. Let me copy this listing, paste it here. Okay, we will have 3 points, and after then let me add some paragraph, and we would like to add paragraph here. Okay, I think our listed item is there, and right now let's upload a cover image. We can just open this image. We can just open this image and we'll copy this URL and we'll paste on the blog cover, and here we'll just upload a category. This is AI related, AI tools, and then here we need to metadata for searching. Okay, search engine will show this metadata, so that's why we'll upload some metadata. For now I am just copying from here. Okay, but you will write it, then you can define a ratings. For example, we can define a ratings for, and here you can able to edit this author because it's actually automatically taken the author of the website. And lastly, if you click this add new blog, and you can see blog posted successfully, and if you click OK, it refreshes and you can see the latest blog is showing at the top. And if you click this, actually you can see this is the blog title, this is the banner. Here you can see how it's working. Here you define the three listing and that is there, and you can see the text is organized properly that you did on the add blog post. So that is the major functionality we will implement today. Okay, let's back to the dashboard, and after posting you can just manage items, and you can see the last blog is showing at the top, and this is published on July 17th. And if you want to edit, you can obviously edit it by clicking here. If you edit, you can see it will automatically show your blog title. You can edit any of this text, you can edit this banner cover, you can just change the category and other stuff. Okay, so for now what we will do, I'm just editing the blog title for you. Okay, I'm just defining this, and right now we'll update the rating. This is 5 points, and here maybe we can change any of this. Let me remove some text, okay, so that you can understand. We'll start from here, we will remove this. Okay, you can see it's actually working, and after then I will just click this update blog, and you can see the post is updated. And right now you can see it's removed, the text is removed from here, and right now everything is fine. Okay, so I can show that the admin panel is working properly. Okay, now let's move to the third text. If you want to delete any of this blog, you can just do that. For example, I would like to delete this blog, and this is number 8, and here you can see this is the title of the blog, and if you hit this delete button, you can see post and associated comments also delete. Okay, so the comment that is associated with this post will also delete. Okay, and let me okay, and you can see the specific blog post is deleted. So you can delete any blog from your admin panel. You don't have to go to your database to edit or update blogs. Okay, and then the last functionality we will have is that we will have a users, and here you can see how many users are already registered here, and from here you can delete any of the users, or you can just edit the role. For example, if you want to define this users admin role, and you can see the color labeling here. If anyone admin, you will show this type of color. If users, then they have this type of color. Okay, the last users, that is me, and I would like to make it if you click this edit button, you can see a model is pop up, and here you cannot edit it, but you can change the role. If I would like to make it admin, and if I click save, then role is updated successfully, and you can see it's automatically admin. So if you have admin users, then you can able to do perform post and perform any actions. Okay, now what if you want to delete these users, and you have to simply click this delete button, and deleted users successfully. And as deleted users, then you can see the users has gone actually. Okay, the Tonmoy Roy is gone there. Okay, I hope you can understand what we are going to do. We will have login button here. If you click logout, then it will go logout and make you to the login page, and if you click there, you can see when there is no users, it's actually showing login. So I hope you understand what we're going to build today. hope you already aware what we are going to build in this course. And before we get started, let me discuss about the project pattern, what we will follow in this course, and how you will just get a clear idea the steps we will follow in this course. Okay, so for this I have a slider. We don't present too much slide in this course. Actually it's a practical course, but before that, for folder structure I have to present it, so don't be confused. We'll work in practical way. So here at first we'll start our project creating a folder. That will be our project folder. Here we will keep our folder name. Then inside this folder we will keep two folder. One is for front end and one is for backend. Inside this front end folder, we'll keep all our front end related code, and on the backend folder, actually, we'll have all backend related code. So we will maintain this folder actually for the organized code. We will keep this code organized properly. So that's why this structure. And then inside this front end, we will have two type of layout. One is for users and one is for admin. Users can able to view all blogs, can read single blog details page, and can register and log in. So any users can, using email and password, he can register and log in to the users. And here the next section, only registered users can comment. So all the functionality will be implemented inside these users. And for the admin, actually we will have a admin dashboard. Only admin can access this dashboard, so that no users can access without verification. So only the admin role users can access this dashboard. Then admin can create new post, edit and update or delete any post if he want. Then admin can also manage all users. He can change the role of a users. If a admin can want, he can make a users as an admin from the dashboard. He don't need to go to database to edit that. Okay, it will be completely done in our admin dashboard. And actually here admin will have full authority. He can manage everything from the dashboard. Then for the backend, actually we will follow MVC pattern. MVC pattern, that means it's a software architecture, that is actually model, view and controller pattern. And using this pattern is a popular pattern for the backend, so we'll implement this for the backends. So here we will have a section for users. Users will have a model, as we are using Mongoose. So at first we will have to create a model. Then we will have routers. Here we will keep all our routing path. And then we will have controller. Controllers will contain all the business logic that we need to assign for the users. Okay, and then we will have a blog sections. Inside this block we'll have a model, routes and controllers as the above. And for the comments we'll have all of these things. And lastly here we'll actually work with protected routes using JWT authentications. And for this projects, actually we will use middleware. So for verification we'll use JWT authentication. So here we'll pass a token, verify token for the authentication. And here we will also check admin verification for certain routes. So only admin can access some routes. For example, admin can only able to edit a post. So here we'll check admin verification. So here is the overall project structure. And now let's back to the next step. And here, before we get started, you need to be sure that your machine has already node setup and already VS Code setup. This is these two tools you need. So let's check. So for this, actually what you will do, we'll have to go to Node.js. So if you type Node.js on your browsers, you will see this is nodejs.org. At first you need to download this version. So you will download this and you have to just run it and enable this installation process. Okay, so let me keep it inside a folder actually, and let me download it. And after downloading, how to install it actually, so it's also a process I would like to show from the beginning, so that you can just don't face any problem in this course actually. So for this node installations, we'll click open the folder actually, and then if you click the file, then you will see this type of thing. Wait until it's completed. Then what you have to do, you have to click the next, then you will have to accept, next, 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 next. And if we click this installation button, then the project will be in installation, and the project will install completely. And after then, what you will do, I am just canceling it because we have already installed. So after installing, you will have to type cmd, and then here to check if Node.js is installed or not, you will type node and then space v, and if you press enter, then you can see this is the version I am using, and there you will see your versions. In the previous video, we have installed Node.js on our machine, and right now we will have to need another uh, software that is actually VS Code. We will code on VS Code, so that's why we'll type VS Code, and then you will have to press enter. And at the top, you will find code.visualstudio.com. You will have to go to this website, and from here you will have to download this software. So you can see automatically it's suggesting download for Windows. We'll click here, and then we'll have to choose it. So we'll choose here, and let me save it, and it's actually downloading. Wait until it's complete. Okay, the download is completed. Now if we click this folder, then you can see my VS Code is already installed, and here's others two versions. You can just you don't have this two VS Code. Actually I have already downloaded, that's why it's actually showing. I'm showing you from the scratch. So here you will have to click double click here, then you will see this type of sections. You will have to accept to the agreement, then you will have to click next, then you will have to click the next. You don't need to do anything, and click the install, and within a few seconds actually the installation process will be completed. So wait until it's complete. Okay, and then you can just finish. If you want to launch it, you can just click finish, and here you can see I have already uh, project setup, so that's why it's showing, but you will have a blank something like this. You will have a blank something like this. Okay, let me close it. Our VS Code is already installed, and if you want to check it if it's installed successfully, you will have to open the command prompt, and then here actually inside this command prompt you will have to type code dash dash help, and if you press enter, then if you scroll at the top, you can see this is the VS Code version that installed on my machine, and you will see this type of a version. You must have a version here, and these two things you need. We have already installed all our tools, and next video actually we will get started with our projects. We'll set up our projects. Okay, so now this time we have to move to the project setup. We will set up our project from the scratch, so you don't have to worry about. So let me close this, and here on the Windows we will create a new folder, and here if you click the options, and then you will find how to create a new folder. We'll choose new folder, and here we'll give a folder name. This is our project name. So here I'm defining hotels rooftop. You can choose any name, it's depend on you, so you can change your project name here. Okay, so I am creating a folder. I have to open it on VS Code, so the easiest way is that you will open VS Code, and then what you have to do, you have to just drag this folder and paste it on VS Code, and you can see hotels rooftop, the folder is open. So here is the easiest way, just drag the folder and paste it on Windows, then your project will be opened. Okay, so this is a on process you can follow. Another process is that you have to go inside this folder, then you have to open it on terminal, then here actually simply you can define code dot, and if you press enter, then the same is that you will open your project on VS Code. Okay, so let me zoom these projects a little bit so that you can see properly. It's too much zoom. Okay, I hope it's actually looking great. And let me close this. So at the first time, what you have to do, I said you have to create two folders. One is for frontend and one is for backend. Okay, let's create. So here you can see this is create a new file, and here you will find create a new folder. So as we are creating a new folder, so that's why we will choose this one. So click here and then choose frontend, and then we'll click this blank space. Here you can see blank space, and then again create another folder. So that is actually backend. Okay, we will have two folder, and before we get started to set up our process, actually we will build our backend first. Why actually build backend first? So if you check your website, actually here you can see we need all of these data from the backend. We need also login information. We will log in and keep that data on backend, and lots of tasks is related to the backend. So that's why if we just made our backend first, then we will do integrate our front end more easily. And for the backend, actually we will do backend with the help of Postman, so you don't need to worry about it. I will make short video and do a step by step how you can do that. Okay, so for this, actually let's back to VS Code. Here you have to open the terminal. If you see there is a three dot, and if you click here, you can see terminal, new terminal. The shortcut is that Control Shift and caret sign. This is a template string sign. You can use this. Sometimes it's called a backtick sign, or you can simply drag here. If you hover at the bottom of the VS Code, here you can see when you hover, you will see a blue line, and if you just drag, then you can see a terminal is open for you. You can easily open your terminal by this way, or you can simply just press Ctrl Shift and the caret sign. It's up to you. I am comfort with the drag and drop feature of this, so I am just dragging and the terminal is open. So this time actually we're on the hotel rooftop. It's our root folder and project folder. Now as we're going to set up our backend, we'll move to the backend folder. So for this, actually we will have to type cd means change directory, and here you will type backend, or you can simply type B and press tab key from the keyboard, and then you can see it's actually suggesting backend. Okay, and then we will press enter. Right now you can see the path is changed. Here before that you have hotels rooftop, and right now we have hotel rooftops slash backend. That means you are right on this folder. If you install anything, it will keep inside this folder actually. Okay, so for this, now we will set up our projects. So it's actually a express server, so that's why actually we'll search express.js, and then here you can see express. It's actually Node.js web application framework. We'll click that, and here you can see this is actually fast and opinionated and minimalistic web framework for Node.js. So we'll use this to make our server. Okay, so from here what you have to do, you have to click this get started button, and then you can see a step by step process to set up your first server. So at first here mkdir, that means you will create a folder. So we have already done this step using the folder creation. Mkdir, that means make a directory. Make a directory is creating a folder. It's very simple. Okay, so this step is done. Now we will start from this step. Okay, so we will copy it, and then here make sure you are on the right folder. You are on the backend folder. Inside the backend folder slash backend, make sure you are on it. Okay, otherwise it will not install proper way. Okay, so here inside this we will simply paste it npm init, or you can simply type it npm init, and then I additionally recommend just define -y. That y means you are agree with some steps. So that's why I would like to say here you will write npm init -y. Okay, and if I hit this enter button from the keyboard, within a few seconds inside this backend folder you will find a package.json file, and inside this package.json file, here we will have a name, versions, and others thing inside this package.json file. Okay, let's check it. So to check it, we will click on package.json file. Here you can see this is the folder name. This is actually backend, and here is the version it's using, and main means it's the entry point. Then here you can find a script. We'll rewrite some script with a few seconds. Then here is keyword, and here you can just change, you can keep your name. If you define you are the author, then you can just keep your name. For example, I am just defining Mamun, but it's actually not mandatory. You keep the same, or you can just change a little bit. You can simply define the project name if you want. Let me define hotels rooftop top backends. You can just edit it if you need, but you can keep that simple. Okay, so it's done. The second step is done. Then the third step, you have to create a entry point. That is actually index.js file. And if you check the package.json file, here you can just define that the main will be the index.json file. That means this server starts from the index.js file and it's on the root directory. So that's why inside this root directory, inside this backend folder on the root directory, we will create a index.js file. So it's a file, so that's why we'll click this new file, and then we will just define index.js, and let me press enter. So this is done. Next we will have to install express.js. Okay, let me keep our terminal open, and here we are on the backend path and we will install express. So let me paste it here. We will paste npm install express. You can manually type it, no matter, or you can simply copy from the website, and after then I am simply press enter. It takes a few seconds. Okay, you can see it's added 64 packages and additional 65 packages within 4 seconds, and we install it. But where we can find that it's installed? To check if it's installed successfully or not, you can check your package.json file, and then here you can see a dependency. So inside this dependency we installed express.js, so that's why here you will find express.js. Okay, and this is the version, actually the express version that is used here. And after then what you have to do, you have we have already done that, so you don't need to do this command. It's actually the same command. Okay, after then we'll click the next section, and here we will find a simple express server. You can just simply copy this and then paste it on index.js file, and your server creating is done. It's a basic server, so you created. But before that, let me discuss it. At the first, actually at the first line, it's actually saying we'll import express from express. Require means import something. Okay, then we'll call it inside a variable that is actually app. After then we will define a port. This project will run on a port, for example localhost 5000 or something like that. Then here is a get route. If you want to get a response from the server, then we will have a get route, and then here is a listen. So we will define a routes here, that is a get route, and from this actually app.listen we will listen and just send a response from this. Okay, it's actually observing our app. Now what you have to do, you have to run this project. So for this actually we will run it on Node, as express.js is a Node based framework, so that's why we will have to run it on Node. So that's why what you have to do, you have to define node index.js, and this is the folder name. You can see this is our folder name, node index.js, and if you press enter, then you can see express app listening on port 3000. So 3000 is defined it here. That means our server is running. And if you go back to the browsers and define localhost 3000 and press enter, you can see hello world. And after then if you edit anything, for example here we just change a little bit, that is actually hello devi lovers. Okay, And again, if you refresh, it's actually doing nothing. Why? Actually, after doing any edited, if you edit anything on this index.js file or others file, you have to run this command node index.js file. Let me show you here. Look, our server is stopped here. We have to just press Ctrl C, and then again here we will have to type node index.js and then press enter. Look, our example app is listening on port, and then if you refresh, you can see it's actually changed. So let me show you. Here is the changes you can see, but every time it's very boring to run this node index.js command. So for this actually we'll write a script, and for this actually we'll have to install a package that is actually nodemon. You will search nodemon, okay, and then you will find a package that is actually npm package node package managers, and from here you can see a command node npm I nodemon. So simply what you will do, let me stop this. We will have to press Ctrl C, and then here we will simply type node install, then we will define nodemon, and let me check if it's correct or not. You can simply copy it. So nodemon, okay, it's okay, and then let me press enter. So it's added. Now how to use it actually, if you scroll a little bit, actually here you will have to define this way nodemon, and then you will have to your project name. So for this actually let's write a script. So we will have to edit our script here. So right now here on the package.json file you will find a script section, and here we will write two script. Okay, let's start. We will define a quotation, double quotation, and here we will define a start script, and then we will have a clone, then we will have a double quotation. Inside here we will define node index.js, and that is actually the previous command we are doing here. Actually we can keep it this command, and additionally we will write another script. So that is actually start clone dev. On development purpose we will use this script actually. Okay, let me write the script, and here we will define nodemon, and that would be index.js. Okay, so our script is done. You don't have to understand anything, you just write this two script on package.json file. So okay, our script is there, and now how to run it? So for this actually here you can simply define npm run command, and then you will just just write this command here. So script here actually that is start clone dev. So that is actually the script. If we run it, it's actually run nodemon index.js. Okay, so let me press enter, and right now we can see our server is running. And if you edit anything here actually, for example hello devs, look, when we editing it's actually restarting our server. So every time we edit anything, so just here you can see it's actually restarting. That means we don't have to just command node index.js every time. It's actually automatically restarted, and our server will be running every time. So let me check. Here we define hello devs, and if we check on our localhost 3000, here you can see hello dev. So if you define your name hello tom, and then you can if you refresh you can see hello tom. You don't run node index.js every time. So that's is that we will have our server running, and this time actually what we will do at the end, here we need to change the port. Here we'll define process dot env dot port. Okay, and then here we will define a optional port. So sometimes it's actually it will try to a port maybe 5000, and if this port is not available, for example another server is running on that port, then it will just define a another port for you. So that's why this command, either it will run on 5000, if 5000 port is not available, it will run on any initial port. So that's why this is the changes you have to do. And if you can do, actually, then our task is okay. And this time we will have to run it actually localhost 5000. We'll define localhost 5000, and then if you press enter, you can see it's still available. And here is the port number is 5000. So be sure you are on the right port, otherwise it will not work. Here you need the numbers, and it will hit on the specific number, localhost 5000. Okay, the last thing is that here we'll change it. So we'll keep it, actually we will just write our server name. So it's actually hotels rooftop server, and here we'll define it is running. Okay, so we just define it, and lastly if we refresh, then you can see hotel rooftop is running. Okay, that is done. We have our basic server setup is done. I hope you can do it and follow the next step. Okay, after this server setup, what you have to do, let me close this package.json file. And next, we have to integrate our project to MongoDB. Actually, we will need to store data on a database. So that's why here in this project, we will use MongoDB database. So we will just use it. For this, actually, let me install Express.js. So at first, we'll need, we need to install Mongoose package. We will just use MongoDB through Mongoose. So that's why we will have to go to Mongoose, and then we will need to install it. At first I will follow step by step. So here you can see mongoosejs.com. This is the official website. From here it's simple, actually you have to require it, then you have to define connect method, and you will pass your database URL here. Okay, so for this, from this website, actually we'll click this read the docs, and from here actually you can see it's a documents, and inside there you will hit this quick start. So this is actually quick start. We'll click here. At first you will have to install it. So let me copy this command, and here you can see our project is running on this. So every time it's actually annoying to stop this server and run again. So what you can do, you can actually use another terminal. So that's why here you can split it. So you can see split terminal. So you can simply split this terminal, and now you can see it's actually, make sure you are on the backend path. Don't install it on the hotel rooftop, the home path. You must be sure that you are on the backend path. So if you are on the current path, here we'll have to copy paste this. So that's why let me copy it. Now paste it here. You can see you can manually type it npm install mongoose, and you can either keep it or not. It's actually not mandatory. Okay, so I keep everything there, and let me press enter. So it's installing, the process is done. Next step, look how we just get it started. We'll have to uh, just import mongoose from mongoose package. So at first we'll copy this line and keep it at the top. Here actually I just keep it after the express, or you can just keep it anywhere at the top position. So after then you will have to just define a functions. Okay, let me copy this, or you can just simply copy the whole thing, but let me copy this on first. We'll copy this code snippet and keep it after 5000. So here I just keep it. We don't need this string, so we'll simply remove that. And here actually the next task is we will have to copy a main.cache.error. Okay, I just copy it. So here I will paste it this position. Okay, now the task is that you will have to replace this string. So how you have to do this, it's actually MongoDB URI string. So let's go to MongoDB this time. MongoDB. You have to search MongoDB on Google, then mongodb.com. Go there and you will have to sign in on this platform. If you don't have an account, you can use an account using your Google accounts. Let me choose a accounts. I'm just choosing these accounts for this tutorial purpose. Okay, the account is creating, actually connecting. So that is the thing. I have already some projects, so that's why I am just seeing this overview. From here, what you have to do, if you click here, so what you do from here, actually you will click this at last icon. Here you can see at last icon. You will click this logo icon, at last logo icon, and then you will redirect to the project sections. And as it's a new project, so that's why we will define create a new project. You will have to click this new project sections. Here you will have to define your project name. So the project name is actually what is the project name? The project name is actually, you can just define hotel rooftop. Okay, I'm just defining our project name. You can just define any name. It's actually no mandatory that you have to define this same name. You can use any name. Then we will click this next button, and here we'll have to create a project. Okay, click this button. It takes a few seconds. Okay, and right now here on you are the overview, and from there you will have to click this create button. So if you want to create a cluster, we'll click this create button, and after then here we'll have to choose a plan. It's actually, if you have to work with a project, so then you can choose this, but this time we will use it for free. It's actually on free plan you will have 512 MB storage. It's actually shared RAM and CPU is shared, so we'll choose the last one. Then here you will have to choose your cluster name. You can choose any cluster name. I'm just defining hotel rooftop cluster or something like this, and then the provider AWS. So this is the great provider. It's actually by Amazon, so we can choose this. After then you can choose your region. By default it's taking your nearest uh, region, but you can change anything. You can choose any of this, but I will keep it by default. So this is the nearest region, and when it's done, look what we did. We actually choose a plan, we name our cluster, and we'll choose a provider and the region. After then we'll click this create deployment, and here it's actually a verification. And after then it says here, you can see we will have to create a database user. So simply what you will do, we will copy it, and for this time actually we'll keep it comment on here. We'll remove it, but for security purpose, otherwise we can forget it. So that's why we'll copy the username and password here, and then we will create a database users. If you create a database users, it will be a at last admin, so he will have the higher authority. You can change the username or password, it's depend on you. You can choose your name, so no matters. Okay, after then what you have to do, you have to create a database. So click this create database user, and after then look, choose a connection method. So it's actually second step. Let me click here, then we'll choose a drivers is actually, if you want to use it on Node.js or any programming language, you can use this database at last by the drivers. Okay, so I will choose the first one, click here. Then here you can see on the driver options you will have find lots of options. So we're using Node.js, so it will be Node.js, and this is the latest version. So from here actually we will have a to install this. At first we will install MongoDB. Let me copy it, and on the terminal here we'll paste it, and let me install it at first. That is added. After then here you can see you will have a string. Okay, you will have to copy it, and now let me keep it inside here actually. So this time actually be sure that this is your username and it's actually the same here, and this is your password, it's actually same to these two options. So you will check this if it's working or not. So that is the thing, we will have to remove this. So as already we'll have username set it and password set it, after then you will have to click this done options. So that is okay. And this time what you will do, so our MongoDB Mongoose setup through MongoDB setup through Mongoose is running, and this time you cannot see anything on the terminal. But if you want to do a console log, then you will see if MongoDB is connected or not. So for this, actually here you can see we're calling main functions, and here we will define then, and inside these parentheses we will define a anonymous function, and here we will do a console log, that is console.log, and then here we'll define MongoDB connected successfully. Okay, if you define something like this on a then block, you can see MongoDB connected successfully. So here that means our MongoDB is connected. But what if you don't define these, or you can just make a mistake, let me just cut this, then you can see here is a error. If you face this type of error, let me show you. If you face this type of error, mongoose parser unavailable, invalid schema, expected connection, if you see this type of error, that means you have a mistake on this URL. You have to go to MongoDB, and then from the connect you will have to drivers, and then you will have to change this, and you will have to replace it if you face any connection error. Okay, so right now after the connection error, you can see MongoDB is connected successfully. And this time what you will do, here you can see this is a URI string, and here you can see a slash and a question mark. Inside this slash, forward slash and question mark, we will write our project name. So the project name is hotel rooftop. So why actually we write it inside on forward slash and question mark? Actually, if you define a database, it's actually created test database. But if you specify a name here, then the database name will be this name. Okay, so that's why I define your project name here, and you have to do it. So after then, the last thing is that we'll copy this block and keep it after this block. Okay, we'll keep it inside a main function, so nothing else. So after this, it's actually everything is okay. And right now if you check, let me close, and if you hit again, it's actually no sense, our server is running successfully and MongoDB is running successfully, you can see on the terminal. Okay, so let me close it. So the next task is, look here we are directly using our MongoDB URL, and if you do this, hackers can just take this URL and then perform unactive activity or unwanted activity. So that's why we need to secure our platform. So for this we will use a node packages. So for this, let me keep it here and remove all of this, keep it, and here we will define .env. Actually to secure anything we need to use this package .env. So this is .env npm packages, we will have to install it. Let me copy it, and then again we will open our terminal here on the backend. So we're running on our command on this second terminal, and here we will paste it. So I am just defining .env, and here we will also install cors, cors. So these two packages is needed, so that's why we will use this. So you will do npm I means install, then .env will install .env and cors. Okay, let me press enter, and this time if you check your package.json, you can see we just installed .env and this course packages. Okay, so that means our installation is corrected. So this time what we will do, let me close this, and here at this point we'll import course. So that's why here we'll define const course equal, then require means import. Here we'll define single quotation or double quotation, it's actually not mandatory. So you will define course, so course packages is there, and here we'll define it's actually parsers option. We'll define app dot use, then we will have to define express dot json, and we'll call this json method. Okay, and after then we'll write another parser, so that is actually app dot use, then we'll call the course. So this is used, so this is the two parser you need, so I use that two parser here. And next step is we'll have to use .env packages. So for this, look what you have to do. If you read this, you can see you will have to create a folder that is actually .env folder, and it will be on the root directory. So I have already done this, let me show you. So what you will do, you will go to the projects, and here root directory means the same directory that is labeled to this package.json file. That means it's on the root directory. What you can do, you can click this package.json file and then click this create button. That means it's on the root directory. Here we'll define .env, and inside this .env, what you have to do, you have to define this way. You will write it on capital letter and define the value. Okay, so as we keep database user, so we'll define MongoDB URL, and then we'll define a equal sign. Then what you have to do, you will have to copy this. So cut this whole string, you can simply cut the whole string, press Ctrl X to cut, and then paste it here. So this is MongoDB URI, it's actually inside the .env. So we define our database URL here, we keep it here so that it will be secure. And after then how to use it, actually look, we'll have to require dot, we have to use it this way. So let's do that. So for this, actually we will copy this required.env.course, and we'll keep it after these or these positions, or you can just keep it anywhere. So let me keep it here at the top level, and after then you can simply console log this. So let me copy and just keep me console log here. So if you do this and open your terminal, here you can see something is there. So this is actually for the console log. Here you can see lots of thing is there, and this is actually for this console log that we did it here. So instead of this, if you define .env dot, and if you define MongoDB URL here, and then if you scroll little bit, here you can see a MongoDB URL, and we can simply keep this. You can copy this and keep it on await Mongoose Connect. Instead of the URL, you can use this thing. You can copy this, or you can simply type process.env dot, and you can copy this name and use it here. So if you do this, let me cut it, we don't need this. Then again, if you check your terminal, and let me press Ctrl C and clear everything. And now if we run our package by run our project by npm run start dev, you can see MongoDB is connected successfully. And now if you check your projects actually here, and if you refresh this, wait, you can see nothing. But if you click this database section, you can see some graphs. It's actually, that means your project is running. Okay, now we will have to do a little thing on the projects. So from the left terminal, you will click this network access tab. Here you can see inside under this security tab, you will have network access. You will click here, and by default it will taking your IP address of the PC. So this is the IP address, and this time we will add another IP address. That's why click add IP address, and here define access, allow access from anywhere. That means it's actually IP address list is this list, and it will give you a flexibility. So that is actually for, you can just keep your uh, database running from anywhere. So we will just confirm it and wait until it's completed. So it's added, our task is done here. Now back to the database, and everything is fine. You can see our localhost is running, and if you check your terminal, our MongoDB connected successfully. There is no error, everything is fine. So I can just close there. So our server setup, MongoDB connection, and Mongoose setup already done. Next we will actually create others step. So we'll create models, routes, and other step one by one. So don't worry, let me close all of these tabs. So right now we will start the main part. Actually, we will create a model, routers, and controllers. That means we will follow SMB structure. That means model, view, and controller architectures of software developments. Okay, okay, let's get started. At first we need to organize our code, so that's why on the root actually we will create a new folder. So click this backend folder, and inside this backend click create a src folder, and inside this src folder actually we'll make our folders for blogs and other stuff. So here we'll create a model folder. So inside this model we will have blog models, comments models, and users model. So we'll keep creating a folder that is a model. And after this, actually after this model folder, what we will have, we'll have to create another folder. So that's why I click this src and then click new folder. Inside this model folder we'll have a routers folder. All our routers will be inside here, and again we'll have another folder that is actually controllers folder. Okay, so keep it creating. So this is the three folder we need right now. And now, so if I show how the data is there, so if you go back to your home page, let me close this tab actually, then let me close .env and others unnecessary tabs right now, and keep mongoose there because we need to create model. So before we just show you how to create model, but before that, if you go to the home page and here if you open any blogs, then you can see each blogs will have a title. Here we'll have a publishing date, a author of this blog, a cover image, then we'll have description, then we'll have rating, sometime key features and other stuff, and then comments. We need all of this stuff for a single block. And if I show the data, let me show the data here. So if I present the data to you, actually it will be something like this. Look, here we'll have array of objects. It's actually totally array. Inside this array we'll have blog objects. You can see a blog objects, this is, and inside this blog object, this is the blog title, this is the blog description, the content section, and after the content section, look, a big content section. After then we will have a cover image, then we'll have a category, we'll have a author with an id and email, then we'll have a rating and created at all of this stuff if needed. Okay, so that's why let me provide this data so that you can get idea of it. So I am just copying all the data, and now we'll create another folder. It's actually for data folder. You can get data on this folder. And let me keep, this is actually blog.json file, and here keep the data. Okay, so it's for your understanding. Now what we will do, look, based on this data, let me choose any of the id. So for example, this is a little block. Okay, let me close this, let me keep, okay, this one. Okay, so here at first we need to create a model. So how we create a model? If you go to Mongoose, and here you can see after connecting database you have to create a Mongoose model. So for this actually you will have this structure. Okay, let's create a model for the blocks. Okay, so for this we will go inside this model, and here we'll create a model. The model will be, so let me create a new file, that would be blog.model.js file. And inside this model, what you have to do, look, at first you will have to require Mongoose. So let me copy this, or you can simply define const Mongoose equal require Mongoose. And after then what you have to do, you will have to create a schema. So the schema is something like this. We'll have const, then schema name, then new mongoose schema, and then string. Okay, so let's create it. Here we'll create a blog schema, so that's why we'll name it blog schema. And here we'll call new keyword, it's a class based, so that's why we define new keyword. And then we'll define mongoose dot schema, and here we'll have a parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we'll have a curly braces. And here actually at first, look, if you see the data, actually here you can see this is a title, so we need to define the title. So this will be title, and this title will be a string type. So you can simply keep it string. But if you want to define the title is required, then you have to do this way. You have to use a parenthesis here, and then you can define type. Then the type will be string. Then if you need to require it, then you will have to define required, and that would be true. So that would be true. Okay, this is actually the structure how you define the title. Then we need to a description. So let me define, look here, actually sorry, where is the data? So here is the data. Actually we need a description. So I just copy it and let me create description. It's also a string. So let me define a string. Sometimes some blog will have a meta description, otherwise they don't have. Then we'll have a content section. Then this will be content section, and this is actually a object array with time blocks, and inside blocks we'll have other system. But right now we'll make it a string, but we'll change that later. So let me keep it as a string for now. After the content, what the next actually? So after the content we will have cover image. So look, it's a string value, so we will have to define cover image, so that is actually a string. And after then we'll have a category, that will be also a string. So we'll define category, that is actually a string. After then, if you check data, we'll have a author, and we'll have a author, sorry, let me copy it, author. And this author will came from user model, but right now as we don't have any users here, we just keep maybe a string for now. So we will need to modify it when we will have to done all the step. So we will have to modify this. So let me define, here is a to do task. So let me to do, we will modify it, modify this after user created. Okay, we'll modify this, but right now we'll define the author will be a string, and after then here we'll have a rating. So the rating will be number, and lastly what we have, we'll have a created at. So that's why what you will have to do, we'll have to simply define created at. So that is from type will be date, and then we'll need to define default value that will be date dot now. So every time it will create a new date, so when you're posting something, so our schema is there. Next what you will have to do, we'll have to create a model. So that's why the model will be blog model, and here we'll call mongoose dot model, and here we'll have to pass the model name. The model name will be blog. Don't use plural here, because if you use singular, the database will be plural. So if you check, the model will be inside on MongoDB, that would be models. I will show you, and here we'll have to pass this schema, that is actually blog schema. Okay, our model is created, sorry, created, done, and finally we will have to export it. So to export it, we will have to do, as we are using require syntax, we will have to define modules dot exports, and then we need to define this blog here. So our blog created successfully, as you can see, this is our blog. Okay, after this actually we'll need to create routes. So let me create routes for the blogs actually. So here will be blog, then that would be routes. So let me edit, it's actually gone, blog dot route.js. So make sure it on the inside this routes, and here actually we will create routes. But before that, actually at first we'll need to import express. So that's why const express equal require syntax, we will import express from express. After then we need to define the router. So the router will be, we will define const router will be express dot, the method is router, and this is the router. And after then at the end actually we will have to export it. So that's why here we'll define module dot export, and we'll export this router. Okay, so this time inside here, if you need to define any routes, you will have to start with router. Then if you want to get a get route, something like this, and then you will have to define a parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis, as at first you need to define the path. So here the path will be root path, I'm just showing you. And then here we need to define a function, we will use anonymous function, and that would be anonymous function. Here we'll receive two things. At first we will receive require, that means request, and we'll have to receive response, and it would be a async function or something like this. And this is the same thing that is here. Look, we will have something like this, and we'll have a require response, and we'll send a response from here. So let's do that. So this time actually I'm sending a response. That's a very simple response. So res dot send, and here I'm just naming blog routes is here, and this is a simple response. Okay, a basic route is created. Now let's integrate it to our index.js file. Without integrating it to index.js file, it will not actually work. So how you can do this? So to work with these actually, you will have to define here. Here let me define routes. We'll define const, that will be blog routes. Let me define blog routes, and that would be, we will use require syntax, and here we need to define the path where the block routes is. So this block route is inside src, inside routes. Okay, so that's why we'll, if I use quotation, we'll define dot slash, then look, we will have to go to src, then we'll have to go to routes, then we'll have to choose block route. So this is the routes, and after then actually we need to call this, actually we need to call app dot use, and sorry, it will be app.use. Inside this, at first what you have to do, you have to define a path. So this path will be slash, we will start our path with the same directory. For example, we'll have a API, then we will have a, if it's blogs, we'll have a blogs by default, then we will pass these API block routes, actually API routes, paste it. And that is the thing, if you hit localhost slash API slash blocks, then it will just call these block routes, it will go inside these route sections and just render, it will check here the path and then render something. Okay, so let's check it. As it's a get route, you can simply check it from the browsers. So at first, look here, we will go API slash blocks. So let's go slash API slash blocks, and then we will check it's on router, it's actually slash. That means we don't need to define the slash at the end. If we press enter, our server is not running. Let me check if the server is running or not. It's crashed. Okay, the blog is not defined. Okay, here is the mistake, we don't need to define blog here, it will be routes. So right now it will be routes. Okay, we'll export block, but here actually on the router we'll have to export the route, so that's why the error. So I hope it's now okay, fixed, MongoDB running. And now if you refresh, you can see blog is here, and this time if you change anything, simple block routes, then if you refresh, then you can see it's block routes, so that is working. If you define any path here, maybe all blocks, then right now if you hit these routes, it's actually get API, so cannot find that. But if you define this to the path, something like this, then you can see block routes, so it's actually working. So you know how this path is working. Okay, so let me just delete this, and here we'll keep a root path, and then here you can see our API is working on root path, this is block routes. So next time we have to test our API, so for this actually we need a tool that is actually Postman. So we will download Postman from the website. So let me search Postman, and if you search Postman, then you can see this is postman.com, and here in the site you can just simply you can use it on your directly from the websites. I have already logged in, so that's why it's directing to my dashboard. But let me just show you how you can download. What you have to do, you have to search Postman, and then you can just type download, then here you can see download the Postman. So click the first link, and here you will find this download options. So you can download the app from here. I have already downloaded, and you can see after downloading, here is the app. So we will just double click it, and first time it will take some agreements access, so you will just follow next, and then when your app is installed, then you will get the interface here. It's actually loading, wait until it's completed. So let me close this. This is the Postman interface. Let me zoom out, and by default it will show something like this. But if you just have an account, so you can just sign in, so that it will keep all your tracking steps. So I just let me sign in here actually I'm just sign in because actually I keep all everything. So if you don't have just an account, you can simply create an account through the same process. Just create an account. Okay, here copy it, paste it here. It's actually required. Okay, this is my accounts. I'm just using these accounts for the purpose and open Postman. So after actually the account creation, it's actually taking a reload again, and you can see this is my profile and I'm getting this type of professional dashboard. Okay, so what you can do actually, you can test all your API from this interface. For example, here this is overview page. Let me close it, and here you can see a plus icon. If you click here, then you will find here you will have to paste your address. So and here you will choose the method of the operations you are going to do, and then you have to do it. So let's do it for the root routes, and for the root routes actually it's API/blocks. Okay, so at first we can just copy it. Actually we can just copy the localhost 5000, the root URL. So here I paste root URL, then it was actually API/blocks. So I'm just copying it, and then let me paste it here. So it's actually localhost 5000 slash API/blocks, and it's obviously the get route. And then if I click send, then you can see it's block routes and it's showing here. So it's actually working. We can do all of the testing here actually. Okay, but we will actually organize it more better way. So that's why let me just copy this for now and let me close it. We don't save. So at first we will create a collection. Here you can just create a collection this type of way. So let me create a collection, and this is actually we will give a collection name, that is actually uh hotels rooftop. This is the project name, and inside this collection actually we will add a folder. This is actually for, it's actually blocks. For blocks we'll keep blocks here, and inside here we'll add request, add a request, and this is the request for get wall blocks. Okay, and we'll paste the API here, and if we hit send, then you can see it's actually working. And here if we will have others API, then we will list it here, but it's organized way. Okay, so that's why I'm just showing these way perfectly. Okay, so I hope you can just install Postman and just do test on Postman. We'll go further in the next section. So this time what we can do, let me close it and let me close all the tabs from here. We actually don't need unwanted tabs. Okay, so this time what we can do, from the block routes here, it's actually the basic get route. So here I'm just adding a comment. So this is get all blocks. Okay, now we'll need to actually to create a post actually. So that's why we need a post route. So here let me create a blog post. Okay, so it would be a post route. So that's why that would be router dot, and this would be actually post route. So that's why this is post, and here we'll define the path. So that would be something like create a post, create post. Okay, and then here we have a anonymous function. Actually it would be a arrow functions, and we'll define it's actually async await. And at first here we will define a try catch block. Sorry, that is actually try catch block. We will need to console log it. So that's why console dot error. So we'll get a error and we'll catch it. So we will define error creating post, and then we'll console log the error. So something like this, and if any error happened we can throw a response. So that is actually res dot, so res dot status status. So status code will be 500, and then we will send a message. So that would be sent here. We will pass it inside a object. So message will be error creating post. Okay, so this is actually, if any error happens, it will just give you a response. So that response is this response. But if no error happens, it will go inside this try block. I hope you have already know, using async you can just check which code is correct. If code is correct, it will go inside the try block. If any error happen, it will go to the catch block. Okay, so here what you can do, at first you can console log CLG. That means instead of console log, you can just get require dot body. Okay, and here actually I'm sorry, we don't define request and response, so it would be request and response. So required and response, so here we'll console log. Okay, now you can see it's actually post route, and the route path is this path. Okay, so let's back to the postman. Here this is get all block, and right now we'll create a new request, add a new request, and this request will be create a blog. And here actually the path will be look, so localhost will be the root path. So let me go to localhost. So this is the root path slash API slash blocks, and here at the end the path is create a post. We will copy it and paste it here. Let me reduce, and then here we'll define, it's actually post method, so we'll define post. And after then, this is the body. Inside this body we'll have to pass all the block data, something like this. We will have to pass all of this data. This is the data we will have to pass. Okay, so we make a model. This is a block model. You using this block model, actually we will just keep data. At first we will have title. So let me define a title. Here I will choose JSON format. We will have curly braces here at first title. Then we will define a title. This is actually test blog 1. Then the second thing is that, let me keep it there. So second is a description. So let me add a description. It will be quotation test description. Okay, on. Then let me define another one. So that is actually content. We will have blog contents. So it will be double quotation content blog content here. Okay, after then what actually next is blog image. We'll have to pass a string. So here let me copy a blog image. So I'm just copying this image for now. Then the next task is we'll have to define a category. So let's define category. Category will be, maybe it's actually travel or something like this. I'm just defining travel for now. Then if you check your blog, it will be author. So for now actually let me define the author will be, maybe it's admin or your name or something like this, or admin on. Just keep it admin on for name, or keep your name here. For example, author will be Mamun, something like this. After the author, for the next we need a rating. So this will be a number. So let me define rating. So this will be a number. So rating will be for something like this. Okay, so I hope we have already all included. We don't need to include this. It actually created MongoDB automatically. Okay, so if you pass all the data and if you hit send, if you click the send button, next if you open your terminal, here you can see you have all the data from this line, actually from this line. So if you just add some extra comments, so for example blog data from API, I'm just adding extra comments so that you can just get the glimpse how it's actually working. So now what if, let me hit the send button again, and here actually after the error you can see blog data from API. This is the exactly same thing we define it here, and all the data is there. So if you have all the data, what the thing you have to do, you have to actually, you can simply, let me comment out and you can simply set it to the MongoDB. So you can keep this data to MongoDB. So that's why what you can do, you can just define const new post, and this new post will be, it will be, you can call new keyword, and then you can call the blog. So it's actually a blog model. You have to import the blog model, and inside here actually you will have a parenthesis, and you can just destructure request dot body, the same body that we give it actually here, we'll pass it here. So this will be request dot body, and then what you can do, you can just send a response. So we actually define await, and to send a response, that would be new post dot save method. So if you want to save something on database, it will have the save method. Okay, so after then we can just define a status code. So that would be res dot status. Then if a status successful, it's actually 2001, sorry 201, and then will be a send, and then we will send a message. So inside this parenthesis actually will pass a object. So message will be post created successfully, and we'll set it to the post new post. Okay, so we'll do this type of thing. So if you code this, actually right now, what if you can see a error? So or the error actually maybe, okay, everything is fine. Now if you just click hit again, you can see post created successfully. This is the test block, it's created, and if you here you can see the post is successfully and see the message. Then if you go to MongoDB and check your collection, then you will find the same data actually on MongoDB collection. Okay, let's go there. Let me sign in. From the overview page, you will click the database. My internet is very slow. From here you can see this is running, and we'll click this browsers collection. Here you can see hotel rooftop, and inside here we'll have a blog collection. Inside this blog collection you can see it's actually test blog on, the test description on, everything is showing. So if you have all of these data here, okay, so that is actually how you can post a data on database, and this is actually saved. So if you don't delete it from here, it's actually not deleted. Okay, so for now actually let add a new block. So for this actually we'll define a editing here. It will be test block 2, text description 2, and we'll keep all of these actually. Let me change the rating, and right now we would like to just post another block. So what you have to do, you have to choose the method, it's actually post. We don't need to define any change here, and here the URL, and then you have to hit this send button. So if you send, it's actually post created successful. This is test block 2, and let's here if you refresh, actually you will see two data, wait, two data. Okay, so you can see this is test block on, test block 2. Okay, so for now what you can do, actually here you can see actually simple, this is actually by default MongoDB created a sample database for you. We don't need it, so we can just delete it. So we'll have to give the database name. It's actually not mandatory, you can keep it or you can just drop it. It's actually not mandatory text. Okay, I just keep it clean, so that's why I deleted the test on. Okay, so in the next video actually we will have the data on MongoDB. So we'll show it here actually on the blog routes. So let's enjoy the next video. Okay, so here this is actually our create post routes, and right now what you can do, we need to get all the data. So that's why here we'll have a root path, and here actually we'll get all the data from the database. So how you can get data from the database? So for this actually let me clean this, and here we will take a try catch block. So that is actually try catch block. Inside this catch block we can keep this same code from the above, and let me paste it here. And inside this try actually what you have to do, you have to define simply let me define, we can just simply define const post, and we will define await as we are using async. Here we'll call the model, so that is actually blog model, and then we can simply call find. So if you're using MongoDB, actually it's actually not find on, it's actually find, and then that is done. Okay, if you have find actually, then simply what you can do, you can just define response dot res dot status. Here the status code will be 200, and then we'll have to send a message, so that's why we'll send a message. We'll have an objects, inside objects we will have a message. The message will be all post faced, and this is the post. So this is actually the route. Look how simple this is actually using the mongoose model. So all of this thing is done, and now if you check it here, if you hit this route, then you can see we will have two blocks. So let me reduce it. Okay, you can see, let me reset it. Okay, so you can see we will have two data is there. Okay, and inside this message you can see this is post, and you are getting the data, all the two data. You can also check it on this route, actually get all blog routes. If you hit send, then you can see you are getting the data here also on MongoDB. Okay, so that is the way how you can just post a data to database, and how you can just get the data from database and show it on actually inside a API. So this is actually API, this is actually backend API, and we can develop all our APIs something like this way. Okay, so here we'll have some other tasks, but for now actually this is done. But if we just add filtering option, for example here in our website, you can see if anyone search, so wait, the data is loading. Let me, if anyone search something like this 15 AI tools, and then if anyone search, it will only it's maybe I just used wrong keywords, and if we hit search, you can see the data related to the text is showing here. If you want to implement the search functionality or the just category functionality, then you will have to do a little modify here. Okay, we will do it in the next section. Okay, for the filtering options and categorizations, here actually this is get all blogs route, and here you can see a try block. Here at first we need to get some query, so that's why here what we will do, we'll define const, and we'll define an objects, and here we'll define request dot query. And what if we get a search query here? Okay, so let me comment all of this. So we're just commenting this, and for now actually we're console log this search query. So clg in short of console log, and we'll get the search query. Okay, so this is get all blocks, and here we'll define search, and for example here we'll define equal sign, and we define a text, maybe abc text, and if we hit send, then if you open your terminal, you can see this is abc. If you define, maybe it's actually blog 1, and if you send request again, then here you can see blog 1. So you are getting the queries actually here on this request dot query. Okay, so next what you have to do, if we have search data, then here you can check it. So if search data available, you can simply define a task. So that is actually we need to define a query. So let me define a query. Empty query is here, so let query equal, it's actually empty objects, and if any search is there, we will just define this query will be inside a objects. We'll just use a spread operator, we'll define query, and then we'll have to call a or method. So this is actually work. If query is there, then it will work for query, otherwise it will check work. And here we'll have a array of objects. So at first objects here will check based on the title, so that would be title. Then we'll check based on this search text, so we'll pass search here. And then we will have another option. So here we can just do a little modify, so that is actually we can use a curly braces. And let me delete this comma. And here actually we'll define, we'll call braces and Zix, and that would be based on this search field. So based on this search field, so this is actually basics. And here we will have a options. So options, and these options will be I. Okay, so this is on. We can just check based on the title, or if you want to just check based on the content, you can also do this. For example, here we'll have another one. So that is actually the same thing. Let me copy all of this stuff and keep it there. And instead of actually title, we can just check it for content also. Okay, so the thing is there, it's actually done. Next option, here actually we'll uncomment it. For now, let me uncomment it. And here you can see find options, we'll pass this query here. So copy this query and paste it here. Okay, so if you do this, and right now let's go back to Postman. So right now here we'll have a search and the query is blog on. If you click the send request, then you can see it's actually showing on blog. But if you hit this root path, that is actually API/blogs, and if you send request, you can see we will have total 3 blocks there. But it's actually getting on blogs when we will define search based on the title. So here let me again, it's actually search keyword. And here if we define anything, maybe it's actually test blog 2 or something. And if you send again, you can see we'll have a 2 blocks that is related to title, and that is actually test block 2 title. So these were actually search filtering working. I hope you understand how it's work. But what if you need to define category filtering and others? So here it's very simple. You will have to define category. And for example, you maybe want to do same way for the location filtering. Okay, so this is if search is there, otherwise if category is there. So let me copy this category, and then we'll have curly braces. Then the same way query will be query, and instead of the author, actually it will be simply category. Category will be category. Okay, let me check. I do a lot of mistakes. So this is actually category, and we'll pass the same category here. I think it's okay, it's perfect. I'm just checking the category text, so everything is fine. I replace this. So this is the same way, and we can do it for the location also. If we'll check location, if you need location based filtering, then you can just do the same way. So here actually do this way, we'll have query, we'll pass the query, and we'll filter based on the field. As we're using ES6 versions of JavaScript, so that's why we can keep it simply category, and we can keep it simply location. Everything is fine. Let's check it. So for the check, actually instead of search, we will define category, and this category will be, for example, we can just check on based on a startup. If any category found as a startup, then we can just filter that. So let me click here. You can see it's actually a startup. If you define travel, and then you can see we will have 2 categories. related to the travel. Okay, so I hope you understand how actually the category filtering and search filtering working. And this time actually I will show a thing how you can sort based on actually the latest block will show at the top and the oldest block show at the bottom. So for this actually here you can just simply define a sort method. You will have to apply sort method and you will sort based on created at. So created at, and that will be -1. So if you do this and then if you hit all the blocks route, the last created block will show at the top. So you can see this is the last block, it's showing at the top. Okay, if you don't believe me, here you can do it. You can just define a test block that is actually maybe 5 number block, and you can just define everything here. Okay, let me define its same travel. Okay, and if you hit send, a new block is created. Now let's get here. Right now the test block 2 is here and this is the first block. Okay, now if I just send again, then you can see test block 5 is at the top. That means the last created block will show at the top. So this is a great feature. I hope you understand this. And okay, so next what we will do, let me close this, and next we will face based on id we will get a single block based on id. So that's why get single block by id. Okay, so we'll have a get block, get route actually. So that would be router dot get method, and here we'll have to face based on id. So that's why we'll have clone slash clone id, and here function, then we will have async here, async function. Okay, now same way we'll have to have a try catch block. Inside this catch block we'll pass the same thing, and we can just change a little bit, facing error, fetching single post, and we can just keep the same message here. Okay, so now inside here actually let me console log the id from the param. So that's why we'll call request dot params dot id. Okay, so at first when we will hit this single block routes, then we will get an id. Okay, let's console log the id. So here let's create a add request. So this is a new request. When we will have a new request, we will add a new request, single get single block actually, get single block, and let me define a here. Okay, so it will be same, we'll have to copy the get block whole route, and here additionally it will receive an id. So this id will be any of the id that we have. We will copy this and we'll paste it here. You can see after the api slash blocks we will have a post id, and now it will be get route. So if we hit send request, we are getting an error. Why actually error? So let me check the console, actually the terminal, and it's at the bottom, it's actually crashed. So why? Okay, there is an error actually. Okay, so let me run our projects again. We will just clear everything at the top using the clear command, and then we will run our projects again. Npm run start tape. So this is our development script, and if we press enter, here you can see our MongoDB running successfully. And let me hit again. Okay, we're getting an error, it's crashed. Why actually? Here you can see we are sending a response that is actually error fetching post. So what the error is actually, it's actually error for req is not defined. So here we made a mistake. That is actually we'll have async, but we didn't pass request and response, so that's why the error request and response. Okay, so if you have, you can see MongoDB reloaded, and again if we send request, it's actually loading, and here you can see a id, the same id that we defined is here. So we're getting id using these params dot id. Okay, so if you receive params dot id here, instead of this we can simply define const post id, and we can define this. We can simply copy this and paste it here. Let me remove it, let me comment this thing, and after then what we will do, we can just define a const that would be post. We need to define a weight, and here we will call the blog model, and then the method will be find blog by id. So this is find by id, and here we'll pass the post id. So if you do this, then what you can do, and you can get a post, and here we can just check if no post found. If no post found, we can just throw a error, or we can just return a status. So that would be status code will be as no found, so that's why 404, and then we will send a message, so that would be post not found. But when everything is okay, we will just define, we will just response a status, so that would be res dot status, and here that would be 200. Then we will have to send response. The response is actually, we can just simply define message, a message and the post. Okay, so this is our get single block routes. Okay, let's try to hit again. So everything is fine, we will have a id after api slash blocks, and if we send request, we can get the test block 5 id. Okay, now let me choose another one. So this is actually test block id. Let me copy this id, and here on the single block we have to change the id. So let me change localhost slash api slash blocks slash, will paste the id, and then if we send a request, you can see test block on is faced by this id. Okay, so we're getting blocks here, but if you check actually here, if you check any single block, so here you will see a magic. So let me wait. Okay, so when you just fetching a block at the end, actually you can see a comments. So this is actually there is no comments, but if you find, you will have a specific comments for the block. So here we will need to do comments, but right now we don't have any models stuff for the block. So here we will write a comments. So that would be to do will also fetch comment related to the post. Okay, this is actually we'll do when we'll have comments model, then we can do it and we can populate it actually. Okay, we will show you in later sections. Okay, this time let me close this. What we will do, we will update a blog. So update a blog post here, that would be router dot, as we are just working for update, we will have put and patch option. So if you just update the entire block, you can use put, but if you only update a certain field, you can just use pass method. Okay, so I'm using pass method, and here we'll have a specific route, so that would be update post, and then we will do it based on an id, and here we will have the async and we'll have request response. We don't need next actually. Okay, so here we'll have same try catch block. Inside this catch actually we'll paste the console log here, and updating here, that would be updating post, and instead of creating we will have the message that is actually updating post. Okay, so inside this try block, the same way, at first we need to get the id, so that's why let me get the id, post id. So we'll get the post id from request dot params dot id. Okay, so when you have an id, we will have a simple method that is actually const updated post, and that is actually a wait. Then we will call the model, that is blog, and here we will have find and update method, find by id and update method. And inside this method, at first we need to pass this post id. At first we'll have to pass this post id, then we will need to define what to update, so that's why here what to update, and let me define it. What actually we need to update, actually we will update all the body, so that would be request dot body. Okay, and finally here we'll define a new object, so that is actually we'll define new word, and new will be true. Okay, so this is done. Actually it's very simple update method, and after this update what you can do, you can check if not updated, so we'll check if not updated. Then what we will have, we can just define a response, that is actually response post is not found, otherwise we will send a status, so that is actually bridge.status sent, and that would be actually post updated successfully. We are getting this suggestion actually for the tab 9 ai, so you can use this ai, and or you can just code it. Okay, so our code is done, let's check it. So for this update actually we'll have the same, we'll have to do a new request. This is update a blog, and the route path will be, firstly let me copy the root path, and here we'll have api slash blogs, then the path is actually update. Let me copy this and let me paste it here, double slash, and here we'll have to need to define a id. Okay, so we're getting the blog first. Okay, so we will copy this id and paste it here. Okay, so the route is here localhost slash api slash blog slash update post slash an id, so this is the post id, and here we need to pass some data inside the body, so we'll click body and we'll pass json data, and here let me copy all of this post data, so we can just copy all of this data, or you can just remove this created add. Okay, no matters. And what we actually update, we can update this actually blog, so it's actually text block one updated. I'm just defining the text updated, and here also defining updated, and instead of 4 we can just define it 5. And what if we just click this, and but before that here we need to define the method, so the method will be patch. Okay, so if we click send, then you can see post updated successfully, and this is actually test blog on updated. Okay, so that means actually it's updated. Okay, so right now if you hit this single blog, you can see it's actually updated properly. Okay, you can see this is the updated keyword, but if you only edit the single one, for example if you only edit the author, for example the author will be joy, and if you hit send, then you can see author Joy is updated. And here if you request again to the single block, you can see author updated. Okay, so our updated feature is working. We can say this is very simple code, you can just follow this. Okay. Okay, as update is working, now we can just define delete a block. So if you want to delete a block, then we need a route. So that is actually router dot delete method, and here we will delete based on the ID. So that's why here we'll have clone ID, and then we can simply define async. Then we will have request and response. So request response, then we will have a arrow function, we will have curly braces. The same way we will have try catch. Inside this catch we'll have the same console log. Okay, you can create a utility class if you want, but let me copy paste it. So here that is actually error deleting post, and we can also change it. Okay, so to delete it is very simple. Actually, at first you will have to check if the post is available. If post available, then you have to delete it. Okay, so that's why here we'll check post ID, and that would be we'll get it request dot params dot ID. Then what we will check, we'll check find the post. So we can simply define find post. We'll define, or you can simply make it post, not actually doing find post or others. Here we'll call await, and then we'll just call the block, and then the method is find by ID and delete, and here he will actually pass this post ID. That is actually very simple. So it's actually done. Now here we'll check if post is not found. So not found, we will define as a status. So that is actually return status, and this return status will be 404. Post is not found, and finally we will send a status code that is actually res.status 2000, and here post deleted successful. And here actually we don't need to define the post as the post is deleted, so we can simply we can just post it, but actually that is not a need, or you can just simply keep it. Okay, just let's test it. So for this, actually let me create a new request, add a request that is actually delete a post. Okay, so we'll go to at first localhost. Let me get it from here. So localhost, and then we will have API slash we will have blocks. Then here we'll have an ID, so we can just delete this single block. So let me copy this ID and keep it here, and the method will be delete method, and we don't need to define anything. And for now actually we will have to send the request. Click here, it's actually post is deleted and this post is deleted. And to check it, actually if you hit this get single block, you can see the post is not found. That means the post is deleted. So you can also check it right now here. Let me logs. Here we will have actually, let me check it from the database. If you refresh, you can have three, actually you can have three blocks. Okay, let's delete the test block 2. We'll copy this ID, and here this is the delete request, and we'll change the ID. And now if we just hit the send button, look, we will have right now, we will have to refresh it. Now you can see we will have two data here. That means the last data is deleted. So that is the thing how you can delete a blogs. Okay, so finally the last one actually. So the last one is actually related block. So why actually we need a specific related blocks? So this is actually here you can see when you click any of the single blocks, Wait, it's actually loading. My internet is slow. Here you can see related blog is showing on the right sections, and it's based on these blogs. Okay, so if you click any of this, then you can see it's actually changed, and here the others related blog is showing. If you click the third one, look, now it's 3. If you click this on, okay, there is a error, and let me click this on. Actually it's actually changing, so that's why we need a specific routes for the related post. So here we'll have a get route, so that would be router dot get, and here we'll do it based on slash related slash id, clone id. Okay, and if you have, then as usual we'll have async, then we'll have request response, we'll have a function, and same way we'll have a try catch. Let me copy the error from the top and keep it here. Fetching error, fetching related post. Okay, we can just keep it here also. And for the related post, at first actually we need to catch the id, so that's why here we'll define const, and we'll get the id from actually request.params, and we'll destructure the id. Then we'll find the block. If there is no let's check. If there is no id, we will send a status, so that would be return a status, that is actually a status code 400. Then we'll have a send, we'll define post id is not is required or something like this. And then if the id is there, let me define const, that is actually will get the blog. So that's why here we will call await, and then we'll call the blog model. Then we will define find by id, this is the method find by id. Then we'll pass this id. Okay, so let me pass this id, and after then what you have to do, we'll check if not blog, and we can do define the same thing here. Actually the status code will be 404, and post is not found, post is not found, or something like this. And finally, if everything okay, here we will actually check based on the title. So here actually you can see we'll check every single words from the title, and based on this title it's actually will shown, and we'll also exclude this same exact title. Look, this same exact title will not here, we don't keep it there. Okay, we will check based on the title, so that's why here we can simply define const title regs, it's actually method, and here we will call new, and we'll call regexp, it's a Node.js method. And here what we will do, we'll call the blog, then we will have its title, we'll split the title, so that's why we'll split it based on the space. Here you can see everywhere is a space, so we'll split it based on the space. Then what we will do, we'll join it. How to join it? Based on actually this way. This is actually pipeline. You can find this icon at the top of the shift key. It is actually pipeline. And after this, actually after this, here we can just define a I. Okay, so this is the exact thing you need to do here actually. Okay, after then what you will do, you will define a checker here, so that is actually related query, and that would be an objects. Here we will at first check based on id underscore id, it's actually for MongoDB, and then we will have an objects inside here. We'll have a not equal. That means look, we don't include this exact id based on the project, so that's why it's actually here not equal, and that would be id. The id will not equal here, so we can just add a comments. That is actually the comments is exclude. You can just read it there, exclude the current block, current blocked by id. Okay, and then here we'll check based on the title, then we'll have a curly braces, let me add a comma, and inside this we will call again regex, and we'll pass this title regex. Okay, so if everything there, lastly we can just define const related post, and here we'll define await again, then we'll call blog dot find method, then we'll pass this related query here. Okay, so that is the thing, and lastly we can define a response, so that's why the same response. So res dot status, the status will be 200, this is success status, then we'll have a sent, we'll pass message will be related post found, then here after this message actually we can define post will be this related post. Okay, now let's check it. So for example, here is the same thing, we can just copy this and we'll add a new request. This request will be for related find related blog actually, so find related blogs. Here we'll face based on the id, let me get an id, so here we'll have two block, and this is actually copy this and we'll have to pass it here. If we click send, then you can see where find one block, actually we'll have two block with the same name, actually you can see the same name, so that's why it's included the first one and keep the last one actually. Okay, if you have more block it will work, no worries. So we have already created all the routes for the blocks, and now we'll have to move to the next section, that is actually we'll have to create a model for the comments. So if you check any blocks, so here you can see this is a blocks, and in this blocks actually the users can comment, so that's why we need to create a post comments for this. Okay, so for this at first at the beginning, so I have closed everything, and here inside this src we will have model. Inside this model actually we'll create a model for the comments, so that would be comment dot model dot js, and here we will have the same model that blogs have, so we'll open it here. At first we need to uh, import mongoose, so let me copy this text, and then we will have to create a schema something like this. So you can simply copy this blog schema and keep it here. We don't need all of this stuff, so we'll remove that, and instead of blog schema it will be comment schema. Okay, So I think here inside this actually what you need to define. At first we will have a comment. So that would be comment, and this comment will have a type. So type will be string and required true. This is the first. Then we need the user ID. So we need to understand who actually post the comment. So that's why users. And inside this users, actually we need to define a type, and this type will be, we will have a users model, and using the users ID actually we will understand who just commented. So that's why we will get that from the mongoose dot schema dot types. Then we will have object ID. MongoDB has underscore object ID. So you can see here actually every time when you post you will get a underscore ID. This is actually our object ID. So we will capture this object ID from where? We will capture this from reference. So the reference will be user model. So right now we don't have user model. So we will create that user model later, but we will keep it that. And then we will define required true. And after then we will have a post ID. Look, when you post a comments, it will be associated with the specific post. So a user's comment on this specific blog post, and it will be shown on the specific blog. So that's why here we will define post ID, and this will be the same here. We can simply copy the everything from here and keep it there. Instead of users, this will be blog collection, so that would be blog. Okay, so that's fine. And lastly we need to include created at, so that would be created at type date and default date now. Okay, so this is our comment schema, and then we will have to create the model. So const comment, and that would be, we will call mongoose dot model. Then we need to define the collection name, that is actually comment. We'll keep it singular, and then we'll have to pass this schema here. Okay, that's done. Our model is created. Now we'll have to define module dot exports equals comments. Okay, so that is our model. After creating comments, we have to create a route. So for this actually, let me close models. We'll click the routes, and here we'll have comment dot routes dot js. And here at first, if you check the blog routes, you will see we need to require it from express. So we'll require it, then we'll define const router equal, we'll call express. Inside this express we will have a method, that is router. We'll call that method, and finally we will have to export it. So module dot export, we will export this router. Okay, so here actually, so after this actually we, so after doing this actually we need to integrate with our index.js file. So we'll go to index.js file. Here you can see all routes, and we need to define a new route. So let me copy this. We can just select this by pressing Ctrl Alt and down arrow. You can simply create a copy of it, then we will edit it. So that would be comment routes, and here need to change the path. So it will be dot slash src slash routes slash comment route. Okay, and next we'll have to define app.use, and then we need define slash api slash comments. Then we need to call actually, here we'll have a comma space. We'll define, this is actually comment routes. So our API is integrated now. So let's define how to create a post. So create a comment here. So for this actually, that would be, we need to define here, that is actually router dot post. We'll post a comment, so that's why router dot post, and here we'll have post comment and then we'll have async await. So that's why async function. Then we will have to define request and response. And here inside this, actually at first let me console log the body. So CLG in short of console log and required dot body. Okay, so if we define this, let's go here on the postman. You can see we will have a collection. This is actually for blog collection. Now we will create another folder. So for this folder, actually we'll have a collection for comments. So we'll define it comments. Okay, and now we will add a request. The request will be, so post a comment. Okay, and here at first let me copy the root path, and that would be localhost 5000 slash, we will have API. Let me copy it from index.js file. That is actually API slash comments. So let me define API slash comments. Let me remove the double things, and here after the comments we will have the post routes. Okay, let me copy it and we can just paste it here. So it will be a post method, and here on the body we will pass raw JSON file. And here we need to define, look, if you check the models, then you can see here at first we will have a comments. So we can, let's create some data. So comments, and here we'll define test comment 1 or something like this. After then look here, so this is a user and it's reference to the user collection. So for now actually this is user, and it will reference, for example, let me define an ID 1 2 3 4, and then we'll have to define the post ID. So let me define post ID, and this will be a real post ID. So that's why let me hit this get all blocks. We're getting all the blocks, and I'm collecting this post ID. So our comment will associate it with this post. Okay, so that's why we need a post ID. Let me paste it here. Okay, everything is fine. Okay, all the included. Now let's hit it. So if I hit this send button, and then if you check the console here, you can, so let me go to the bottom. Here you can see a objects. So that is actually comment. This is test comment user, and this is actually post ID. Okay, so if you get the data, next thing is that here actually what you will do, you will define const new comment. So let me close it, and that would be, here we will call new keyword, then we will call the comment model. So let me import it. You can see it's imported at the top, and then here what you have to do, we'll have to pass all of this request body. So you can simply pass this request body here. Okay, and now we will call await, then we will call this new comment and the same method. So it will insert this comment to the database. Okay, so after this actually we will need to define a response. So res.status will give a status code, that is success status 2000, and then we'll have a send. Then we will define a message. So message will be comment created successful, and after then here inside these actually we'll define comment. Comment will be this new comment. Okay, let me pass this. So we can keep it inside a try catch block as we're using async await. So try catch, and we will keep it inside try block, and here we will just simply show the error. So console dot error, and here let me get a error. So an error occurred while posting comment, posting new comments or something like this, and then we will send a status. So res.status 5000. Okay, so I just send this status. Okay, and now let's test it. So for this, actually we will have the setup everything, and if we just click the send button, then you can see an error. We first have to understand why the error is happening. So if you check it, let me go to down, and here you can see it's crashed. Why actually crashed? If you want to be a better developer, you must have to aware of the error, and what if, yeah, if any error occurs, how to fix it. So let me read this. If you read here, you can see cannot use import statement outside the module. So here maybe in our code, firstly you can see it's actually using a import syntax that is actually not valid. We are using module export feature, so that's why here we have to define this way. You can define const comment, and then we will use require syntax, and here actually we will have the same thing. We can just cut it, or let me remove this, and here we will define dot slash model slash comment model. Okay, so now maybe this error will gone. So let me go at the bottom, it's running successful, and let me clear it. So for this, actually I will stop it by pressing Ctrl C, and again let me clear it so that everything will be there. And now we will run npm run start clone dev, and we'll run this command. Our server is running, MongoDB is connected. Now again hit here, we will get an error. So comment posted error. So let's check what the error actually. Comment validation failed, and if you read this, actually if you go above here, you will get the error. So the error is that actually it says user cast to the object id failed for the values this. Actually look here, if you check your model, here we'll define a references to the users collection, but right now we don't have users collection, so that's why here you are getting a error. So how to fix it? You can simply comment it right now, and instead of this you can just define user, and then you can just define a string. For now it's actually for temporary. We will do this structure, we'll follow this structure. Okay, so now again if you just go at the bottom, you can see MongoDB rerun, and if you hit this send request, now you can see comment created successfully, and you can see user, this users commented, and this is the post id. So if you have the post id, let's check it on MongoDB. So if you refresh here, you will see a new collection we will create here. Wait, retrieving, and look, this is a comments collection, and inside this comments collection you will find your latest comment that is actually by this user, and this is the comments, and this is the post id. So based on this id, okay, you can just define another comment. So test comment 2, let me define another user id. So maybe this user id will be this, and if you hit again, then you can see comment created, and again if you refresh, you will have 2 comments. Okay, so 2 comment is there. Okay, here actually you need to do a little task. We will just let me keep it right now. We will remove this and uncomment this actually. So we not post it until we created the users. We don't create any post. Okay, so keep it there. So our comment posted. Okay, so this is the thing how we created new comments. So after these comments, actually we need to count the comments, all the comments. So that's why actually here we need to set up a get routes. So we'll define a comments get all comments. Actually that would be simply count. So okay, so it will be router dot get, and here will be slash total comments. Okay, and then we will have a async function, we'll have arrow, and we will have request response here. And finally inside here actually what we will do, we'll have a try catch block. Let me copy the console log here and keep it there, and instead of this, and while getting count comment count. Okay, comment count. Okay, we can just keep it here also. Okay, inside this try block actually we need to get the total comments, so that's why we'll define total comments, and that would be we'll call await, and then we'll call the comment model. Then here we have a MongoDB operation, so that is actually count documents. So if you want to get the how many numbers of comments is there, the method is count documents, and then we will have to call it. Inside here we will pass a empty objects. So if you do this, actually you will get the total comments, and after getting the total comments we'll send a status. A status code will be 2000. Then we need to send a message, so the message will be total comments count and total comments. Okay, so that is the thing, and let's hit this API and test it. So for this actually let me create a next request. So the request is actually get comments count. Okay, and let me copy this API and paste it here. It will be get method, and instead of create post it will be total comments. Okay, so if we hit here you can see we'll have total 2 comments. So that is, you can see here actually we'll have total 2 comments. So that is the thing how you can get the comments count. So this time actually we need to modify our block routes. For example, when you just fetch a single block, so for example maybe let me show you. Maybe if I click this one, maybe there you can find a comments. So we need to face a specific comments based on the specific post. So that's why we need to modify our block routes. Okay, so how you can modify it? So let me close all of this stuff, and then we will open the block routes. Here look, when we will fetch the specific comments, so we will fetch when we are getting only single block. We don't need all the comments when you are fetching all the blocks data. Actually we'll need when we'll fetch a single block, we need to show the comments. So that's why here on this router.get, when we hit the root route and it's for a specific single block routes, here we need to show the comments. So that's why after this post actually, after these actually, if not post, then it will return a status, and here you can see we define a to do. Here we need to fetch the comments, so that's why here we need to define the comments. Okay, so let's do it. Here we'll call comments. Let me define a variable, so that would be we'll call all the comments related to the post. So that's why here we'll define await. Then we will call the comment model. So let me define comment model, and let me check it's imported here. You can see comments model. So after this comment model, what you have to do, you have to define find option. You will have a find option, and then here actually we need to fetch based on the id. Here is the post id, so we need to fetch based on this id. So that's why here we'll define post id will be this post id. Okay, and finally we need to populate. Actually, if you want to combine these comments to the blog collections, so here actually we need to combine based on these two collections. So we'll combine blogs and this comment, so that's why we populate. So here after this dot we will call populate. It's a specific method, so populate method. And then inside this populate method, at first we will define the user, and then here we need to define what you need to define. You need to define user name space email. Okay, we only show these two things, username and email. That is done. Okay, so this is the required task we need to do here. And after then, let me remove these comments. We need to modify this delete block. When a block is deleted, we must have to delete all the related comments. So that's why here we need to do a little task. So after this, okay, so let's do it here. Actually, above this, here we'll just delete method, apply a delete related comment. So that's why we'll define await, then we'll have comment, then we'll call the delete many method. And here inside these actually we need to pass the post id. This post id will be this post id. Okay, we'll pass it here. So our task is done. When you delete a specific block, it will delete all the related blocks. Okay, so look here inside this comment, you can see it's actually related to this post. If you delete this post, it will delete all of these comments. Okay, let's test it. So here is how to delete a post. It is a delete request, and here actually we test this. Okay, so if you get all the blocks data, you can see we will have two blocks, and here actually this is the specific blocks data. You can see this is the F55, and we'll delete this on related comment. So that's why here when you just call a delete post, and let me define the id here. Okay, if I click the delete and send request, then all the comments related to this related block will be deleted. Okay, let's do it. If you click send request, so look, post is deleted. Now if you get all the blocks, you will see only one block is there. And now if you just refresh here, you can see the comment, there is no comments. That means here it's actually working. It will fetch the post based on the id and deleted related comments. Okay, so it will also work for the post comments. Okay, so I hope you understand how it will work. Okay, actually this time we will work with the most interesting part, and this is the most important part on this actually backend. Okay, so we'll cover that topic. So that's why let me close all of this stuff. We'll start from the root folder. So this is src folder. Inside this src folder, actually what we will do, we will go to models. We need to create a login and register functionality. So that's why we need to create a model for the users. Okay, so let me create a model. That would be user model. So user dot model dot js. And here at first, if you check any of this model, let me check this model. At first we need to require mongoose. That means we need to import mongoose. After then, here you can see we need to create a schema. So let's create a user schema. So user schema, and that would be we will call new schema. or you can here destructure it. So let me show you the different way. We can just simply define schema from Mongoose, and then we can keep it this way inside here. So when you implement users register, then at first you need to define a username. So that would be username, and we can define the type. The type will be a string, so it's capital letters, then it will be required true, and maybe it should be unique true. So if any users try to create a same username, then it will be show an error. Then we need to capture email, so that's why email will be the same properties, so it will be the same thing. So required is actually it will be string required true and unique true. After then we need to post password, so that would be password, and that would be the same thing. Password will be obviously a string, and we need to we don't need to require it true actually. So we can just make it required but unique true, we will remove that. And after then actually we need a default role. So all the users who create a accounts will be by default a users, but you can define a admin, so that's why we need to define a role. The role will be here, will define type will be a string, then we can just define default will be user. So this is the thing, the user is there, and if you need to sort it, then you can just include created add method. So let me check it. So actually we can just copy this and we can include it here. So our schema is created. Next we need to create a model, so let me define const. So user will be, we can just call model from Mongoose. Actually we're destructuring, so that's why we don't need to include mongoose.model. This is a method, we already destructured it from Mongoose, so that's why you can directly use it. And here we need to define the user, and then we need to pass this user schema. Okay, and finally module.export, and we'll export the user. So this is actually our user model. So after creating the user model, we need to define a routes for the user. So that's why here this is routes, and here we will create a route, so that will be named a different way. That would be auth route, auth.route.js. You can just define user routes, it's actually not mandatory, or you can just modify it auth user route. So auth user route.js, something like this. And here let me open comments route or any routes. At first we need to import express, so we need to import express, then we need to define const router, and we'll call express, then we have a dot, and we'll call router, it's actually capital router. Okay, and finally we'll have to define module.exports, and we'll export this router. Okay, and finally when you have this, you have to go to index.js, and here you need to define a routes for it. So let me define const user routes, and then we will require from where we will require, we'll have to require dot slash src slash routes slash what user routes, and finally we need to use it. So that's why f dot use, here we need to define slash api slash auts, maybe this is the thing, and we can just call this auth routes. Okay, we can keep it at the top because it's most important one. Okay, so that is the thing, we need to define it here. So okay, so I hope it's okay. So let's back to the user browse, and here we need to create a register method. So that's why let me create register a user, register a new user. Okay, so for this actually what you have to do, we will call router, and as it's a post method, so it will be post, and here we'll define the path, so that would be register, and then we'll have async, we'll have request response, then we'll have arrow. Then what you can do, you will have a try catch block, try catch block. Here we will console an error, so the error will be, let me cut it, so fail to register, then we will console the error here, and finally we will send a status, so that would be 5000 the status, and here instead of server error we will send a message that is actually registration registration failed, failed. Okay, something like this. Okay, and inside this try actually we will define a simple text, so that is actually we'll define const user, and here we'll define, we'll call new keyword, and we'll define user model. So let me import the model from users, and then inside these actually we will define all the body, so that would be request dot body. Okay, something like this, or you can use it the structure way. For example, you can use it email, then you can just define it password, and also you can just define user name or something like this. Okay, and we need to destructure it, so that's why we will define const, we will destructure it from the body and we'll pass it here. Okay, so that is the thing. So if you just console log the user, so let me show you, console log the user right now. Okay, so what you have to do, so let's test it. So for this actually we need to define another folder. Let me close all of this, create a new collection, so that's why add a new folder here. This is for users, and inside here we need to define a request. The request will be register a user. Okay, and here at first we will have localhost, localhost, let me copy it from any of this, and this is actually localhost. We have API slash, let me check it from index.js, it's actually API slash auth, so we'll copy it, we'll paste it here, API slash auth, and after the auth we'll have register, so we'll have this path, and then here we'll have a post method. Inside this body actually we will have to pass raw data, and here look, we'll search for the model. Inside this model you can see we will have a username, email and password. Okay, and the role will taken by default, so we don't need to include, so we'll copy username, so let me define a username, the user will be maybe user1, then let me define a password, so let me copy it, I just did a lot of mistakes, so this is a mistake, password, password will be maybe 1 2 3 4 5 6, and I forget to include email, so the email will be here maybe user1@gmail.com, and a comma here, so we need username, email and password, we don't include the role. Okay, so if you now hit this send request, then if you check your terminal, you can see here user is this one, this is the email, this is the password, and by default the role is taken, that is actually user underscore id and created time. Okay, so we're getting all the data here on the console. And if we get the data in the console, what you have to do here on this, actually we need to save it to the database. So that's why the method is, we'll call await, and then we'll call the user, and then we will have save method. So it's very simple. And after them we will just send a status. So res dot status will be 2000, and then we will have a send. We will pass a message. The message will be user registration successful. And if you want to pass data, you can just pass the data, or you don't need actually to pass the data, or if you want then you can just include here. So you can just define user is user. Okay, so let's check right now. If you just hit the request again, look, user created successfully, and this is actually the user data. So if you check MongoDB right now, we will have two collections, and if you refresh, a new collection will be created. You can see this is the users collection. If you click the users right now, refresh it, uh, wait, a new user is created. You can see this is the user one, this is email, password, everything is there. So you can see we have created a user data here. Actually we register a user, but here the problem is that the password is actually the default password. We define it. If anyone have the access of the database, or if anyone have the access of the user, then he can easily track the password. So we cannot keep it this way, it's not the same. So that's why here we need to secure this password. We will hashing this password. How you can do that? So to do that, actually we will have a package. So that is actually bcrypt. You can search bcrypt. So that is actually bcrypt. We can use this npm package. So let me go to the npm.js, and here we need to use it. So we'll copy it, and here let me open the terminal. So our server is running on this terminal, and here we'll have a left terminal. Let me clear this, and here you can see, make sure you are on the backend path. So hotels rooftop slash backend part, we will have to install bcrypt here. So let me install it. Okay, installed. Let me close it. Now we'll have to use this. So to use this, if you scroll a little bit, here you have to require it at first. So where we will do it, when we are creating a users, we need to hash the password. So here we will just paste it on auth users routes, these routes. Let me keep it here, bcrypt, and then we will create a middleware. Oh sorry, actually we don't need to define it here. We will keep it on users model. So it's users model, and here actually before we creating any document, we will hash the password. So after this user schema, we will have a pre and post method on user schema. So on mongoose, actually you can do some specific method for schema. So for hashing before database, we will define user schema. We will call user schema, then pre. So what we will define, what we will do before saving the document. So we will call pre, and here the method will be, look, here actually we will call the save method. So before there we will define it, it will be save method. So this is save, document save, and after then actually we will have a async function. Then let me define a thing here. At first we'll get the user. So that's why we will define const user. This user will be simply this. Then what we will do, we'll check if the users there. So we'll check if no user dot is modified method. So that is actually modified password modified. Then here we'll pass what modified, that is actually password modified. Then we'll return true. We'll call actually the middleware, so as a middleware, so that's why we'll call the next. And this will be, it's not actually the arrow function, we'll have to use as a regular function. So let me do that. So here actually simply async, we can edit this will be a function, and here this is the regular function, we don't use arrow function here. And this time it will be next, we'll call the next. Okay, if already password modified it inside this user, the password is already modified it, then it will simply return the next. If not modified it, then it will actually hash password. So that's why here hashed password, and that would be, we'll call await. And this way if you check here actually, look, bcrypt dot hash, so this is the method bcrypt dot hash. So let's do it. Bcrypt dot hash method, and inside this actually, look, here the password field is, look, if you check your database users collection then password. So that's why we'll define user dot password. You can see it's actually suggesting from the documents, and we will define a salt key. So that is actually the salt round, so that is actually 10. We'll define a round, so that is 10. So let me define a comma and let me define 10 by default. Okay, so that is the thing. After then what we will do, we'll define user dot password. User is an object, so we can just use dot notation here, and then you will pass this as password. It's done. Next, let me call the next function. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, so let's check it. So for now let me drop this database. Let me click this delete and write this collection name, drop it. So we don't have any users here. Now we'll hit this register a new user. Let me define the users email and password, everything is fine. Now let me click this send button, and you can see a password is hashed here. And if you check your database, do a refresh, here click this users, you can see the password is now hashed. So no one can understand what is actually, it's a random string generated using hash. Okay, so our registration is completed. Now we'll need to implement login functionality, so that's why here login a users. So for this actually, router dot post method, again will request a post on login. So this is actually login, and here actually we'll have a async await. So async function request response, and inside these actually we will have same thing. So try catch block inside this catch, let me just console this error and paste it here. Failed to login, and login failed. So we can just define login failed, try again. Okay, so inside this route, actually what we'll do, at first let me console log the body. So that would be request.body. So if anyone hit this route, it will just console log the body. And so let me create a route for the login user. So here let me copy all these routes and keep it on login, and this will be post method, and here the path will be login. So let me edit localhost slash api slash auth slash login, and inside this body tab we will have to pass. So when you are just login, you need to check the email and password. So that's why email password we can just get it from the user's registration. So let me copy all of this and we will just do the login. So we don't need username, we only need email and password. And if we just now hit this send button, then if you check the terminal here, go bottom, you can see the email and the password is this password, the specific password. Okay, but the password is defined here. So if you have this, you can simply destructure it. So let me destructure. So we'll define const, we will destructure it from request body, we'll destructure firstly email and then we'll destructure password. Okay, so let me comment it. And after this, actually what you have to do here, we'll find the user. So that's why const will call a variable that is users. Here we will apply await method and we will find a users using user model, then find one, and here we'll pass email. So we'll actually search based on the email. This is the email. As we're using advanced actually JavaScript, we don't need to do this way. Okay, we can simply do this way, we can keep email. So is this email is correct? So let me check the spelling. Email, email, maybe it's correct. Okay, so after this, so let me check console log here, console log user. Okay, so I will hit again, and if you open the terminal again, let me go to bottom. Here you can see the user is founded, the users has the username, this is email, and this is the hashed password. So if the user is found, next option is that, let me comment it or let me delete it, actually we don't need this. So we'll make sure if no users, if the users is not there, we'll send a status. So that would be return, and that would be a status will be 404, and then we'll define a message. So that would be users not found. Okay, here will be a string. Okay, so users not found. Okay, but if user is there, we need to match the password. So that's why here we need to match is match. So we'll actually match the password. So for this, actually here we will call await, and then we will call this user, and then here actually we need to match a method. So that is actually compare password. So compare password, and then we'll pass the password, we'll pass this password here, sorry, inside this parenthesis. But it's actually not work until we input, we define it. So where will actually define it? So we need to define it on users model. So above, after this schema, after this pre-meteor, here we will actually compare password when login. So for this, actually the method is very simple. It takes a few line of code. That is actually user schema dot methods, then we'll define compare password. So compare password, and then here actually we'll have a function, then we'll have to receive it as a parameter. So can date date password or given password. You can just define it anything. Let me define it given password or something like this. And inside here actually we will return, we'll call bcrypt, and then we'll define the compare method. We'll compare based on the this password. Actually we will compare this password with our password. So this dot password. So this is finally done, and now actually it will work. So this is actually compare password. This will actually work right now. Make sure this text and here the text is the same. So I'm just checking it again. Okay, so let me define if not match. It will just let me send a status. So we'll define return, and the status will be 401, and will miss password invalid. Okay, so after then what you will do, you will need to generate a token. When you are just login, you will create a token. So here actually we'll do authentication, so that's why we'll generate a token, but we can do it a little bit later. But before that, let me here actually add a to do task generate token here. We will do it in the next video, but right now what we will do, if everything is there, we can just simply return a status code. So res dot status, and we'll define 2000, then we'll have sent, we'll define message. This message will be login successful, and then here actually we can just create a objects. The objects will have underscore id, email, and username. We don't we can just pass the role actually. So we'll define it actually when the status is 2200 actually we will create a user, and inside these users we don't pass the password, we will just keep user id, then we will have actually we can keep it underscore id, and then we'll have email, we will have username, and we will define the role. Okay, so that is the thing. So let's do it. So for now we will try with a wrong password. So I'm defining a wrong password here, and if I just click this, it's actually look invalid password. So this password is not valid. So let me keep it the correct password, but here we make a mistake. So that is actually user 2. So email is invalid right now. Okay, let me click create here. So user is not found because here there is no email that is related to the user email user1 at the rate gmail.com. Okay, so now I will try with the perfect username and password, and if I click send, you can see login successful, and we're getting a objects. So inside here we'll have underscore id, we'll have email, we'll have username and role. Okay, so that means login working successful. Okay, so this time actually when we're just log in, we need to generate token, and we'll keep it on the actually when someone is login, we'll just keep store the token to the browser's cookie, and we'll access it for implementing authentication. So that's why here we have a to do. So let me just remove the to do, we'll do the token. So that's why let me define const, we'll generate a token. So we'll take a variable, and here we'll define await, and we'll need to define a functions. Actually the function is generate token, and here we'll pass user dot underscore id. Okay, so now we'll have to write a function for generate token. So for this actually, look, we'll generate a token inside the middleware. So inside this src folder, we'll create a folder for middleware. Inside this middleware actually, we will have a file. So let me define generate tokens, generate token dot js, and this will be a function. So that's why let me define const, and we'll have the same thing. We can simply copy this and keep it here, and this function will receive a parameter, and let me define the parameter that is actually user id. Okay, so for this here actually we will use jwt token. So that's why here we'll search jwt npm packages, and you can see json web token. So this is the JSON web token, and if you visit the jwt.io, this is the official website. We will implement our authentication and authorization using the JSON web tokens library. So you can see a lots of libraries is there. You will have debugger if you want to debug any token. If you just pass your token here, it will debug, and just look here has three parts. One is actually for the headers. This is the headers, here is the payload, and this is actually the signature. So you can see this is actually this token is validated, and here it's the hashing this data. It's actually hashing this data. We will passing the payload. Here you can see we will pass, if you check, we will pass the payload as user data. So user id will pass it as a payload, and we will receive it. And here actually we need to define jwt authentication. So that's why at first we'll define npm json web token. You can copy it, and let me open the terminal. Here on the left side we are just defining our installation packages. So let me call npm I json web token. You can simply type it manually, json web tokens. Okay, that is installed. Now how to use it? If you scroll a little bit, then you can see at first you will have to require it. So let me copy it, and we will use it at the top. So we have to use it at the top. We don't use var, actually we'll use const keyword. Okay, so we'll require it. Then we need to generate a token. So we'll generate a token and keep it on env folder. So here after this actually we'll have jwt json web token, and then here we'll define its actually secret underscore key, and we'll keep a key here. So how to generate a key? You can use any secret key 123 or any string. You can just define that. So you can define A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and all of this stuff. You can add some number. You can using this way, or you can use a node method. So we will use the node method. That is actually crypto random bytes. So you will search crypto random bytes, and then here actually you will see a stack overflow. If you go there, you will see, if you go at first, you will have to require crypto, then you will have random bytes, you will pass the string. So it's actually 32 bit, and we can just copy this string. Okay, so here, open the terminal again. On the left bar we will type node and then press enter. Then node will run on the terminal, and now we'll copy this one and we'll paste it here. If you press enter, you can see it, you will get a string. But if you need a larger string, here you will have to edit a little bit. That is actually 60, sorry, let me remove everything and do it again. We'll have to define 64 bit. Okay, so let me define here 64. Okay, and then if you press enter, you can see it's actually the larger string. The 32 64 actually defining the number of characters. Will just do it here. So we'll copy it and then we'll keep it inside here actually. So this is a JWT token string. So, and right now if you just stop this, you can have to press Ctrl C and again Ctrl C. Okay, so that's gone. We'll have a token here, and now here actually we need to access the token. So that's why here we'll even const and JWT underscore secret, and that would be, we will call process dot env dot, and the text here, that is actually secret key. So this is the key. Okay, so now we will go inside these functions. Here we will take a try catch block. Try catch, if any error happens, we'll simply console log the error. Console dot error, we will catch the error, and here we can add a comment. So that is actually, let me define error generating token, and when that is done, we will throw a error. So throw error. Okay, so that is done. And now here actually in this try block, at first you need to define const user, and here what we will do, we will define await. So if you define await, you will have to use async. Okay, so we'll use await. We'll call the user model. So let me import the user. So we'll import user from the model. Then we'll define find one method, sorry, find by id, and we'll get at first the user. And if you get the user here, if not user, then we can just throw another error. So throw new error, and the error will be user not found. But if the user is found, here we will generate the token. So that's a const token. So to generate the token, actually the method is, if you check the packages page here, actually to generate a token, jwt.sign method. So that will be jwt.sign method, and here you will have to pass your data, then a passkey, then the optional timeout. Okay, so let's do it. Here we'll have jwt dot sign. Then here the first value will be the user's data. So here the user data will be user id. The user id will be user dot underscore id. Then we will pass the role field. The role will be user role. You can keep only one data. It's actually not mandatory. You can don't pass password here. Actually you can just use username. You can just define anything here but not the password. So after this, the second parameter is the secret key. So we have already generated the secret key. So this is our token, and after this secret token we will define the expiration. So the expiration will be inside this parenthesis. So if you check here, actually you can see it's actually calculating this way, but if you scroll a little bit you can see you can use this way. Expiration will be expire in 1 hour. So let me copy it and paste it here. So this is the way, and after then you can simply return the token. Okay, so everything is done, and finally we can module export the modules. So module dot exports, and that would be generated token. Okay, so now here we'll back to the auth routes, and we use this is here but we need to import it. So let me import it from the middleware. You can see it's actually imported here. So generate token from the middleware's folder. Okay, so if you have, you can just console log this token, actually clg token. Okay, so let's check if the token is generated or not. So I am hit again, click here, login successful, and we'll check the terminal here. Go at the bottom, you can see a token is here. So this is the token we are generated. So if you comment it here, you can see generated token. Okay, add a comma, you can just define a colon. Let's hit the API again. It's login successful, and here you can see generated token. So this is your token. It has 3 parts that I have shown here. Actually it has 3 parts. Okay, so you can check it this way. Let me check if it's work or not. So though it will not work right now because we don't signalize it. Here you can see it's actually invalid signature, but here you can see we have passed user id. So this is the user id and this is the user role. Okay, so you can see the id is f5, and if you check here you can see f5. So it actually getting the data here, but it's actually invalid signature. We'll have to verify it. So that's why I hope how you generate the token, and now we have to set this token to the headers. We will set it to the actually browser's cookie. So for this, actually to set it on browser's cookie, what you have to do, you have simply define here res.cookie, res.cookie, and here on these actually we'll define the name. The name will be token. This is the cookie name, and then here we'll pass the token, and after then actually we can have some options. Here we can just define when the it will expire or others properties, but right now here we'll define https only, that will be true. Then we'll define secure true, and then we will have same site true. So this is the value. We need to modify these counts. So here we can add a comments in enable. You can just test it when actually you will just access HTTPS. So right now if you check here actually, so here you can see it's actually HTTP. It will not work this way. You must have to call HTTPS. So that's why here it will not work. Enable this only when you have HTTPS. Okay, otherwise you will have to keep it false. Okay, we will do it later, but right now let me set it there. And finally, when it's done, finally here before the users, here we'll pass the token. Okay, so right now everything is fine. Let's test it again. So let's try to do with a wrong password. I will have to define a wrong password and try it. So invalid password and no token generated. If we try to proper password, you can just see message login successful. Here is your token and this is your users. Okay, so I hope you can understand it's working. Okay, let's try to create a new user, and this user will be user2. Let me define here, that would be user2, and then password will be same. Let me send it. Now you can see we'll have two users, and if you check on MongoDB you will see we will have two users. You can see two users. We'll log into the second users using password. Okay, so for this actually here login, and that would be user2, password is same. Let me hit again. You can see this is your ID, this is email, this is username, and this is role, and it's actually token. So after this, so let me close this, and this time actually we'll implement logout functionality. So logout a users. So for this actually what you have to do, so router dot, so for logout actually it will be again post request, and here we'll have slash logout, and then we'll have async, then we'll have request response. Inside here we'll have try catch again. So sorry, let me create it from the empty try catch. We'll have to just define the error if any error happens. So let me clg, and that would be error console dot error, and we'll get fail to logout, and let me define a status code, that is 5 logout fail 500. And inside this try block actually when logout we need to remove the cookie, so that's why here we need to define res dot clear cookie. So there you will have a method clear cookie, and you need to define the cookie name, so that is actually the token. You have to define it, the name of the token. Okay, and finally we'll send a status, so that would be res dot status, and that would be 200. And here we'll define a message, so that is actually send message. The message will be log out successful fully. Okay, done, something like this. Okay, so let's test the API. So for this actually we will have to create a new request, and that is actually again it's post request. The path will be same path. Let me copy it from the login. Here we'll have the changes. Instead of login it will be log out path. So for the logout path actually we don't need to define any body. If you click this route it will log out everything. So if you hit this you can see logout successfully done. And if you want to check the token, so let me if I just check the token. So we'll just not need, actually we'll just do it later. We not need to define it. So logout functionality is working. It's a very simple functionality. So after this logout functionality, we'll have to implement another route. So that is for get all users. Okay. So here I'm adding a comment, get all users. Okay. So here is actually how you can do it. Here simply it's actually get all users, not it's actually get users. Okay, or keep it get all users. Here what we will do, we will have router dot get method. Here we'll have slash users, then we will have async function. So that would be request and response. Here inside this, actually let me keep a try catch block. Let me keep all this here and let me edit the text. So here the text will be error fetching user, error fetching user. Okay, and we will have something like this, failed to fetch user. Okay, so inside this try block, actually we need to define a variable. So here is actually we will define const users equal, here we will have await, then we will call the user model, then we will have a find operation. Inside this find operations, by default we will define empty objects. After these empty objects we will have another property, so that is actually we'll have id, then we will have email, and then we will have role fields. We only get all of these field data. Okay, so that's why these thing. And after these, actually what you will have to do here, we only get all of this data. So after these, actually we will send a status, so that would be 200. We did the same status lots of time. Then we will have to send a message. The message will be sorry, message will be users found successfully, and we can obviously get the users data. So that's why here we simply define users. Okay, so let's test it. So for this, actually we'll have to go to postman. We will have all the routes. So right now we will define another request, so that is actually add request on users. Here this is get wall users. Okay, so let me copy API from the above, from the logout actually, and keep it here. Instead of logout it will have the users. Okay, let me check, it's actually slash users. So we define it and it will be get method. So right now we can hit this API. So let me click send. It's actually fetching. You can see we will have two users and we're getting two users including ID, email, and role. Look, the thing we define is here. It's showing it here. That means we will have ID, email, and role. So that's the thing. I hope you understand how it's working. And then we will work with another route. So that is for how to delete a user. So for this, let me add a comments, delete a user. And here, so we will have, sorry, we will have router dot delete method. So for deleting we will have delete method, and the path will be we will delete a users based on ID. So that's why clone ID. Here we'll have as usual async function. Here we will have request and response. Then you will have a arrow function. Okay, as usual we will have try catch inside this catch. So let me just copy the console.error and keep it here. Here we'll define failed to or you can just simply define error deleting users, and you can just copy the same text and keep it here. Okay, and inside this try block, what you have to do at first, you will have to get the id. So that's why here we'll find const and we'll destructure the id from the body. So that would be require dot params. So it's actually params, not the body. So what we will do, we'll get the id. So this exact id we will get here. So after getting this id, we can just define const user equal, we will have await, then we'll call user model, then we will have find by id and delete method. Inside here we can simply pass the id. So that is the operations you need to do. After doing this, we can check if no user found, then we can just simply define a, we can return a status. So return res.status, that would be 404. Then here will be sent request, so that would be message users not found. Okay, and finally we will send a status. So res.status 200. Then we will have to send a message. The message will be user deleted successfully. Okay, so that is the thing we'll have to do. Okay, let's test it. So for this we need to add another request. So here add a request, this is delete a user. Okay, and now we can copy the routes. So here we'll copy everything from the get all routes and we'll paste it on delete routes. And here actually the api is, we'll have to define user selection id. So at first we need to get all the users id. I will get it from the get all users. Here you can see the two users. Let me copy the id of second users and we will pass here. So we'll have a slash and we'll paste it. After then let me send a request, but before that let me choose the method. It's actually delete method, and if I hit send, you can see users deleted successful. And if you back to the user one, if you send again, so why it's actually not showing, it should delete. Wait, so let me check on MongoDB or we get any error or not. So let me check it. Okay, MongoDB is running properly. Okay, here will why actually not deleted. Wait, we'll have two users, but it should delete a users. Here auth users underscore id, and let me check the id again. Here request, let me copy the second id and we'll have auth users slash id, users slash id. Okay, let me console log here. So clg id. Okay, let me try again. If I click send, users deleted successful, and let me check the console. Yeah, that is found. And maybe let's check get all users. It's actually not deleting from the data. Why? Okay, actually we made a mistake is here. That would be not update, it will be update and delete. So let me write it again. So find by id and delete. So that's I make that update, so that's why the wrong is there. And then if I send request for the delete functionality, click here. Now if we back to the get all users and send another request, you can see the first user is there. So that means our here if you refresh, you can also see the same thing. The one users will be deleted and right now one users available. That means this is actually working. We made a little mistake here, so that's why it's actually not showing. Okay, here on the last request for the auth users, we will have to update the user rule. So we will implement a functionality on front end that when actually admin want, he can uh, assign the role to users to admin. So that's why we need to define another start. So that is actually update a user role. Okay, so here as we are working with update a user role, that would be router dot uh, patch. Okay, or you can use put for now. And here we will have to have access to the users. Then we will have id. As usual, we will have async function. We will have request response, then arrow, curly braces inside here. As usual, try catch block, and let me uh, copy the console log and request response. So here we will implement actually error updating user role. Okay, so we can also copy it, and here we can just also paste it, nothing else. Okay, or you can just define it failed updating user. Okay, so inside this try block, actually what we will do inside this try block, at first we will have to get the id, so from the request params. So that's why const will have curly braces and we'll get request dot params. What we will get an id. Okay, so after getting an id, we will have to also get the role from the body. So that's why we will get the role from the body field. And after then we will define const user equal, will have await, we will call user model. Then we will have find by id and update. Then here actually first field will be the id, so we'll define the id. Then the second field will have the role, and then lastly we will have actually new true, new will be true. So that is done. And then here actually we will check optional checking. So if not user, then we will return a response, return press dot status 404, then send. And here we'll have message, the message will be users not found. Okay, and finally here actually we'll send a status, so that is a status code 200, then send. Here we'll have message user role updated successfully, and finally we will pass the user data. So here actually we'll pass the user. Okay, so let try it. We can simply copy this api, or copy the delete api. Actually it will be the delete api, and then add a new request that is actually update user role. So update user role, and here paste it. Instead of this id we will have to include a active id. For example, here if we go to get all users, you can see we will have on users, and this is the user id. So let me copy it and paste it here. And here on the body, actually we need to pass a data that is actually the role field. You can see we are getting role, so the role field will be admin. Role will be now admin. Okay, now the request will be put, and then what you have to do, we'll have to send it. So let me try it. Click here, you can see this is the user one, and you can see the role is updated to admin. In the previous get all users, you can see the role was only users, but here actually we're getting the role is actually the admin. I hope you can understand it. Okay, so if you check MongoDB, you can see the changes there. No worries. So you can see the role is uh, admin role. So okay, I hope you understand how this will work. So we'll have already complete all our get routes and other stuff. Next we will work with uh, private routes. Actually we will implement token validation process and admin validation process in the next video. So before the validation or process, let me edit or modify our block routes. There we need to work a little bit. So for these, actually let me close all of this stuff, and we will open the block routes, and here we'll have a little task. So at first we'll start from the first one. Actually, okay, so we'll start. We don't need to work anything on the post routes. Here let me check, everything is fine. It's actually we are just posting a new blog post, so we don't have to do anything here. But here on the get wall blocks we can do a little bit. Here on the get on blocks, here you can see we are have a post that is actually block.find. Here we're passing a query, and then here is a sort method. So to understand which author is there, so we can simply keep a thing here. You can simply define a populate method. So here we'll call populate, and then we'll have parenthesis, then we'll have a dot. Inside this populate we will populate the author. So the populate will be author, and the field will be email. So we'll populate the blog based on the author and email field. Okay, so that is the task we need to do it here. And at the top, actually at the create blog post, here we'll have a little task. Look, we are passing a required body, and here actually we will define, we get the user uh, from the proper way. So that's why here we'll define author will be, will get it from the require dot user id. Okay, we'll get the author from the user id. So this is the process. I hope you understand. We will do a little modify on here, and also a modify is here. We'll populate it simply for the get all blocks route. So let me close get all block routes. And next, when we are getting a single block, actually we already populated it. We included the comments here. You can see we included the comments here, so there is no modify. And for update, so let me check, is there anything to do? Okay, no. And for deleted, we also have to delete the comment, so that is done. Okay, everything is fine. And lastly, what you have to do, you have to go to the models, blog models, and here actually you will have to do a little task. So for these actually, what you will have to do, look, here we need a little modification. So that is the thing. We'll have a description that is a string, and here on the content we'll have to define curly braces. We'll have type will be object type, and then we also make it required. We can just copy required through here. Then we need to change the author, so the author will be here. We will have to define it. Type will get the author by default from the users schema. So mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, and then we'll define a reference, so that would be reference, so it will be based on user model, and then we will have required true, and finally everything's done, I think. Okay, so if you have this, okay, let's test it. So for testing it, actually we will close these. Actually the users is now admin, and we will go to the create a blocks. So look, this is the things we can navigate our all the routes from here. We don't have to find it from the top bar. Actually we can get it from, so this is create a block, and for this actually I'm just copying a data from, you can also copy the JSON file data from the data folder, and here you can see this is a block. We can simply copy this, data, and here we can paste it. And now let me modify. We don't need to include dash dash version, we don't need to include this created at. Okay, here we don't need to include the id. Okay, everything is fine. And for the author, actually here we'll have to include a id. So this is the author. What we will do, instead of this way, here we'll have an id of users. So let me give the wall users, and here we will copy the id. Wait, okay, copy the id and go back to the create block. Here you can see we will pass the id for the author. We don't include anything, we will have the id. So that is the thing. So let me send a request right now. Okay, getting an error. Let me check what's the error. The path author is required, so validation failed. That means the author is required, so we pass the author, but why actually not working? So let me check it. Here this is author, maybe we did any mistake. Let me check the text. So this is actually create blocks. Where is create blocks? This is author, and let me check the model. Author, is it correct? Okay, so I think the text is fine, and let me try again. Still getting the error. Author path is required. So actually we will get this author from the request body. we are not getting it's actually from the we will have to use a middleware to working with it. So that's why right now let me define let me keep it remove, and here let me add a comments. We'll have to use this when you protected you have verif token verification. We'll have token verification or verify. Simply keep it this. Okay, we'll do a to do here. So we'll use this author when we'll have token verify. So I think it will right now work. Okay, post created successful. You can see a post is created successful, and right now if you check all the blocks, then you can see the latest post is this post, and it have the author with and the email. By default, look, we just simply send it only the author user id. Actually we are sending the user id, but it's actually getting, so if you check, it's actually getting the underscore id and obviously the user email. We don't include the email, but it's actually taking by default. As we just write a little code here, actually as we write a little code, we populated the author field with email. So this will be the author field, and we will include the email also. So that's why, so we'll populated it. If you include anything here, for example underscore id role or something, it will also populate it. Okay, so that is the thing. Right now everything is fine. Let's try another post. So here I'm just defining two, and let me hit again. So the second post is created. So let me check. You can see the second post is created successfully. Okay, so this time everything is fine. Let me close all of this stuff. Now we need to work with validation, token validation. So that's why inside this middleware we will create a new file. So that is actually verify token. So we'll verify JWT token when just someone try to access the private route. So verify token .js, and here actually at first you need to require JWT. So we'll define const JWT, will require it from JSON web token, and after then actually you can open the generate tokens. We need this JWT secret, so we'll include it, and let me copy it. Did I work it perfectly? Okay, so after that we'll have a function. So let me define const verify token. This is the function name, and this function will receive three parameters. So we'll have request, response, and next. As it's a middleware, it will receive three things. Then we'll have curly braces, and finally we will export it. So module dot export will export verified token, and inside here actually we'll have a try case. So if any error happens, we'll just console log the error. So console dot error, and we'll get the error. Let me add a comments. So the error verifying token, and then throw a status. So res dot status, so that would be 401. Then we will have send properties. We'll send a message. The message will be invalid token. Okay, and here on this try block, what you have to do, at first you will have to get the token const token. You can see we just store our token to the cookies. So that's why we'll have to get the token from the cookies. So that's why we'll define request, then cookies dot token. After then, if we just console log it, so let me get the token here. Okay, so how to do use it actually? Let me use it for the validation. We'll copy it, and for example, when we are just getting all the for example, when we're getting a single blocks, look, on the block routes here we'll have single blocks. We can just check validation token here. So if you add this token, let me import it. So token, okay, we use the middleware here on the single block routes. So here you can see we're using the verified token route. So right now if you try to access single block, look, get single block, let me give an id here. The id will be, let me copy a id of the latest block and give it, and if you send a request, you will see a token very invalid token. Why actually invalid token? We define a token here, but if I remove this, look, and send a request, right now you will get the data. You can see you are getting the data, but if you include the middleware verified token here, it's actually check if the user is verified or not. So for this, if you hit again when you include verified token, it will have invalid token. So how it will actually work? Look, we need to generate a token first, then we'll have to set it to the authorized header. Okay, so for this, at first let's go to login routes. Here let's log in to a user account. So I'm using this user one and the password. If I send request, look, we're getting a token, and this is our verified token. We'll copy this token, and now here we'll go back to the single blocks. You can see it's actually right now invalid token, and if I click the authorized tab, then we'll include barrier token. And if I set it here, and right now if I send the request, you can see here actually you will get a token. So your verified token, you should get a token from here. Okay, the token will be set on actually. You can just check it this way. You can check it on headers. Actually it will set to the browser cookie, so that's why it's actually not showing, but you can check this way. So let me define const token 2, and here we can just define request dot headers, and let me comments this for now. And is our server is running? Okay, server is running. Let's try again. The request is now, there is no error, it's actually sending a request. You can see that you are getting the barrier token from here actually. Okay, I hope you understand how it's work. Actually we're using a request token actually, so that's why it's not showing. But for now when we will complete this, it will work, so no worries. And let me remove it. So here, after getting the token, you can see we're getting the token here. So after getting the token, we'll check if there is any token. So we'll define token. So let me close this. If no token, we'll return a status. So return a status, that is 401, and no token provided or not, something like this. And after then we'll have to decode it. So that's why here decode decoded it, we'll have to use JWT, then we'll have to use verify method, and here we'll have to pass your token. So let me pass your first parameters will be your token, and then second parameter will be your JWT secret. We'll pass JWT secret, and then here we'll also check again. So that is actually decoded. Inside this decoded dot, here we'll check user ID, then we'll just return another response. So the response is here, it will be user ID not found, user ID not found in token, or invalid token, or you can just invalid token provided. Okay, something like this. And finally, if everything is fine, we will define request dot user ID, and that would be decoded dot user ID. So here is decoded dot user ID, and after then we'll have to define request dot role. The role will be decoded role, and finally we'll call the next function. Okay, so this is our perfect middleware. Now we'll test it. Okay, let's do it. So right now you can see a error, but let me generate a token. We'll go to the register and let me log in. So here we are getting a token. Now we'll go back to the get a single block. Here we need to change the token because we generate a new token. And here if I send request, invalid tokens, or actually let me check. Okay, it's actually not parsing. We'll have to use, for now, let me comment it, we'll have to use actually this way. For now we will, when work with the front end, we'll include this. Okay, so let me do this way, and here we'll have request header, authorization header. Okay, now I think it will work. Let's try it. Okay, you can see the post is fetching right now, though we'll have our routers is protected. Here you can see our get single block route is protected, and you can also protect the others so that without the verification token no one can access these routes. You can also validate, no one can edit or update post without the verification token. You can also delete, include it also on the delete field, so verified token. And here also you can include all the routes, and we don't check it for the single block, so we'll remove it from here. Actually it will check when someone try to create a new block, so we'll keep it on the new block here, verified token. So let me recap again. So where we'll keep our token, we'll keep our verified token on post route, so slash create post route. Then we'll just check it when we're patching, that means updating our blog post. When we're deleting, we'll include the single word here, and when deleting post, or actually we not required the required for the last one, so related post, it's actually not required. We only required for delete, update and create methods. Okay, so without actually verifying token, anyone cannot be edit or delete our post or create a new post. Okay, so that is the process. So right now if you want to create a new blog, so for example, if you try to create a new blog, for example it's actually third number block, and if you send request, you will see the token is not provided. You will have to copy the token from the login actually first, and then you will have to go back to the create a blog. You will have to click the authorizations here, choose barrier token, and you will have to pass your token here and send request. After just adding this token, the post is created. Without this token, actually the post will not create. So this is the last task we'll do. We'll create a new middleware, that is it will actually check if the user is admin or not. So for this actually we will click this middleware, and here we'll define check admin. So we'll define is admin or something like this, it admin middleware, so it will be a javascript, so js file. And here the same process for the is admin middleware, we'll define const a function, so that is admin, and then we'll have same thing, it's a arrow function. This arrow function will receive three things. It will receive response, it will at first it will receive request, then response, then we'll have next function, and then here actually we'll check if require dot role is not equal admin, something like this, it will send a status, so that is actually return a status res dot status, that would be 403, and then it will send a message. And here let me define a success message. Success will be, and then we'll send a message. The message will be you are not allowed to perform this action. Please try again. Please try to log in as an admin. Okay, so if not, then we can just call the next function. And finally let me export it. So module dot exports is admin. Okay, so that is the admin middleware, and we also use it for the blog routes. So for this blog routes, let me use it here. So when creating the blog post, we will also check if the admin can just post it. So here we'll also use the is admin middleware. After this admin verify is admin middleware, look, so after this firstly it will verify the token, then it will verify the admin. Okay, now this time actually we will test the whole API. Okay, let's try it. At first we will create a new users. So let me create a new users. The users will be user 3. Let me define the same thing, and if I send a request, you can see the user is created. And if you check your MongoDB, you can see user 3 is this user, so that means it's actually created. So after doing this, what you have to do, let's try to create a new block. Here we will click this create a block, and for now if I send a request, so let me remove this token. Actually we don't include the token, and firstly without token we will try it. So let me change the body. Here we'll have a final test 1, and we will send a request. You can see token is not provided. So how to get token, you will have to log into the account. So for this actually you will click this login users, and here let me define the user is let me check, the user is actually 3. Let me copy all of this stuff, go to the login routes, and here let me paste it. We don't need to include the username, so we'll exclude it. And right now we'll have sent it. You can see we're getting the token. So we'll copy this token back to the create a new block, and here we'll click the authorizations barrier token, and we'll pass this token. Look, I'm just providing the token. So what do you think? If we provide the token, can we post, can we create a new post? Okay, let's hit. You can see it's actually showing a message. The message is successful and you are not allowed to perform. Please log in as admin. So this is actually the same thing here. The message we define is status success false, and message is this message and this message is same. So we will have token, but we cannot verify, we cannot perform the action. Why? Actually you must be a admin. Look here, actually right now you are not a admin, you are a user, so you must have to make the role is an admin. So you can simply just edit this field and you can just define admin here, or you can just perform another actions. Here is a update user role, so you can just perform this. Actually here you will have to copy the id, so let me copy this id and we'll include it here, and let me define make the user 3 is admin. So I'm just hitting this update user role field request, and right now you can see user 3 is now admin. You can also check it on MongoDB, refresh it. So you can see admin 3 is now admin. So we will check our verified token, we will have our token, and right now we are admin the specific users. So here inside this body actually we need to include the author. So this is the specific author, so we'll have token, we'll have admin author, and if I send request right now, you can see still we're getting not allowed. Why actually? So let me check. Okay, the thing is that we said here we'll have to do a little task, we'll have to include a little task. So that is the thing, will include this author and request id here actually right now. And let me remove this, and this time if you send request, let me check what the error is there. Okay, no error. Let me hit again. It's actually please log in again. Maybe the token is expired. Copy this, go to create block, let me authorize header, we'll have to paste it, and on the body actually maybe the author is perfectly, so we'll have to go to login here. Let me copy this and go back to the create block. We'll have to edit the author field, and finally if I send request, look, the post is created after here including the author id, specific author id, that is actually the user 3. You can see this is actually user 3 id, and you must have the authorizations header, then you can able to post. So it's actually secure. So from the actually from the API testing, it's actually you can just feel it's actually a painful task, but when we work on front end, it we don't have to manually set the token and get the token. The token and set and get process will be automated. You don't have to manually edit the authorizations here. uh, Authorizations on header, you don't need to define the uh, uh, actually the author id here. You will be this task will be automatic, you don't have to repeat this task lots of time. So I hope you understand. Please be patient and stay following. So it's a great pleasure that you have already completed your backend. Now we will upload some data to our MongoDB so that we can work with front end actually. Okay, so for this actually I have already closed all the tab, and here you can see we will have some data. We will upload all of this data to MongoDB, and for this actually, look, I have lots of data and we will have to upload it to MongoDB. Okay, so from here actually you can do a little task here. So either you can just simply remove all the ID properties from here, because MongoDB will generate this ID. Okay, so that's why at first we'll remove all the ID from this, and then we'll also have to remove it. We'll open on by on and also remove underscore ID properties, then these on, or you can just do this way. You can just completely search this way, underscore ID properties. Look, okay, it will not work. Actually, we will have some ID to the other places, so it will not work. So just do it one by one. I'm removing all underscore ID. Okay, and for the last one, so removed all underscore ID. And now what you have to do, okay, go back to MongoDB. You can see our server is running on port 5000, and if you go to MongoDB and refresh, you can see you will have three collection. One is for blog, one is for users, and one is for comments. Okay, so for now, for the blog, actually here is the blog. We'll click this collection, and at first you can see we are creating some random data here. So for testing purpose, we will drop this. So we'll delete all of this. So that's why here, if you hover, you can see following to the blocks, here you can see a delete button. You will have to click here. Then you can see to drop it, that means to delete these collections, you will have to copy this and then here paste it. Okay, I'm just dropping it. Okay, right now we don't have any block collections, and if you refresh one or two times, okay, the collection is not there, but you can just create a new collections. The collections now name will be blogs, and we don't select any others properties. We will have to create it. So now this is blogs, and here we don't have any data. So how to insert data here? Actually, to insert data here, actually you can see insert document. You will click insert document, then choose this curly braces. So this is the way how you can upload array of string. Here you will remove everything, and now we'll go back to our blog.json file. We'll copy everything, and now here actually we will paste it. You can see everything is there, lots of data we will have. You can fold it if you want. Okay, so no matters, actually you have to do all of these stuffs. You can simply just click this insert button, and the data will be inserted. Here you can see we'll have total 8 data. And now if you try to get the API, for example for the blog, it was API slash blogs, and you can see we're getting all the blog posts. So this is the exact blog post that we will have here actually. So right now we are ready to move to backend. So for example here it's that you can see it's actually 15 AI tools, and here you can see it's 15 AI tools. So all the data is you need, actually you already uploaded here, so you don't need to worry about. You have to just copy it, copy all the data from here, and have to post it on MongoDB as I did. I hope you can do it. Okay, just do it, and now we will start our front-end projects. Okay, that's why I will close this on and also close the backends. So hello and welcome again. We have already complete our backend, and right now we'll get started with frontend. So I hope you have just do all the tasks and ready to get started with frontend. So at the beginning, let me show you. Here you can see this is our project folder, and inside this project folder we will have two folder. One is for frontend and one is for backend. Inside this backend folder we will have all our backend code. You can see all the backend code is contained on the backend folder, and right now our frontend folder is empty. There is no files and other stuff here. Okay, So at the beginning, what you have to do, you have to open your terminal, and you can see that there is two terminal. What we will do, we will delete all of this terminal. Then right now we will have only our project directory. You can see this is the project directory, and here actually we will split this terminal. So to split this terminal, here you can see a split terminal icons. You will have to click here. You can see right now we'll have two terminal. One is on left hand side and one is for right hand side. On the left hand side we'll run our front end code, and on the right hand side we'll run our back end code. Okay, so look here, right now we are on this folder. So that's why here you can see hotel rooftops, and here is hotel rooftops. And now we will go inside the front end folder for the left terminal. So that's why to go inside a folder you will have to define cd. Cd means change directory, and then if we define front end, you can type it or you can press tab to get suggestion, and then you can see cd front end, and if you press enter, you can see now your path is changed. The path is actually on the front end. So if you install anything here, it will install inside this folder actually. And we will do same for the backend. So that's why here we'll type cd and b, then tab key. Then you can see it's actually suggesting backend. You will have to press enter. So here it's actually hotel rooftop slash backend, and on the left side actually hotel rooftops slash frontend. Okay, so this time here you can see the first terminal showing its front end and its back end. So it's also showing level so that you can understand which terminal is used. As we have complete our back end, so we can run our back end on the right terminal. So that's why we'll select this terminal, and then we will type npm run start dev. It is our script for running our backend. So that's why we'll press enter, and you can see express node expresses is running, and you can see it's listening on port 5000 and MongoDB is connected successful. So if MongoDB is connected successful, and if you hit this localhost 5000 slash API slash blocks, you will get all the blocks. Okay, and so our backend is running here. Now we start building our front end. So for the front end, actually you can see this is the overview. We will make this type of simple website. Okay, and for the front end actually we'll use React with Vite. So that's why here what you have to do, you have to do go to, actually you can go to your browsers and search Vite React, and then you can see actually it's you can just click this get started. Actually here you can see the command is npm create vite at the latest to define a project. Okay, so let's do this. We will type npm create vite latest. Okay, create vite at the latest. Okay, so I'm typing it, and as we're installing it on the front end folder, that's why we'll define dot slash. If you just install it on current folder, that's why you have to define dot slash. That means there is no specific folder for it, and you have to define press enter. After doing this, it will say okay to proceed. We'll define y for okay, and now you will have to choose your framework. You can see there are list of the frameworks. You can choose React. So for this actually you can use your up and down arrow key from the keyboard. Okay, I'm choosing down arrow key. You can see it's actually going bottom, and if you use up arrow key it will just go above. So when you are on the React, you can see here is a trigger, and it's redirecting to React. So when React is marked, what you have to do, you have to press enter. Then you will have to choose a variant. Variants means you have to choose a language. Which language we will use? You will use TypeScript or JavaScript or Remix. And for this project actually we will use JavaScript, and again for this we will use our up and down arrow key. Let me choose JavaScript. Then you can see inside this frontend folder we will have some folders actually. So this is actually Vite projects. We will have public folder, src folder, we will have others folder, and all of this stuff is created. And right now it says now run all of this command. First one is we'll have to command npm install. So let do it. You can simply type npm install. So actually right now we don't have any node modules, so that's why this command will just install all the node packages to this project. Okay, so that's why here we'll define npm install and let me press enter. It takes a few seconds actually based on your internet, so wait until it's complete. You can see a node modules folder is created and it's done. Next, the next step is we'll have to run projects. So for this actually npm run dev, you can manually type this or you can simply copy it, and here you can paste it npm run dev, or you can just simply type it. So let me show you npm run dev. So this is the script to run our front-end project. So we'll just press enter. And here you can see we are getting a localhost URL. So to see our website, so for this to open it, you have to press Ctrl and click here. So let me press Ctrl and click here. Then if you go back, sorry, actually it's not there. Press Ctrl and click here. You can see a Vite project is created, and this is the default Vite project with React, and you have already successfully created it. Okay, so our project is created. Next we will install Tailwind CSS on this project. Okay, so right now, so let me minimize it. And this time what you have to do, you have to install Tailwind CSS. So for this actually here we will have to search Tailwind CSS, and then you can see tailwindcss.com. This is the official website. We will go inside this website, and then you can see this is the landing page. What you have to do, you have to click this get started. Then it will take you to the installation page. There are few options to use it on your projects, but for us actually we will have to go to this tab, framework guidelines. So click here. Then you can see list of framework guidelines. You can use it on Next.js, Laravel, Nest and others. Okay, but for our projects actually we are creating our project with Vite, so that's why we will have to choose Vite. And right now this is the beauty. You can see it's just giving you a step-by-step guideline. You can follow the first step, create your projects. We have already done creating our project, so we don't have to follow this step. Then we will start actually from the second step. We will install Tailwind CSS. So for this Tailwind CSS, here you will have to copy this and go back to VS Code. You will have to open your terminal. I am dragging it, and here on the left side actually our front end is running. You can see this is the front end, and on the right side is actually back end. So we will click the front end directory, and here you will have to press Ctrl C. You can see now you will have the terminal and command option. Here you will have to paste it, so that's why we will press Ctrl V. Then you can see we are going to install as a dev dependency. We are going to install Tailwind CSS, Post CSS and auto prefixer. These three things will be installed as dev dependency. Okay, so let me press enter. So you can see we'll have added 84 packages and audited 30. You don't need to understand it. Actually we have already installed Tailwind CSS. How you can understand it? So if you check your package.json file, and then if you scroll here, you can see on the dev dependency tab you have installed Tailwind CSS, Post CSS, and here the auto prefixer. The three command we defined it here. Okay, I hope you understand. So let me close package.json file. Next, what you have to do it, so you have to go to the documentation, and here actually you will have to initialize tailwind.config.js file. So that's why this is the command npx tailwind css init-p. Let me copy it by pressing Ctrl C, and here on the left terminal we will have to paste it. You can see we have pasted npx tailwind css init -p. And right now you can see we'll have a tailwind.config.js file created and postcss.config.js file is created. Okay, so this second step is done. Now we'll have to configure our template path. So for this we will have the step 3. So for completing this step 3, what you have to do, you will have to go to tailwind.config.js file. So let's go to, so let me minimize it right now. And here we'll go to tailwind.config.js file, and here you can see it's the tailwind config file. And here what you have to do, you have to copy this content section, copy it, and right now you can see it's actually empty. We will have to replace it, so that's why we will press Ctrl V, and you can see we'll have replaced it. And you can manually just type it, or you can just simply copy it and paste it here, nothing else. So the third step is done. Then we'll have to define, we'll have to add tailwind derivatives. Actually, to work with tailwind css you will have to define these derivatives. So for this, at first what you have to do, you have to copy all of these 3 lines, and then you will have to look, it's actually saying what you have to do. You have to go to src folder, then index.css folder. Okay, let's do it. We'll have to go to src folder, then we will go to index.cs folder. Here we will have some default code, we will have to remove it. So by pressing Ctrl A, it's select everything, and we will press backspace to remove it. And right now we'll paste these 3 lines, we'll copy it and paste it index.css file. So it's done. Next, what you have to do, so before moving further go here, actually let me show a thing. So if you just start with the first time, let me do the functionality css unknown. Okay, so here let me show. If you start building projects, you will see something like this. So here are some underline, actually there are some warning. How to fix it? To fix it, actually let me show you. You have to go to settings, then go to this settings option, then here you will have to search unknown. If you hover, here, you can see it's actually unknown rule at tailwind css. So you can, if you hover, you can see what is the issues, and you can simply copy this thing, and here on the settings tab you will have to paste it. If you paste it here, you can see it's actually showing the thing here. It's actually unknown at rule. You will have to make it ignore. So if you make it ignore, the error has gone. Can you see how to fix it? If you have the issues, you will have to fix it, and it's actually for the one time task, so you don't have to do it more than one time. Okay, so that is done. Next, let's back to the step, and here the task is you will have to build your projects again. So the command is npm run dev. So let me go back to the VS Code, and here open the terminal again, and right now we'll run our project. So that's why npm run dev, press enter. Our project is running. Here you are getting the localhost URL, and if you back to the website and refresh it, you can see your website is broken. Why broken? We have installed tailwind css, so that's why this is the broken. But here if you check app.css file, there is some styles. So for these styles, actually it's actually not working. So what you have to do, from the app.css you will have to remove all of this stuff. And now back to your projects, you can see tailwind css is working. Okay, let's test it. So for testing it, actually it says on the app.jsx files include this h1. Okay, let me copy it. We'll go to app.jsx. So this is the starter file. Our code is running based on from this actually app.jsx file. What we will do, let me close this. Actually we will delete everything from this block, and right now we'll paste it here. uh, and as there are some warning, we can just simply remove this line and remove all of this stuff. Okay, so now if you back to your projects, you can see hello world, and right now here you can write any css, tailwind css inside this class name. Okay, so for example, if you want to color, we can simply define text color. So you can see text color blue or something like this, and you can see I'm getting suggestion. Why I'm getting suggestion? I'm getting suggestion for a extension that is actually tailwind css intelligence. So here you can see where I'm clicking this tab, and we are just type tailwind, and then you can see this is the extension. We have to install it. You can simply find the install button here. You can simply click here and it will be installed. After installing these, actually you will get suggestion. If you type anything, it will suggest you, and not only it will suggest you, if you hover anything, it will actually just tell you what the css properties is applied here. For example, for the underline, it's actually text decoration line underline. If you see here, if you hover here, actually look, it's actually font size 30 pixels and line height 36 pixel. So it will suggesting, let me add a color. So for this, actually let me define red color, text red, and let me choose darker, so 700. And if you back to your projects, you can see it's darker. And if I remove this underline, it will remove underline from here. Actually there is no underline. I hope you understand how tailwind css work on Vite React projects. So this time actually we will set up React router DOM, but before that we will just do a little task. We have to close everything from here, and right now we will go to tailwind.config.js file. Here actually we will just defining our theming. So we will add some tailwind css colors. Here I just follows a color palette, so that's why we will add this color palette to our tailwind.config.js file so that we can use. So here you can see we will have a theme option, and here extend. If you want to extend anything, for example, if you want to extend tailwind css color, you will have to just define it inside this block. Okay, so let's override some our personal color. So here we will enter and we will define, we would like to extend our color. So that's why here we will define colors, and we will have to define clone, then we will have to define curly braces, and inside this curly braces we will define some color. First color will be bg primary, so this is the color name, and then we'll have a colon, then we'll have the color value. So the color value will be f7, f8 and f9. So this is the primary background colors. Then we will have a primary color, so that's why again we will type primary, and the color value will be hash 222222. Only 6 number of 2's here. And finally we'll have last color, that is actually accent color. So we'll define ancient, ancient, and here the color value will be 34495A. Okay, so all the colors you need, I just define it. Okay, so the color is there. You can just pause the video and include it inside this extend block. Okay, so that is the how to define color theming on your projects, and you can look exactly the same projects I did it here. So finally let's set up React router DOM. Why actually React router DOM actually required for this project? So here you can see this is our home page, and if you just click any of these navbars, for example we are just clicking this about us, you can see it's loaded about us page, and here you can see slash abouts. And if you click privacy policy page, if you click contact us page, so every time if you clicking any of this navbar, you can see there is no reload. It's the beauty of React. Actually, React only render the specific content that is changed. Every time actually we don't need to just re-render this navbar and the footer, it's actually fixed. We can only re-render the content field. Here you can see only rendered contact us page, privacy policy sections, about sections, and home page. So we don't need to reload all the components here. So that's why actually this is the beauty of React. And to import to work with React, actually we need React router DOM that will make sure how we can just navigate to your projects and do other stuff. Okay, so for this, let's start it. We can close the Tailwinds CSS official websites, and right now we'll take a new tab and we'll search React routers DOM. Okay, press enter, and if you scroll a little bit here, router reactrouter.com, will go the websites, and from here you can see get started. We'll click this get started, then tutorial section. And if you scroll a little bit, this is the setup process, how you can set up your projects. So here, this is the basic command, this is the first command, how you can create your projects. We have already done it. We'll also go to the directory where only our directory, and next task is you will have to copy this npm install react router DOM, copy it, and you have to open your terminal, and you can just paste it on the left hand terminal and just do other stuff. But we don't actually stop our terminal every time. We can just have option to create a new terminal. So that's why here we can just click this plus icons, and now you can see a new terminal is created. Here we will run all our front end command. So here on the above, we run our front end projects here, backend projects here, these two terminal, and now here we are taking a new terminal. In this terminal we will use to install all the packages and commands. Okay, so that's why here at first you can see you are on the project directory, you have to go to frontend folder. So that's why we'll type cd and then frontend, press enter. Right now you can see you are the frontend directory. When you are frontend directory, you can simply paste your command. That is actually you can manually type it npm install react router DOM. Let press enter. Okay, so we have installed, and let me close it. And the next step is what you have to do. You will have to add routing. So we'll have to defining what will happen when you click any of this uh, path. So for example, this path is changed, the URL is changed, and the content is rendering. So we'll have to define it using this add router. Okay, how you can do it? So for doing this, actually inside this src folder, we'll create a new folder. Here the folder name will be router, and inside this router folder we'll have a router.jsx file. React actually support JSX syntax, so that's why we'll have to define router.jsx. Okay, and let me press enter. And here actually the magic, you can simply, what you can do actually, you will have to just copy this section. So let me show you. You will have to copy this section, or you can simply create it. So let me just copy this block and let me paste it here. You can see it's actually showing an error. Why? Okay, let's fix it. At first the create browsers router is not defined because we will have to import it. So let me import it. If you just backspace and type react router DOM, let's press enter. It's actually imported, so the error is gone. And now here is an error. It's actually declared but never used. So how to fix it? You will have to use it. or you can just quick fix it. So disable no unused verbs for entire file, and then you can see the error has gone. Okay, fine. Next, what you have to do, you will have to export default this router so that we can use it from the other file. So export default, and let me copy the text router. Okay, so we'll have router setup. And now what you have to do, you will have to go to main.jsx file, and you will have to add router provider. Okay, so let's go to main.jsx. Main.jsx is actually inside this src folder. If you go src folder, you can see main.jsx. Here we'll have app. Actually, this is the render block. So we are getting a div that is actually root div, and here we'll actually rendering our project. So here what you will have to do, you will have to copy this and simply replace this app. Let me replace it. And now what you will have to do, you will have to install router provider. So let me import it from router dom, and let me import router from our folder, that is actually /router/router.jsx. You can see we are importing router from this router. Okay, so it's actually inside router folder, router.jsx, and here we can simply remove this app.jsx. And then if you back to your projects and if you refresh, look, we'll have hello world. But if you check your index folder, app.jsx folder, you can see we'll have hello world but some styles. But why actually not rendering? Let me change it. So here we'll define hello developers, but if you refresh, you can see it's already rendering hello world. Why actually here on the router.jsx it's rendering this div, it's not rendering the app folder. So that's why this code is not showing, it's actually showing only this div. So how to fix it? Here actually you can remove everything and you have to import your app components. So we'll have to type app, let me import it, and then self closing it. So you will have to press / and then close the angle bracket. Okay, so now if you go to the website and refresh it, you can see the tailwind css and the app folder is rendering. So this time what we will do, actually we'll set up the architectures. At the top we'll have number, this number will be fixed, and the bottom footer will be fixed, and on the body content will be changed every time when you just toggle. Okay, so that's why we'll set up this functionality, and actually we'll create an architecture. So for these, actually what we'll do, here you can see we don't need to tailwind.config.js file, we'll remove it. And this time actually you will go to the app.jsx, and here let me remove this h1 block. Here we will take a div. Inside this div actually we will define a navbar. So navbar will be simply navbar for now, and then here we'll define outlet, but let me keep it inside a div. So let me keep it inside a div. We'll take a div, and inside this div we'll define outlet. Outlet will render all the changed component. Okay, child components, and then after this actually we will have a footer. Okay, now if you back to your projects, you can see you will have a number and footer. But why actually there is no outlet? Because we didn't define any content for the outlet. Here on this router we'll have to create child components. So let me create child components, child, and here we'll have to define some child. So for the actually home page we'll have to define a path. The path will be root path, and then we'll have to define a element. The element will be home element, so that's why let's create a folder. So here inside this src folder we'll create a folder that is actually all the pages. Inside these pages, for the home page, we'll define a home folder. So let me organize our project folder based. So home, inside this home folder, make sure you are underlined on home. Then you will create a home.jsx. This is a React component, and here the magic, if I press RFCE and press enter, you can see a React functional component is created. There is an error, you can simply, this is unused error, you can simply remove it. So how I can just simply create these React functional components? So for this, actually you will have a extension. The extension name is actually, let me show you. The extension name is actually ES7. You will have to type ES7. Then you will find, okay, ES7 plus. Okay, this is the extension. You will have to find this extension and install it. After installing it, you can, if you type RFCE and click here, then a functional component will create. Okay, so every time it's actually warning for unused verbs. So how you can fix it? So the easiest way is, you will have to copy this and then we will go to ESLint.cjs file, and here you will add a simple rule. You can have to just paste it, then you will have to define false. Okay, now you can see the error has gone. So this is the way how we can just fix it. Okay, fine. So if you define this and back to the routers, here you will have to define home component. So import home page here, and actually the home components. So right now, if you see your website, you can see home components render through this, actually through this outlet. Okay, so how you understand it? Okay, let's add some css. So here, to apply css, you will have to define class name, not actually the single class, it's class name. Then we will define background color. Our background color is bg primary color, so that's why we'll define bg primary, and then it's actually our background color. It's suggesting from the tailwind.config.js file. Here you can see we'll have defined bg primary, and for the bg primary, actually this is the colors that is showing here. Actually, sorry, where is app.jsx? You can see this is the color, and then here we'll apply min height. So minimum height, that would be string. After then we will define its flex. We'll define flex column. Okay, next, on the div, actually on this div we will define flex grow. Okay, so that is fine. And on the footer, actually you can simply define class name, that is actually empty auto. Okay, now if you back to your projects, you can see this is the navbar and this is the home, and footer is at the bottom. So navbar will be fixed at the top and footer will be fixed at the bottom. So that is the task, you have to complete it. I hope you understand. Let's we'll design our navbar in the next video. Okay, you can see it's we'll have a simple navbar, and this navbar is simply this nav tag. So we don't create it, we don't write it, everything inside app.jsx. Actually we'll define and just break our components and make it simple components. Okay, so for this, on the src folder we will create a new folder that will be components folder. All reusable components will keep inside this folder. So components folder, inside this components folder we will have a file that is actually navbar. So this is our navbar component. So navbar.jsx, let me press enter, rfce, and here instead of this simple navbar we will use nav components. So here we'll delete it. From the app.jsx we'll define navbar, and let me press enter. So if you do this right now, you can see it's actually navbar, and this navbar is from these sections. If you define navbar 2 here, you will see this is changed to navbar 2. So right now we will have the option to design our navbar. So how we can do this? We will have to write all our navbar code inside this component. We'll keep it organized and keep it simple. Okay, so let me close this all unnecessary tabs from here. We don't need main.jsx right now. We don't need all the stuff. We only open our nav.jsx. Okay, uh, navbar.jsx. Here at first, what you will have to do? So for this, actually we'll take a header tag. So let me customize it. We'll use semantic tag. So that's why we'll have header tag. Inside this header tag, what we will do? We will take a navbar. Inside this navbar, we'll have a logo. So that's why a anchor tag, and the anchor tag href will be slash, and here we'll have a logo. Okay, and if you back to your projects, you can see the logo text here. So what you will do, actually here we'll apply some css. On the header we'll apply class name, that is actually we'll apply background, white background, so it is Tailwind css color, and then we'll add some padding to the top and bottom. So that's why py6. Then we'll have border, we'll add some border here. Okay, and now on navbar we'll apply css, and here we'll define container class actually defining by default width will be 100%, but when you are on medium device and a small device, you will define a specific width of max width actually. So you can hover and can see the properties. So after this, actually you will have to define mx auto. This will move your component to the center position. Then we'll have to define flex, justify between, and we'll define px to the padding to the x axis. That means a starting point and ending point, that would be 5. So this is the css you need to write, and back to your projects, and you can see here is the thing. Let me close all of this unused tab. You can see logo is here. Now it's similarly to here. Okay, so what you have to do, you will have to use this logo actually for your project. So how you will get this? No matter, I will provide you a starter file, and there you will find this logo. So for this, let me collect the logo. I will provide it. No matters, you don't need to have uh, any worries about it. So let me copy the logo. Where is the logo? Let me copy all of this, and I just drag it to VS Code and keep it inside this public folder. Okay, so I will provide it. No worries, you will check it on public folder and will find this logo, to logo and Fabcon. Okay, so we don't use text here. We are actually just use a icon. So let me close this, and here instead of text we can simply use image. Let me type img, and here on the src our image is on the root path. So that's why we'll define dot slash, or let me define slash frontend slash public folder, and inside this public folder we'll have logo.png. As we are importing logo from public folder, so that's why if you just use your image from public folder, you don't need to define anything. You can simply keep it slash and then the image name. So if you want to use any image from the public folder, then you can use simply slash forward slash and the image name. And now if you go back to your projects, you can see your logo is here. So we can use a css. We can define a height of this image, so that would be age 12. That means it's actually height 48 pixels. Now if you back, you can see it's actually shaped something like this. Okay, Okay, the image is there. Next, what you have to do here, actually you need some nav items. So here you can see we'll have home, about us, privacy, contact us, and login. We need all of this stuff, so that's why we need to define eval tag. Inside this eval tag we'll have list item. So something like this, we'll have list item. So we'll have li tag. Inside this li tag we'll have anchor tag. Then we can define a path. Then we'll have, this is home, and we can simply copy it for 3 or 4 times. We can just define, this is projects, this is about, and this is contact. Okay, something like this. And if you check your website, then you can see it's actually there. It's positioning on the left side, but we don't use these nav items this way. Actually, what you can do, you can just write a array of objects here at the top. We can just simply define const nav list will defines a array of objects. We, as it's a support JSX syntax, you can write anything, any JavaScript code on this component. So we'll define a array of objects. Inside these objects we'll have a name. Name will be home. Then we'll have a path. The path will be root path. Okay, so this is on objects. We will define comma, and we can simply copy paste it by pressing Ctrl, by pressing Shift, Alt, and down arrow. So for now we are just copying it for 4 times, and now we change the name from here to the second name. Let me check our website. The second name is actually, let me close all of this stuff. Actually, for now we'll have about us, privacy policy, contact us. Okay, let me type it one by one. Here this is actually about us, and for the about us the path will be slash about us. Then we will have privacy policy, the path will be privacy policy. Then the last one will be contact us, and here will be contact us. So when you have done defining these actually array of objects, you can render it from here. You don't have to manually render or just write list. You can simply just do a map operation here using this way. So to do this, simply you have to define a curly braces inside this eval tag, and we will map the nav list and dot map operation. Then we will define, every time we will get two things. Firstly, we'll get a list item and we'll get a index number. Okay, then we'll have a arrow. Then we'll have to take a parenthesis. So this is actually first angle bracket, first bracket actually. So inside here actually you can simply use list item, and inside this list item you can define anchor tag. So instead of anchor tag we can use nav links. Actually React router provide us nav links item, so we can simply import nav link. Why it's actually not importing, let me import this way. Import nav link from React router DOM. So we'll have to define a parenthesis here. So let me cut it and let me define parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we'll have nav link. Okay, now we can use this nav link. Then we'll have to close it. Inside this nav link actually we'll have two. Instead of a step we will have to, and here we will have to define curly braces, we will have to take caret sign, and then here we can simply define list dot sorry, let me define dollar sign curly braces, then we'll define list dot path, and here we'll have to define another curly braces, and we'll define hmm, list dot name. Okay, this is the thing, and now if you visit your website you can see the same thing is there. We'll have home, about us, privacy policy, contact us. So if you have all of this right now, what you can do, you can simply add some styling. So for this styling, let me start from the UL tag. Here we'll define class name, and we'll define on the small device it will be flex, then it will be by default hidden, and items will be center position, then we will apply some gap, that will be gap 8. Okay, let's check. Now you can see it's actually flexed on the smaller larger than a smaller device, and then it's actually the thing. Okay, but here look another thing. When you clicking any of these properties, it's actually by default when it's on home page, it will actually show the this type of color. When you click about us page, we will have this type of color. That means it's just say the reader that the about page is active, then privacy page is active, then contact us page is active. Okay, so that's why how you can do it. Actually, as we are using nav links, there you can write some css for this. Okay, so let me define, let me press enter, and here we can just define class name property, and then we can simply define this way what you can do. So let's get it from the react router dom. Go to react router dom, and then if you click this website, then if you click get started tutorials, then if you hover a little bit here you can see active link styling, and then you can see inside this nav link you can simply defining class name this way. You can simply copy this class name and you can simply paste it inside this nav link items. Okay, if you do this, you don't need to defining the pending, you can simply defining remove this pending option. Also these options you will have simply this. Let me just remove all of this stuff. Okay, we don't need pending here. So if is active any of this list item is selected, we will apply active color, otherwise we'll have everything. Okay, so now if you back to your websites you can see it's though it's you are on the home page but it's actually not coloring. Why? You will have to add a styling for the active class. So what you will have to do, you will have to copy it and go to index.cs file. Here you can simply add a class that is actually active class, and here you can simply apply some tailwind css by using apply method. So at the rate apply, and you can write any tailwind css directly to the .css folder, .css file. Okay, so for this actually what the css we will use, we can simply defining any tailwind css color, or you can simply defining color properties, and here we will define a text color that is actually 1E73 BE, this type of color. Okay, now if you back you can see the home is selected, but if you click any of this actually you will get a not found page, because we didn't set up any page for the about us page, we didn't set up anything for the privacy policy page. When we have set all of those pages it will also work there. So what if I would like to just show you. So for this, actually I can just simply defining it inside here. Actually, let's create some pages for now. So inside this pages folder, click this pages folder and create another folder that actually mini page. Inside this mini page, let me create some pages. The first page will be about us page. Okay, so that would be, let me define it, about.jsx RAFCE. This is about page. Let me define about page, and after then let me create another page that is actually privacy policy page. So that's why here we can simply define privacy policy .jsx RFCE. So we'll define this as privacy policy page, and after then we will have to create another page that is actually contact us page. So this is contact us .jsx RFCE. We'll style all of these pages later, but right now I am just creating all of these pages. Okay, so if you do this, let me, I think every page is created. Let me close all of this tab, and right now we will go to router.jsx, and here we need to define some children. As we will have a on the root path, it will have home, then we will define other children. So we'll have a comma, then curly braces, will define a path. Then what you will have to do will for the about us page, you can see we'll define for the about, actually we'll have this. You can simply copy this and paste it here. Then inside this we'll have to implement a element here. Let me import about. So it's not suggesting why you have to keep this tab open. Then if you search about, so we'll import it from the pages slash mini page. So we'll import the about page from the mini page, and then this is done. Then we will have to set up another routes. So that would be path. Then the path will be for the, let me see, for the privacy policy page we will have this path. Let me copy it and here paste it. Then let me import an element. So that is actually privacy. It's actually not suggesting. If it's not suggesting, you can open the components, then try again, privacy policy page, and then lastly here we need another page. So that is actually path. The path will be contact us page. Let me see here, this is actually contact us, will have something like this. Then we'll have a elements. The element is actually contact. If not suggesting, let me press Ctrl Shift P and reload the window for a little, then maybe we can get the suggestion. So let me try it, contact. So it's actually not suggesting. I'm sorry for that. Let me open contact us page and type again. So import it. Okay, done. We'll have defined the path based on our neighbors path here, that is all the path, and then we'll import for every single path, we'll import a elements here. Okay, so you can see if you do this and back to your projects, so right now, so by default when you just refresh or just came to the first on this website, you can see this is actually home, and if you click about us, you can see about us is selected, and here about us content in there, and navbar and footer is fixed. And if you click privacy policy page, you can see privacy policy page is there, contact us page is there. Okay, everything is showing. Okay, so then back to the navbar, and here after this list item, after this list item, what you have to do, you will have to do, look, right now we don't have any login component, so that's why here we'll have to just define another list item that is for actually login. So simply you can, after this list item, after this curly braces actually, after this curly braces, you can simply take a li tag and can define that is actually login. So you can take nav links components, why it's actually nav link components will have something like this. We will define login, and here for the login the path will be true, so that will be simply slash login. Okay, so if you do this, then I think it will work. So let's check it. So if you see here, you actually see this is the login, and the same thing, it's actually working perfectly. Okay, so our number is done. So you can see that we have number created, and this is actually toggling a specific page. So right now, but here is an issues. The issues is that if you check number to the small devices, actually the number has gone. So there is no number. You can see on small devices, the no number is there. So here we need to fix these issues. So how you can just fix these issues? So that's why we'll back to the code, and let me close all of these stuff. We don't require it. We only need number.jsx file, and here we need to define actually some styling. So at the top, what you have to do at the top here, after this eval tag, we will take a new div. Inside this div actually we will take a button. This button will actually toggle based on a conditions. So for now actually let me define it menu, and here actually we can apply some css. So let's do some css here on this button. We'll define class name, and instead of single quotation we will caret sign, actually it's a backtick sign. Here what we will do, we'll define a css class. Actually by default we'll define px3. Okay, so this styling will not work until you define curly braces, or you can just define okay, no need, actually you can use the single curly brackets. And here at first we define flex, then we'll define item center, then we will have what property, we can keep px3 py4. We have a background, so the background will be something like this, busy hash. We're using custom background fa, and then we will have rounded, then we'll have text a small size, that means text sm, then text gray 500, and on hover actually we'll have text gray 900 or something like this. Okay, now if you check here, you can see a number is created. So this is the number, and we have to make it something like this. So this is our real website. Here we'll have a number something like this. Will when we click, it will just be cross, and here it will show the list item. If you click again, it will remove. So we'll do the same functionality here. Okay, so right now you can see we'll have something like this. If you check it on small devices, it will be something like this, but if you click, it will not happen anything. So for this actually at the top we need to define some states. So at first what we'll do, we'll define a use state hook. So that's why we'll define const, and here we will have a use state. Let me import it. Then the use state will be by default false. So this is actually the false value. And here on these square brackets, we'll define is menu open, and then we'll have set menu open. It's a callback function. So we'll copy it, paste it here, and define it capitalized. Okay. So this is the first use state. Then actually we need to toggle the button. So that's why here let me define const. We'll define toggle menu, and it will be something like this. We can simply define, we'll call this set menu toggle, and then here that will be not is menu open. So set is menu open, inside here we'll define not menu open. So that is the task we need to define. So if you have, actually we can render this button based on a conditions actually. Okay, so here you can see we will have a icon. So for this icon we'll search React icons, and then this is the GitHub React icons official page. From here, at first we need to install it. So we'll copy this back to VS Code, open the terminal, and here on this terminal you can see you are on the frontend directory. Make sure you are on frontend directory, paste the code, press enter. That is installed. Now we will use icons from here. So if you search something like this, you need a menu or something icon, you can search menu, and here you will find lots of icons. You can see lots of icons is there, but which icon you need? Actually we can just check. We have this type of icons, maybe this is the icons, or we can get more sharper icons. So let me check, is there any sharper icons? Okay, we can just get this type of icons. So for this, to use this you will have to input it at the top. So let me input it at the top. Here we can input it, then we will use it. So we'll copy the items, and here actually here this inside these actually we will remove the text and we will show it conditionally. So that's why we will have curly braces. Inside this curly braces we will check if is menu open, then it will show something, otherwise it will show another thing. So the first here actually we will define close div or close icon, and after the clone we will have to paste these icon, our icons. Okay, so we need a close icon. So let's go to the here and let me search close or something, close, then we will get IO close or something like this. IO close, let me check a close icons. This is close, IO close. Okay, we can use these icons, copy it, and instead of simple text we will paste it here. Let me import it from icons. Okay, now if you check your website you will see this is the icons. By default it's actually menu icon. Let me add a little CSS here. So if we define class name and define size, size property is actually work. Size means actually a specific height and width. By default if you define a 6 and width 6, it will work, but as the height and width is the same value, we can simply, instead of this we can simply use size 6. Okay, it's actually a smarter way to write. So if you see now it's okay, and then here we will add the same class name. We can simply copy this and make it there. Okay, so here, but if you click it's actually showing nothing. So how to do this? So here on this button actually we'll have to define a one click. So let me define on click event handler, and here we'll call toggle menu. So toggle menu. Okay, if you do this, you can see the magic. If you now click here, you can see the cross is there. If you click again, the menu bar is there. So it's actually toggling. Let me show it 100%. Okay, if you click the toggle bar cross, okay, it's actually working. So after having this, what you have to do here, so this block is done, we can add some css here. Let me define a comments. This is actually toggle menu. You can add comments if you need. Then here we'll apply some css. That is actually, that would be flex. Then item will be center, and on on a small devices it will be hidden. Okay, something like this. We will apply this class name here. Okay, so that's fine. Let me check. If you just increase the device size, it will see when you are specific on a width, it's actually showing the icons, the items, and then if you go to smaller devices, it's only showing the menu items. Okay, now how to show items something like this, how to show this type of items. So for this, here after this navbar, actually after this navbar, let me close the navbar or keep it there. Okay, not need to close. Here we can add a comments. So menu, mobile menu or something like this, menu items. Okay, so after this comments, what you will have to do, you will have to take curly braces. Inside this curly braces, we'll check is menu open, then we will use and operator, then we will take a parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis, we will just do the same css here that is there. We'll have the same css. We can simply the copy this eval tag and paste it here. Okay, but if you do this, actually look, if you click now, actually nothing happens. Why? Actually you have to use conditional rendering. Okay, so how you will have to do here, actually you will customize the css. Okay, let's do it. From the eval tag, it actually for the mobile menu, we will remove all of this css, and here we will define it will be fixed. Then here we'll define from the top, it's actually taking some margin, so that would be 108 pixel. We are using custom margin, and then we will define left 0, width will be full, then age will be auto, then we will define pb 8, then we'll have border b, then we will have busy white, then we'll have shadow sm, and lastly we'll have z index 50. So this is the thing, and after these, actually we'll apply some css to the list item. Here we'll define margin top 5 and px will be 4. Okay, so finally this is okay, and lastly you will have a list item here. So here we will simply add class name, we'll define px4 and margin top 5. Okay, everything is done. Let's check it. If you back to the website, let me refresh. If you click, now you can see the menu is there. If you click again, it has gone. Okay, so if you click any of this item, you can see it's about page. If you click this item, it's actually privacy policy page, but it's actually not removing. So how you can just fix it? When you are clicking any of these items, you can add another one click. So here actually we'll define on click. We can simply define a callback functions, and then we can simply set menu opens false or something like this. Okay, we are when any of the nav items is clicked, it will just make the set items false. Okay, let me click. If you click, then it's actually gone. By default, the items will gone. Okay, look, it's actually working perfectly. And I hope how you can make mobile responsive navbar for your projects. So next, what we will do, we will set up our home page, something like this. We will have a banner at the top. Here you can see we will have a swiper.js. So we'll make this carousel using swiper.js, and then we'll move to the search functionality, blog card functionality, and others in the home page. So let's do work with homepage. So for this homepage, let me close this navbar. For the homepage, actually we will have home.jsx inside this pages home folder. Inside this home folder, you can see we will have, let me close this main mini pages, and inside this home actually you can see home.jsx file. Here actually we will implement our home page. So at the beginning, what we will do, look here, actually we will have a components. This is a components and this is another components, and that's why here in this div actually we will have two component. One will be for, let me take a div, this will be hero or banner, section. Then we will have another div, so this div will be for blogs. Okay, something like this. Okay, so if you check your website right now, here you can see hero or banner and then blogs. Okay, let's do some styling. So this is the parent div. Here we will define background white, then we'll define text primary, we will define text primary, and then we'll have container. So this is by default container. If you use container, you must use max auto. And finally we'll define some margin top, so that would be m8, and define padding, that would be p. Okay, so if you do this right now, if you go back to your projects, you can see here is the hero banners and it's the same styling that is here. Actually we'll have a white section. Inside this white section we will have content. So inside this white sections we will have content. Okay, so for the hero sections actually we'll make a components. So let's create a components inside this home, that is actually hero or banner.jsx. Actually no mandatory how you name it, so I am just defining it hero.jsx. We will call rfce, that means we are creating a component, react components, and instead of this single div actually we will import this hero component. So that is actually hero, will import it. Okay, so now this is hero component and we need to style same way. We'll have text, we'll have description, then we will have this icons. So for this actually, as hero is imported here, we can design hero on the hero.jsx component. Okay, let's do it. At first here, look, on the left side we will have text and on the right side we will have image. So that's why we actually need two div. So let's take div. Here we'll define text, and here we'll take a div here, that would be image. Okay, so we'll have two div for the hero, and you can see text and image. We need to make it side by side, so that's why this is the parent div. Here we'll define class name, we'll call flex. By default it will be flex column, but on medium devices it will be flex row. Then we'll have justify between, we'll have item center, and on medium devices we will define a gap of 14. then by default gap will be 8 or something like this. This is the CSS that makes our these two divs side by side. Okay, let's check. Here we can see this is the text and this is the image. Okay, can we add a horizontal line or something like this to divide blocks and other stuff? Okay, so at the top actually this is text and this is the image. Okay, so here what we will do, let's back to hero.jsx. We need to define the text. So for this is the div. Let me add a space here. Instead of simple text, we'll actually need a h1 tag. Here that would be the text. The text is the text. I am just copying it here. You can type manually. So hotels with hotel rooftop pools near me, I'm just pasting it here. We'll add some CSS. You can use your own text or you can just copy it from the website. And here we'll have to define on medium devices. We'll have text 5 pixel. Then we'll have text by default 3 pixel. Then we'll define font will be bold. After then we'll define on the medium devices leading, that means line height will be tight. So this is actually line height will be tight. Let's check it. Let me close all of this stuff for now. You can see this is the text. Okay, and after then we need some paragraph, so that's why we'll take a p tag, and there actually we need to define some paragraph. Let me copy it and inside it we'll paste it. And for the CSS, for the paragraph actually we will have to define a class name that is actually py, that means padding top and bottom will be 4 or something like this. Okay, let's check it. Here you can see this is the paragraph, but it actually not showing perfectly. Why? Here on this div we will have to style a little bit, so that's why we'll define class name. We'll define on medium devices width will be half, and then by default will be full and items will be center. Okay, if you define all of those CSS here, then you can see the magic. If you back to the website, you can see this is the text. And now here is another thing you can just do. Simply, if you see here is the image, we can add the CSS that is actually the same CSS. At the top we have to define on the medium devices which will be half, by default which will be full. Then we will have mx auto, and by default for now we just define busy background for now to checking it. Okay, let's check. Here you can see it's now much better. Maybe it's not going to center because here we made it actually item center. It will be actually the text center. This is my mistake, I'm sorry for that. It will be text center. So right now you can see everything is fine. Now let's display image here on this div. So let me remove this background. Okay, we'll have to use image. So for this actually here, to make this type of swiper, you can just swipe it and by default it will actually swipe. So for this actually we will use a package that is swiper.js. You can just search swiper.js, and then you can see this is the website. We will go there, swiperjs.com, and here you will have to click get started. You will have to install it by npm commands. So go to there, open the terminal, make sure you are on the front end path, paste it here, press enter. Okay, that is installed. Next it says you will have to just use this way, but we don't do it this way. What we will do, we will just click this documents, then we will click this okay, we can just go to demos actually. So we will go to resources and demos. From there you can see there are lots of example are given for you. You can see by default slide will be this type of thing. You can make this type of slides. This is for pagination. Actually we'll use a responsive slides that will work for mobile and desktop devices smoothly. So that's why here if you scroll, then you will find responsive breakpoints. So this is the responsive breakpoints. We'll use this type of slides, and as we are using it for React, actually here you can see React options. If you use it on core actually JavaScript, basic JavaScript, then this is the core and others options. We will use it on React, so that's why we'll click this React. Then within a few seconds it will open a code sandbox. Here actually you can see, let me do, at first you will have to just copy all of these from the above. So let me copy, let me import it at the top. So we'll import it at the top. So this is at the top, we'll import it. Then we'll copy these css, these two css. Okay, let me copy it, let me paste it here. This is actually css for the swiper. And then here you can see a pagination modules. We also need this. We will import pagination modules. Then and finally we'll have to use this swiper. What you will have to do here, you can see you will have a swiper block. We'll copy the entire block and paste it instead of this image. We'll simply paste it here. Okay, so if you do this, now if you back to your website, here you can see the swiper is there, though the style is not okay, but it's there. Okay, you can see we will have the swiper. So after having this, what you have to do, look, here you will have responsive breakpoints. But before fixing anything, let me just do a little task here. This is swiper slide. Inside this swiper slide we will have to keep our images. So for this, let's use an image. For example, we'll take a image tag, and here we need to use a image. So I will provide all the images. So let me copy the images. For now we'll just copy all of these images and we'll keep it on src folder, asset folder. Okay, so our images is there inside asset folder. You can see we'll have hero carousel image, we'll have all of these images that is required. I will provide you the starter file and you will find that images on src, then asset folder, and you will find all the images. Okay, right now let me close, and here we will use the images. So for this, actually at the top we'll import the images first. So here at the top, let me import, then maybe this will be img1, the first image. Then we will import it from // look // then will be assets, then hero carousel, then image1. And the same way we will press shift alt and down arrow, and we'll make a copy for 5 times, maybe it's actually 4 times. Okay, so what we will do, we'll change the text. So that will be image2, image3, image4. And this time actually instead of this, the second, it will be the second image. We'll choose second image here. That will be the third image. If you define slash third image, and that would be our fourth image. You can use your own image, no matters. Okay, and now here in this src, what we will do, we can simply show our img1. Okay, so let me remove all of this stuff. We'll keep only one image for now, and let's check. You can see image1 is not defined. Why? Okay, it's actually capitalized. Okay, capitalized. So let me define it, img1. Okay, now if you refresh, you can see this is the image. This is the image, and as it's the one image, so that's why it's actually not working. Let me add some css here. So we'll add some css. We'll define w will be full, then we will have a on large devices we'll have a height, so we'll use ternary attribute. So here the on the large devices it will be 220 pixel, sorry, 420 pixel. Then on a small devices the height will be 96, and by default height will be 80. So this is the styling. So right now if you go there you will see something like this. Okay, so for now actually let's make some copy of it. We'll copy it by pressing Ctrl Alt and down arrow, and here we'll use the second image. Then for the third we'll use the third image, and for the fourth we'll use the fourth image. Okay, so all of this stuff is done, and here you can see all the images, but it's actually not doing anything. So how to fix it? Here is actually you will have to define some editing here on the swiper. Actually you can see here is breakpoints, and by default you can see slide per view, we will make it per view 1, and here on this device width we'll make it 1, and for the last one we'll also make it 1. So this is the breakpoint customizations, and after then actually here at the top, okay, so everything is fine. Let me check. If you refresh you can see every time showing on image. If you swipe you can actually swipe it, but it's actually the autoplay is not working. How to do enable autoplay? So for this actually if you scroll a little bit here you can see autoplay, and for this autoplay actually if you check the React versions, actually it's not doing anything. It's actually including a block that is actually autoplay properties. Let me check. Here you can see it's using a autoplay properties. You can use these autoplay properties, simply copy it and go back to here, and above these breakpoints actually you can include autoplays, and here you can simply define the delay, and you don't need to define anything. And here actually on these modules you will have to include autoplay from server modules, and here you can see the autoplay is imported. So if you do this actually your autoplay will work. Let back, you can see by default it's auto playing, but it's taking much time, so you can customize the timing. Here it's actually 2050 500, we make it 1500, and by default if you now see you can see it's perfectly working. And let's check it on small devices. We'll check it on small devices. Let me, by default it's 2 1. Okay, in small devices it will just show this type of thing. Okay, it's perfect. So this time actually we'll have to work with blog, and we'll make this type of thing. We'll have a search bar. Here you can just do any search. For example, if I would like to search this, let me copy something like this, and if you just type anything and click this search button. Wait, it's actually not working. Okay, so it's actually working now. If you go back and see, by default it will show all the blogs, maybe 8. You can just limit the blog, how many blogs will show, and here actually a search bar, a button, and we will design this type of cards. Okay, so let's do this. So let me close the hero sections. Here on the home.jsx you can see we are just using a div, but we don't use the div. Actually we will use a components named blog or something like this. So to do this actually we'll create a page for the blogs. Actually inside blogs we'll have blog cards and other stuff, so that's why we'll create a new page. This is actually for blog So the folder name will be blocks, and inside this blocks we will have blocks component, so that is blocks.jsx. Here let me create a component, and instead of this simple div we will use block components. So let me import blocks.jsx, input it. Now everything is fine, it's blocks. And this time what you will do, you will design this thing. So for this actually, let me create the component first. Here inside this block, actually at first let me add some space, let me add some class name. We'll define margin top will be 16, then we'll define container, and then mx auto or something like this. And inside here actually at first we'll have a search thing. So let me define a div for now, and this will be for searching, and this is search. Then we will have another div. So this div is for actually block card. Okay, so look, if you check here actually this is search and this is block container or something like this. Okay, so let's create the search components at first. Here actually for doing this we'll have search block. We'll create a component that is actually search blog.jsx rfce, and we'll import this instead of this div. Actually let me import search blog. Okay, fine, let's design the search blog at first. So here actually we'll have a div. Inside this div actually we'll have a input field. Okay, and here we'll have to define a class name that would be wfull, and by default flex. Okay, and inside this input text the type will be text. We'll have a to define a placeholder. The placeholder will be something like this. That will be you can just define search here, or you can just simply show this type of a project's name or something like this. So let me define hotels with rooftop pool near something like this. Okay, and now if you check here actually you can see here is a input field and with hotel with rooftop pool. Okay, so now we'll have to design these input fields, so that's why we'll take class name, and by default that would be py2, px will be 4, then we'll have margin bright will be 5, we'll have w full. So and background color, we'll have a custom background color, so that's why we'll have a square brackets, then f7, f8, f9, this type of color for the background. Then we'll have focus will be outline null, outline none, sorry, it's actually outline none. And then what we will have focus on border. So when focus it actually show a border. Okay, so let's check. Here you can see we will have this. If you click, then it's actually showing a border. You can type anything here. You can see hello or something like this. Now we'll have to make the button something like this. So let me close all of this stuff. It's done. So for this actually, after this we'll have to take a button. The button will be named search. Here we will have to use a class name that would be for the background color. We'll use custom background, so that's why actually square brackets hash 1e 73 BE. Okay, something like this type of color. Then we will have PX for PY to text will be white or something like this. Okay, so now let's check. Here you can see this is the button, search button. So our components is almost created. Now we'll have to uh, implement search functionality and others stuff. So for this, actually what you can just do, okay, we'll have to back to our block components, and here look, we'll define some use state hook. At first we'll have const, then we'll have search, and set search, we'll have use state, and by default it will be empty something, and after then empty string. After then we will have a category. Okay, we don't need to define category actually. uh we can just keep it. Okay, so here actually we need another button that is actually a handler, that is actually search handle search handler. This will receive a event, and then we'll just make a functions. Inside these functions we can simply define set search, and that would be event.target.value, and then we will create another handler. So that is actually const. Here we can just name it change. So when this button is actually clicked, then it will just do, and here we'll define the same thing, that is actually handle search functions, SEAR search, and that would be actually something like this. We can write it the same way. Here we will have to define another user state, so let me copy it, and that would be query give you array, and here we will define set query, and that would be inside this use state. We will have two things. We will have a curly braces, we'll define search will be string by default. Okay, so if you need to define categories, you can just implement those. So let me define, that would be category, and then let me define set category. Okay, and here actually we can just pass this category here after defining a comma, and that would be by default string. Okay, so this is the task, and right now what you have to do, okay, here is the missing. Here we will call set query, and here actually we'll pass two things. We will have to pass this search, and we'll have to pass the query. Sorry, we will have to pass the category. Okay, inside this set query. So this is the task we need to do, and right now here inside this search, actually inside this search we'll pass some thing. Firstly we'll pass the search, and this search will be this search value. We'll just pass as a props, then we'll pass this handle search change. That would be simply handle search change, and then we will define handle search, that would be this handle search. So if you pass from here we can receive it. Let me do this way. Actually let me modify it so that it will be show perfectly. Okay, so if you pass it from here you can receive it as a prop, so that's why you can destructure it, you can get to receive it. You will have a search, so you can simply copy it, you can paste it here. Then we will have to receive handle search change, then lastly we will have handle search. Okay, all of this is done, and now let's modify the search block components. And here actually as we received at the first, here actually we'll define a handle click. So that is actually handle key press. If key press, what will happen? So we'll define it will receive an event, then we'll do something like this. What we'll do, we'll check if event key, if anyone press event dot key, if anyone press enter key, then what will happen? If anyone just press enter key, we'll call this handle search, okay, function. And right now, what the next here actually in this input field, we'll have to define a value. The value will be search value, and then here we'll have on change. We'll call handle search change, and finally on key press, on key press or on key press or something like this, on key press, that would be handle key press. So something like this. So this is the work we'll have to do. Okay. Okay, so that is the thing. So we'll have done this search block components, and for now actually here we need to show block cards. To show block cards actually we'll have to use Redux to face and to actually work with API. We will use Redux to do state management and API calls. So that's why in the next video we will start set up Redux. After set up Redux, we will just render block component and make this type of card, and also implement the search functionality. Okay, so this time actually we will have to set up Redux and Redux toolkit. Okay, so for this we will search Redux toolkit or something like this. Then you can see redux toolkit.js.org. Here actually we will click get started, and then so it will actually get a started page. So you can create a React Redux app, but we have already created our app, but how to use it on existing React projects? So that's why here actually you will have to command this. You need to install Redux toolkit. So we'll copy it and again back it here. Let me check it's on the frontend directory, and then we'll paste it. We'll import Redux toolkit first, and after this actually to work with React actually you also need these packages, that is React Redux. This package will make a combined to Redux and React. So that's why we'll also copy it, and here we'll just make it installation does done. Actually next what you will have to do, so we will use actually RTK query. So for this actually the step is from here we'll click this RTK query quick start. So after installing these two packages we will go through this. At first you will have to create a service or features. So how to do this? Okay, you will have a features something like this. So for this let me close all of this stuff for now. Here inside this src folder we'll create a folder that is actually for Redux. We'll keep all our Redux code here inside this folder, and inside this folder we'll have another folder that is actually features. And look, we will have three type of features. One is for blog, one is for comment, and one is for authentication, so or users. So that's why here we'll create another folder that is actually blog features, and we can also create other features. So second one is for comments features, and then another feature that is for auth. Okay, so we're organizing our code. So here actually we'll work with blog feature right now. So you can see it will say you will have to create a API service. So for this actually we'll name it, click the blogs, and here we'll name it blogs api.js. It's a JavaScript file. You can use TypeScript, but as we are using JavaScript, we will have to use this way. So for this, actually, it's simple. For now, actually, we will have to import this. So let me import it at the top. Then here we will create a API. So define const, that would be blog API, and here we will call create API. Inside this create API, you don't have to memorize anything. Here actually you will have something like this. You can actually copy this thing, or you can just simply copy whole stuff and you can just replace it this way. Name the API key for now. For example, it is actually blog API, so I will rename it blog API. And finally, here what you will have to do, you will at the end you will have to export. So we'll export, then we'll export const, and we'll export curly braces. Then here actually from blog API, what we will export, you will have to export some endpoints. Though we don't have any endpoints, we'll just do this. Let me keep it for now. Actually we'll just do other stuff. We'll customize it. Actually for now, actually export this. So to export this, we'll have to use Pokemon query. We'll just do this. Actually it's a basic setup. We will customize it, all of stuff. But for now, for the next, actually I'm sorry, I think it should just show you properly. So for this, let's do customize right now. What we will do inside this create API, let me delete everything. I will start from the cleaning sheet, and here actually let me do it from the basics. At first, here we will define a curly braces. Then we will need to define a reducer path. So reducer path, this reducer path will be the name of the reducer. So that is actually, can use single blog, single quotation. It will be blogs API. This is the reducer path or the API name. Then here we'll have a base query. If you check, it's actually base query. So let me define base query, and this base query will be phase base query. This is the base query, and here inside these curly braces we can define base query, and this base query will be the backend path. So if you just check how our backend was something like this, localhost 5000 slash API slash blog, this was our blogs route. So that's why we will copy this, and now inside here actually we can simply paste it this way. So this is the base API, but we don't define the blocks here. Actually we keep it the root file. So every projects, if you check your index.js file, you will see everywhere the main thing is that slash API slash thing slash comments. So that's why we'll keep it only API. So something like this. After this base API, we will call another thing. So that is credential. So credentials will make this credentials include. Okay. So this is base API. After this base API, what you will have to define, then you can see here we'll need to define endpoints. So let's define endpoints. Let me define a comma, then endpoints, and here we'll have a builder function. That is actually inside builder, we'll have a builder function something like this. We will have parentheses. Inside this parenthesis we will have this type of API. If you check, you can see we'll have Pokemon name. This is the API name. and we'll have builder.query, something like this. Okay, for this actually to fetch block, we'll fetch block from the backend, so that's why here we'll define FETC is fetch block. So this is fetch blocks API, and here we'll have a builder dot query. So why it's actually not working? It's point, let me check we define anything here. Okay, so the suggestion is not working because here actually a curly braces is required. So let me define curly braces, and inside this curly braces actually we will have fetch API. That's why we are not getting suggestions. So let me check builder dot query. So if you want to search something from the backend, you will have query. If you want to post something to the front end, to the backend, actually you need mutation. So for now we will work with query, and we will have a parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we will have a curly braces. Here we will define query. If you check, you can see we'll have a query. So let me define query. Query will be something like this. Here it will have a function, and this is actually go to define the path, so that would be slash blocks path. And here actually will define, we can receive source from here, or we can just by default we can make this source as a string. Then we will have category. If any category required, we'll keep it, or if need location based filtering, we just define it on backend. So that's why I'm just including it. And here actually we'll define this way: if search value is there, we'll have dollar sign, then we will have this search value, we'll pass it here, and after then we'll have a ampersand, that means ampersand. Then we'll have category, and that would be equal dollar sign category, and after then another ampersand. Then we'll have location equal dollar sign location. This is our query, and after this query actually our API is done, nothing else, you can see. So it's simply this way we just make our API. And if the API is done, we can just destructors it by get use fetched block query. So this is our API name. And if you have the API name, next what you have to do after defining this, you will have to create a store. So where we'll create a store, we'll create a store on the root folder of Redux. So this is Redux. We'll create a store.js file, So inside this store.js file, what you will have, to import configure store. So from React Toolkit, we'll copy the first line, we'll keep it at the top. Here we'll define const store equal configure store, and here we'll have something like this. Let me copy. Here we'll have a reducer, then we'll have a middleware. Okay, so let me define a reducer here. So curly braces reducer, this reducer will be a curly braces. Inside this reducer will define our reducer. At first let me use blog API reducer. So blog API dot reducer path, so reducer path, and here we'll use a colon, then we'll define blog API dot reducer. Okay, so we define our reducer this way, and after then actually we also include a middleware, so that's why middleware, and that would be by default middleware. You can simply copy this and let me replace it here. We'll edit it, so this will receive a default middleware, and here we will concat, that means we'll just add more middleware. So for this actually we'll just define the first middleware will be blogs API dot middleware. If we will have others uh, sections, others actually features, we will include the middleware name here actually. Okay, so that's it. So I think right now it will work, but to do this, next step is after API, after creating a store, you will have to create, you have to use the provider on the root folder. So you will use this way. So for this actually, for this project, I will use it on main.js. Here, we will not keep it the React strict mode. We will call provider from React Redux. Let me define provider, and here we will have to use a store. You can see it from here. We will have to use a store. So let's define a store will be a store. So a store is not there for actually. We need to export it. So without exporting it, it's actually not working. So let me export keyword. Now we can import it. So if you just define a store, you can see a store is imported from Redux. Okay, so everything is there. If you refresh, you can see nothing happens, but I have to check actually the Redux setup is properly done. So for this, you will have to inspect, and now you will have to add another extension actually. That is actually Redux toolkit extension or something like this, Redux extension. You will have to install it from, okay, the extension name is Redux DevTools. It's from the Chrome extension, so we'll have to use this extension. You will have the option to install, and you can simply install it. Let me inspect. Here we can have also Redux. Okay, so after a few seconds, you can see you will have receive a blog API. So your API is set up. You can see we will have a queries, empty queries, will have configuration. So if you just see the API name, blog API, the same name that we defined here actually, blog API. So then you can understand that the project is set up perfectly, and you can just view it on chart, graphs, raw, something like this. You can just check the state, so trace it, test it, and everything. You can just check based on actions, graphs, all stuff. You will find that. Okay, no matter actually. We'll keep it by default this way state. Okay, so let me close it. So API, our Redux with Redux toolkit setup is done. React toolkit setup is done. So as we have setup done, now we will use this API, this use fetch blog query API, and to just show data from the backends. Okay, so for this actually, what we will do? Okay, let me close the store and the main.jsx. Will go to the blog page. So we'll close this. So where is page blogs and blogs.jsx? Here actually we need to get the data. So for this here, after this, we can just get data using Redux. I'm just adding a comments, and here what we will do, you will define const, then you will have a curly braces, then you will have to call use phase based query, use phase blog query, and inside these actually you will have to pass this query. So it will receive a query. Okay, and you can destructure data here. So data, and we can rename it as a blocks. Okay, and if you define some default value, you can just define a default value here. So right now you can just console log the data or the blog, nothing else. Actually you can just console log the blocks as we rename it. So that's why you can just console log the block. Okay, let's check it. So if you just inspect and here click the console, let me refresh. Here is an issues. Okay, and we are not getting data, no data is there. Okay, but let me solve the issues. That is actually no unit key properties, so it's from actually navbar. So let me go to navbar, and here we are using link, but it's actually here we need to define key properties. Key will be index, and we'll have to do it for the above also. Here we'll have a key properties that is actually index, so the error will be gone, I think. So let me refresh, but we're not getting data. Why actually we're not getting data? It's actually, look, our fetch API is blocked by cross origin policy from the backends, including includes method. So as we can simply, for now actually, from this API we can simply remove this for now. And then if you refresh, you can see the error has gone, but we are not getting anything here. The there is no data actually. So how you actually get the data? Why you are not getting the data? When here the mistake is that we define blog here, it should be blogs. Here was the mistake, we just forget the API writing this. You can see actually it's actually not blog, it's actually blogs. Okay, so if you do this, let's refresh it here, then you can see here is a message and all the post 8 post data is there. Okay, I hope you understand this. Okay, so for now, what if you write this actually credential true, and then you will see this cross one is the original policy issues. So how you solve this actually? So if I would like to show you, we will have to go to index. So you will have to go to index.js. Here you can see we'll have use course, and here we will actually have to use a middleware that is actually inside this course. We need to define a curly braces, we'll have to define to origin, and this origin will be our website URL. So here we'll have to add our website URL. So that's why let's add our website URL. We'll copy it, and that is actually front-end website URL. We don't need to define slash, actually it's the origin of the website. And then we'll have to define comma, we'll have to define credentials true. Okay, so if you do this right now, if you refresh, you can see the error has solved. So this way you can just solve this, and for now actually we can use. Okay, the error has solved, and for now actually let's render the blocks and create this type of cards. So for this actually, here when you are working with these, actually you will receive some others properties. So here actually you will receive error. If any error happens, you will receive the error, and also receive is loading. Okay, so this will need, and now we'll actually show the blocks. So for this actually, here after this search we can just include what if is loading. If there is loading, you can simply show a loader here. So if is loading, you can use AND operator, and here you can simply define a div. So let me define a div. If loading happens, it will show loading, something like this. And if any error happen, so that will be error. Then we will also show, we'll have to use AND operator, and then here we'll also show a div with the errors. The error will be curly braces error dot to string method. Okay, so if any error happens, so for example, for now if we refresh, let me show you. So for when the refreshing, you can see a loading is there, a simple loading is there when refreshing. Okay, so after then here actually we need to show the blocks. So that's why here actually we will simply show this way inside this div. Let me just give some space inside this div. What we will do, we'll have to map the blocks. So that's why we'll just call blocks dot map, and here every time we'll get block, then we'll have parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we'll take a link component from react router dom. Then here actually inside this link we'll have to show the blog image. So that's why here image. And on this src actually, if you check your apis, here you can see the blog image is actually cover image. So this is actually cover image. So here what we will do, you will have to use blog dot cover image. That's why the image will show. And after then we'll take a h2 tag, we'll define blog title here. So that would be blog dot title. Okay, so if you now check your website, refresh it, actually blogs map is not a function. Why? Let me fix it. Why actually it's not a function? It's actually an error, it's actually not a function. So let me check console log. Is not a function. So if not a function, what the issues, actually how to solve these issues? Okay, the blog is the blog data is inside this post. So that's why here we don't directly use post. Here actually we'll check if post, then we'll map it something like this. We'll have to define a dot, we're checking optional checking here. And if inside blogs we will have a post, then we'll just do map operations. So if you do this and refresh, you can see map is not there. Why? Maybe we did another mistake. Let me just from the above, so let me remove this. Actually what we will receive, at first let me check what we will receive. We'll have message and post. This is actually post. So that would be blog.post.map, something like this. Refresh it. Okay, why is not happening? It should work. Okay, here is the mistake. That would be actually, the mistake is that we will have the backend issues actually. To fix it, okay, let me fix it. We don't keep it post, actually we will keep it blog. And here the issues is, I understand it, we will have to edit a little bit on the blog routes. We'll go to routes from the backend, here blog routes, and this is the get all blocks. You can see this is get all blocks. We'll go to get all blocks, and here instead of these actually we can simply paste this as a post. Okay, so here you can simply define post. Here we don't use the excess of this, we can simply define post, something like this. We'll pass this post, or you can just rename it post, and here will be post. Okay, so if you define this post, actually you will have to solve these issues. You can see the issues has gone. So the issues was that here actually in this, let me close routes. Here actually we are defining it's a array, but it's actually not a array, it was an objects. You can simply solve it by using here an object sign, or you can have to remove this from the backend. Okay, I removed that from the backends, here we'll have to define a key prop. So the key will be block dots underscore id. So this is from MongoDB. Now the issues has gone, you can see, and here you can see all the blog images are showing this way. Okay, now customize it. So for it, actually what you will have to do, we'll target this div, we'll have to add some class name here. So we'll define margin top 8, we'll define grid layout. So grid by default on large devices will define grid will be grid calls 4, and on medium devices we'll have grid calls 3. Then on a small devices we will have grid calls 2, and by default we'll have grid calls 1, and we'll add some gap that would be 8. And here, after doing this, we'll also add some css on the link property. Here we'll define the class name. Class name will be shadow md or something like this. Okay, and for the images, actually we'll have class name, we'll apply a height, so that would be 8, height 80, and then w will be full. And for h2, actually there the style will be text excel size, and p will be 4. So all the styling is done, and if you see that the blog style is perfectly displaying. Okay, so if you click, it's actually doing nothing because we will have to define a true when you are defining a link property. So the true will be, we'll use curly braces and backtick. Then we'll define for the single block, we'll create a routes will be slash blogs slash, we'll have dollar sign curly braces, we'll define blog dot underscore id, something like this. Okay, then if you check, if you click any of this, it's actually redirecting to a single blog page. Okay, so for now, in the next video, actually we'll create a single blog routes for it. Okay, now we'll fix the issues when anyone click any of these blocks, it's actually redirecting to a not found page. So that's why actually we'll have to set up a route for it. So to set up a route, let me close all of this stuff, we don't need this. What you will do, you will go to let me close all of these issues. We will go to router and router.jsx. Here we'll have to define routes. So for this, actually path, the path will be the single block path. So the path will be something like this, we'll have blocks then id. We can simply copy this and keep it here. Instead of this hard coded id, we can just use clone id. That means we'll use custom id every time the id will change and render based on this id. Here we'll define an element, and this element will have a component. So that's why inside these, actually inside these pages will have blocks. Inside these blocks we'll create another page that is actually single blog, so block page. And here in this single block page we'll have single block.jsx, singl block.jsx, and let me create a components, and here we'll use this single component. Okay, so right now the issues will be solved. Okay, go back. If you click any of this, it's actually loading the single block. Okay, try again. We'll just click the third one. It's actually the id is changed and it's actually loading the single block. Okay, if the single block is there, actually we need to show when someone hit a specific id, we need to show the block details. So the block details will be these details we'll have to show. Okay, so for this, actually what you have to do, you have to create an api for this. So right now if you check on the blogs api, here only have a face all blog api, but right now we need to create another api. So for this, actually for creating the api, we'll get will face blog by id. So that's why here we'll add a comma and we'll write another api. So that is fetch blog by id. Okay, so as we are just fetching from the backend, what we will have to do, you will have to use the query method. So we will have builder dot query method, will have parenthesis curly braces, will have base query api. So query will receive every time an id, then you will define that would be here every time will be slash logs slash dollar sign, then these id. Okay, so that is the thing what you have to include. So if you have include, you can just export it. So we'll export it, we will type use, and then after then you can see the suggestion is use face blog by id query. So we'll export it. After exporting it, we can simply use it from the actually from the single blog page. Okay, so that's why we'll go to single block page. Here we will get the id from, so we can simply define const. As we have the id, we can simply define const and we get it from use params hook. Okay, so we'll can get the id. So if you console log the id clg id, you will get the id. Okay, let me console log. When we're on the single block page, if you just inspect and check the console, let me refresh. Here you can see you are getting the id, the same id is here actually. If you try with another block, for example this block, you can see you are getting the id and this id is the same id. Okay, so let me remove this console log. Then here what we will do, we'll have to fetch the blocks. So that's why here what we will do, we'll have to define const, we'll have curly braces, we'll call use face blog by id query, and we'll have to pass an id here. And after then we'll destructure data. Every time we'll get a data and we'll name it as a blog. And let me console log the blog clg blog. Okay, let me console log, refresh it. Then you can see here is a thing, you can see a post is there. Actually you can see a post is there. So this is actually blog, it's from the single blog.jsx page. So this is actually showing. If it's showing, we can also get error and is loading. Okay, so after this actually let's design this section. So here actually we'll have class name, we'll define text primary, then we will have container, then mx auto, will have margin top 8 or something like this. And instead of simple text, what you will do, you will take a div. Inside this div we will check if is loading, we will define a loader here. So div loading dot, and then if any error happens, so if error, then we will show something went wrong. Okay, so this is the text. After this actually we'll have to show the blog post. So that's why curly braces here will have blog dot post. Then okay, we can check if the blog post is available dot post, then we can check a and operators. Then if the blog post is available, we can simply take a div. Inside a div, what you can just do, so you can simply uh take a new div. Actually inside this div we can just take a new div. Here we'll define, this is actually we can just show the blog name. For example, let me define h1, and this will be the blog dot post dot maybe title or something like this. So let me check. Okay, you can see the blog title is showing here, okay. So we'll do design other stuff, but for now let me create the components. So after these we will create another one. So that is actually will show the comments. So here we'll have to show the comments. So it will be comments div, and after this div actually we'll have another div, and this will actually for related blog. We can just define related blogs here. Okay, let me add a style here on this div. We'll apply css. We'll define this will be flex. By default flex will be column, and on the large devices actually that would be flex row. Then we'll have justify between items start. We'll have on medium devices gap will be 12, and by default gap will be 8. And then this div will have on large devices w will be w of 2 by 3. Okay, by default width will be full, and here we'll define class name. We'll define this related div will be busy white, and we can just define on large devices we'll have w 1 by 3, and by default w will be full. Okay, so let's check here. Actually related blog div, and this is actually blogs and comments. So we'll create another component for the block card, single block card components for this, showing this type of blogs. Actually wait, it's loading. Maybe okay, it's actually loading. Okay, we'll have to create this component something like this, and then we'll create a comment component, then we'll have to create related blog. Okay, so we'll have total 3 components for this page. So here actually we are rendering our post title, and we are seeing the post title, but instead of this actually we'll have to make this type of post design. So let's do this. So as it's a simple h1 tag, we don't keep all our code writing here. We will create a new components inside this single block. Inside this single block we will have a single block card component. So that is actually single block card, something like this component, and that would be a JSX component. It will have RFC, React functional component, and instead of this actually title, will import this single block card here. And as we are getting the post here, we can simply defining that would be, will pass blogs, and that would be actually blog dot post. Okay, so this is the way how we can just send this post here as a blog. Okay, we can just name it actually singular, actually that is blog. If we pass blog here, we can destructure it from here, so that's why we will destructure blog. Okay, so right now if you check your website, you can see block card. We'll design our block card. So at the beginning of the block card, what you have to do, so here let me remove this text. We'll have a empty fragments. Actually let me make a empty fragment, and inside this fragment at first we will have a div. Inside this div actually we will define some color here, that would be busy white, and we'll add some padding, that would be p8. Okay, inside here we will have a blog header, so we can name it blog header, something like this. So let me take a div. Inside this div we will have a h1, and at the beginning actually we can destructure so the blog, so that's why let's destructure. That would be, as it's a objects, we will have something like this blog, otherwise it's a pipeline. So you will find this sign above the shift key from the keyboard. You will have to use two, that means optional, or either the blog will have a content or it will be an empty objects. And inside here we can simply destructure title and all the stuff that is included the API. You can destructure title, you can destructure description. So let me destructure it. Then we can destructure content, then author, so cover image also. So let me destructure one by one. Category, then author. So is there author? Okay, rating and author. Where is author? So this post has no author. Okay, so ratings and author. Okay, something like this. So we can destructure all of this stuff. Right now you can see there is nothing but a empty white objects here. And this time actually inside here, what you will have to do, you will have to define title property inside here. And now we will add some CSS. We will define on medium devices text will be 4XL. So 4XL by default text will be 3XL. Then we will have font medium, so font medium, and margin bottom will be for something like this. Okay, let's see. Here you can see the title of the blog, and after this title of the blog we need to show the image. Okay, oh okay, here is the text actually we need to show. So after this h1 actually we need a tag, and here we'll actually show some content. So at first, at the beginning, here we will show the date. So that's why to show the date actually we'll have to create a formatter. So the formatter you can just simply create it here. So date formatter const format date, something like this, format date, and that will receive is date. And here you can simply define const date equal. So if you check actually why we're doing writing this, actually if you check we're getting date this format. Actually we will have to convert it to the simpler version, something like this. Actually right now if you check here, the date is a string, and but we'll have to convert it with proper date. So that's why we're writing a function. So the date equal new, this is the new keyword, and then we will call the date method, and we will pass this iso date. So we will pass this iso date, and after then what we will have to do, we will have to return, we will return a statement. So that is date dot to local date is string. We will call this method, and inside this method we will define English US version. Then we will have a comma, then we will have curly braces. Inside this curly braces, what we will keep, actually if you check our website, here we will have a month, date and year format. Okay, so that's why here we will define year. The year will be numeric, actually numeric versions. Then we will have month, month will be long, it's actually suggesting, and then date will be numeric, something like this. Okay, so if you have doing this, the for the date formatter is done, you can simply use this here. But we can keep it inside a utility functions. So in this src folder we can, let me close the backends. Actually inside this src folder of the front end you can create a utility utils folder, and inside this folder you can write this actually date formatter. So what we will do, format date.js, we will keep this code separate. We can just copy it, you can just comment it, and you can paste it, and then finally you will have to export it so that we can use it. Okay, so right now actually this code is not needed, we can import it and directly use it. So the function is format date function, and inside this format date function we will have to pass this create at date. So the create at date is actually let me destructure it's you have to also destructure it. We didn't destructure yet, so that would be destructure it, and we'll pass this created date here. So let's check if it's showing or not. You can see it's perfectly showing proper way. And after having this, what you will have to do, after having this, you can just define a by and then a span tag. Inside this span tag we will have a author name. So that's why here actually by default we will get the author from the when we are actually so the author name we will have actually from where. So okay, the author name will have author dot, actually that would be author that username. We will show username something like this. So let me check if it's showing. Username is not there, so we will check it by optional checking. Okay, so there is actually in this blog actually we don't have any author name, so that's why it's actually not showing. But if we try with another blog, for example this blog, it's still not showing. Okay, maybe there is no author. Let me check with another blogs, is there author. So the property is not there, maybe we just created it by dynamically, so that's why it's actually not showing. So right now you can actually do it manually. You can use these versions, or you can simply write a author name. For now it's actually admin on something like this, as we just imported on MongoDB, that's why it's actually not showing. And here what you will do, you will add some class name. The class name will be text blue 400, something like this. Then we will have cursor pointer. Okay, and for the paragraph tag we can simply define a class name that would be margin bottom 6. Okay, so that is done. Let's check it. So for now it's admin on or something like this. It's hard coded right now, but we need to just define it more dynamically. Okay, so you will have to just change it. So that's why here we can just add a comments, and that would be to do comments will need to change author. Okay, when we are working with real data, we will insert data from our dashboard. We will make sure that author is posted perfectly. Okay, so that's why we'll keep it a thing here. And after these, actually after this head tag, we will have another div. So this is actually for the image. Here we will take img tag, and instead of src we will have cover image, and we will add the content. Actually the alt will be cover image, something like this. And if you check here, you can see cover image is showing. Then what you will do, you can have to add some css. The css will be actually we will have w full, then we will have on medium devices, height will be a custom height, so that is actually 520 pixel. Then lastly we will have busy cover. So this is the style of the image, and now you can see this is the image. Okay, I hope you understand this. This is the same thing that is showing here. Okay, perfect. After this image we will have to show the content. So for doing this we can take another div, so we can add a comments. It's actually blog details, and here inside this div, what if you have. So here actually you will have a div and you can simply, okay, you can just keep a paragraph tag. So if the content is there, you can simply show the content. So let me show content or something like this. So if you do this, let me check. This is actually invalid keys, that versions, because the content is not properly used. Actually, we'll have to use another package here. So the package is, we'll have to use HTML, editor HTML, editor JS HTML. So that is actually editor JS HTML. So this is a package. We'll have to install this npm packages. Okay, let me copy it, and here actually we'll open the terminal. Make sure you are on the front end path. You will have to paste it here, and then if you read the documents, you can see you will have to just use this way. Using on browsers, you will have to make this way. So editor.js parser, you will have to use it. And at first, what you will do, we can simply define, let me close it here. Actually, after this, we can simply define, or above the block, actually we can simply copy it. So what we will do it, we can, it's actually, did we install the perfect packages, editor.js HTML. So let me check the packages, perfect packages. Okay, we can, we'll have to use these packages. Okay, let me check the versions here. Okay, that is installed properly, and if installed properly, we can simply define this way. Actually, what we will do at the bottom here, we can simply define editor JS HTML, and here we can just call editor JS HTML, and this editor JS HTML will be imported from, let me import this editor JS HTML from, actually we will have to from it. So editor JS HTML. Okay, so we'll call it at the first, and after calling it, what you will have to do inside these, actually here we'll define const HTML content, and then we will call okay, we can just use a smaller letter actually here. So we can call this JS HTML, and we call the parser, and inside this parser we will just pass this content. So the content, where is the content? This is the content, we will pass it, and after then we will have to use the join method. The join method will be have a space. Okay, we actually is string. So this is the thing. If you do this now, what you have to do, instead of this way, instead of just providing this content, actually we can simply take a div. So if you just read this, actually he will find, so not much information is there. So let me show it how you can do it. You can simply define a div inside here, and then what you will do, actually this div will be self-closing div. It's not need to be uh, anything else here, and we will define dangerous set inter HTML, and that would be inside here. We'll have curly braces, and we'll define underscore HTML, and then we'll pass this HTML content that we defined is here. So if you do this, actually it will just convert this. Look, when we have data, we will have this type of content. It's actually not properly organized. It will have time, it will have block, it will have all of this stuff like this way, as we will use a editor for our project. So that's why we will generate content this way. So that's why we are using a parser here, and then we'll render the parser here. Okay, now if you check, actually you can see the content is there, it's actually showing. So if the content is showing, let me add some class name here. We'll add simply class name. The class name will be a space y3, actually not x3. And after then, what you will have to do, you will have to define a custom class name, that is actually editor js div. Okay, so we will use some custom css for this, so that's why we'll define a custom css here. Okay, for this, go back to the index.css, and here we'll define a custom color, so that would be editor.js. Then we will define if h2, if any h2 is found, you will define font weight will be 600, and then font size will be 18 pixels, and this will, and after then we can just do this for again. So let me define for h3, any h3, h4, h5 content. We can simply define the font weight will be 500, font weight will be 500, and we can define it will be 16 pixels. And after then, if any list item there, sorry, it will be editor.js any list item. So that means it will be any list, then we will apply some css, that is margin bottom 10 pixel. Then we will have list style type, list style uh, list style type, that will be dix. Then we will add padding left, that would be 10 pixels, and margin left ml, that would be 25 pixels. So if you define all of these css here, and right now if you back to your projects, refresh it, you can see nothing much changes, but here you are seeing the perfect way. Okay, so let me back and see other projects. For these, actually you can see it's actually organized properly. So if you do this, let me close all of these stuffs, and after then what you can just do, you can simply here actually in this div you can add some margin top. So margin top will be empty 8, then we'll have a space y8, so that would be a space y, actually maybe 4, it's not 8. Okay, so that is enough for now. And after this div, actually we will have another div. Inside this div we'll keep rating. So here you can see we will have ratings, so we'll keep the ratings or something like this. So the ratings will be inside a span tag, that is rating. We'll have clone, then we'll have another span tag, and that would be our custom rating. So the custom rating will be rating, then we will define a parenthesis. Actually inside this parenthesis we will say based on reviews count. Okay, maybe we can just add a random define 3.570 reviews. Okay, now if you check here, you can see a custom rating, that is 5 for this blog, and it's actually based on this. So let's do some styling for the rating. So here we'll have a span. That is it span, will define text will be large, then we will define font medium. Okay, And after this div, actually we will have key features. So for the key features, we'll have AH3, or you can simply, instead of taking div, we can simply direct AH3 tag, and we can just define key features. And these key features will have some styling. Here we'll define text large, text LG, then we'll define font medium. Okay, and after these, actually we will have some default UI tag. Actually it's actually not needed, you can skip this actually, because we already have all the key features there. But if you can just actually this is not needed, we can just remove that. Okay, so our single blog page section is done. You can see for this blog we'll have this type of thing. And if you try to open another one, for example, if you open this one, you can see we'll have this content. Then if you check third one, then you can see we'll have content and ratings. And if the content will have features, it will obviously show there no matter. Okay, so after doing this, actually next what we will do, we will close this, and then we will just create this comment section. Actually this comment sections something like this. Okay, now we'll have to design this comment section. So for this, actually let me close, let me create a new folder inside this pages blocks. You can see this is block folder, and inside this block folder we'll have a comments. So inside this comments we will have a comment card. So that is actually, we can just define, we can simply make this is actually comments card. Okay, we will create a components, let me edit it. So that is actually comment card, cards.jsx array. Let me take arrayfce, create functional component. And here instead of this single div, we can simply called comments card. Okay, so right now you can see we will have a console log that is blocked. So let me check here. Actually you can see the comment cards, and for this what we will do, we'll see when we are getting data, we can see inside this post actually there is no comments. But if any blog has comments, you can see that there. Okay, wait, post no comments. Okay, actually maybe there is no comment, so that's why it's actually no showing. Okay, let's no worries. Here actually we will define the comments. If comments, these comments will keep inside this blog dot comment. Okay, something like this. Okay, so we can just simply check it, optional checking here. If you want, then you can do it, and if you have this, you can destructure it. Okay, so after doing this, what you can do, so right now here let me remove all of this stuff for now. Let me refresh, nothing happens, changes much actually here. So what you have to do, so for this comment card, we'll design our comment card. So at first here in this div, let me define some class name. We'll define margin to the top and bottom, that would be 6. Then we'll have busy white, and then we'll have padding 8. And after these, actually we will remove the text, and then we will take a new div. Inside this div we will define if comments there. So we'll just check if comments dot length is greater than 0, then we will show a single div here. Otherwise we will have another thing. We will have say there is actually, we will have say there is actually no comments found. So we'll define, let me define no comments found again, no comments found. Okay, so if comments found, we will show the comments, otherwise actually no comments found. So if you check right now, the length properties cannot read the undefined. So here what you can just do it, if the comments is not there, we can just check this way. Actually the comments property is not there, so that's why. Okay, if we check the optional checking here, it will have working. So look, right now if I refresh, it's actually there is no error, it has gone. Okay, let's do a little bit styling here. So for this no comment, here we can apply some css, that is actually that would be text large. So text large, then font medium, something like this. Okay, after doing this here, actually we'll have to do lots of tasks. If comment found, what you will have to do, if comment found, we will have to do lots of stuff here. At first, inside this div, actually we'll take a h3 and we'll call wall comments. If comments found, we'll have to do this. So let me define, this will be text lg, and then font will be medium. And after having this, what you will have to do, you will have to take another div, and inside this div we'll have to call this, we'll call the comments, then we'll have to map it, and then inside here we will get comment and index number. We'll have to call the parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis, at first we would like to show a user or commenter icon, so that's why here we will have another div. We'll have a div here. Inside this div we'll pass key props. The key props will be this index or something like this. It's a unique key props. And after these, actually what you will have to do, you will take a new div, and inside this div we will have a img tag. We will use a specific image for the commenter, that's something like this. Here you can see if any comments found, for example, where is the comments, let me open. Okay, maybe we'll have a comments on this, I'm not sure. Okay, we'll have a image, this is something like this type of image. So for this, let me import a image here. So import commenter icon, commenter icon, something like this. We'll import it from, so commenter icon from dot dot slash we will have assets, then we will have commenter image. You can see inside assets we'll have commenter image. We can simply copy the name and we can paste it here, commenter dot png. Okay, something like this. And now we will pass this commenter icon here. Sorry, so let me copy this and paste it here. Okay, so let me add some space so that it will be much better. So right now, if any comments found, it will actually show it, the image will show there. And for this, actually we can just define some css, actually that would be 814. Okay, after this image we'll have another div, and this div will show the username or the comment username, commenter name. So that's why here we'll have a paragraph, and we will define the comment dot user name. Okay, so you can check optional checking here if you need. Right now I'm sorry you can display it, but if any comments there, you can obviously check it. Here you will define text large, then font medium, then we will have underline, we'll have capitalized, then we will have underline offset 4, and text will be blue 400 or something like this. Okay, after this paragraph tag, what you can do, you can simply take another paragraph, and this paragraph actually render the time of the date. So here we will call the format date functions, and we'll pass comment dot created at methods. Okay, so let me check, nothing, no error is still there. Okay, so for this actually we'll have class name, we'll define text will be a custom text, so that's why here we'll have bar pixel 12 pixel, and then we'll have italic. Okay, this is done. Now actually, what if, so actually after these two divs, we'll have to show another div, and it's actually for comment details. So comment details, and actually it's something like this. At first we'll make this, and then we will have to show these comments. So that's why here actually what you will have to do, you will have to define a p tag, and you will render the comments here. So the comments will be from comment, and you can do a optional checking. Here you can apply css, that would be on medium devices width will be 4 by 5, and here we can apply some css, that is actually text gray 600. We can just define margin top 5, and we can just define border, and we will have p8. Okay, so here everything is almost done, and let me close this div, and after this div we'll have to define add comments here. So we'll have to insert comment field, so we'll have to define comment input field here. Okay, so we'll make it actually in the next video. So here actually we need to create another component, that is actually post a comments. So post a comments component, comment.jsx rfce, and right now we'll import it here. After this actually we will have to define post a comments. So here actually, so post a comment page is there, and you can see here actually post a comment, we'll have to make a input text field something like this. So for this actually, let's back to here, let me remove this image, and for this actually at first what we'll have, we'll receive an id from the params. So let me take the id using params. So we'll have use params hook, we'll get the id, and here we'll keep it the id. And for these actually let me make the e style first. So inside this div, let me remove this text, we'll have to define a h3, and then we'll define leave a comment. Okay, so we'll define some css, that is actually text lg, sorry, text lg, then we'll have font medium, then we will have margin bottom 8. Okay, after this h3 we'll have a form, and inside this form we don't need to define any actions here, which will be simple form, and here we will have text area field. So text area will not will be a self closing, so we can define it this way. Here the name will be text, and the id, we don't need to define the id, actually we can remove that id. So here what we'll do, we'll define a value, the value will be comments. So let me define a user state hook here. So for this actually we'll have const here comment set comments, and that would be use a state hook, and it will be empty objects, sorry, empty string. Here we'll pass the comments, and after the value what you will have, we can have a one change and on change, and here every time we'll receive a events, and then any events trigger we can simply call the set comment, and here we'll define event dot target dot value. Okay, so after doing this, what you will have, you will have to define calls, that means columns actually, calls will be 30. So calls will be 30 and we'll define rows. Rows will be 10 and we need to define a placeholder. Placeholder will be share your opinion about this post. Okay, something like this. And if you check, you will see you will have a this type of thing. But now if you add some styling, for example, some class name will define w will be full and busy will be busy primary. And then if we define focus, outline none, and if you define p5, then the style will be much better. You can see it's much better right now. Okay, so after these actually we'll have a button and this will be submit. So here we'll define the type will be submit button, and here we'll have to define some class name. We'll have w full, then we will have busy primary, sorry, it will be busy primary color. Then we will have on hover, we'll have busy indigo 500. Then we'll have text white. Then we will have font medium. Finally we'll have py3 rounded empty. So that is our from is something like this. We can just type anything here. Okay, so we will implement the button functionality when we'll have the users login. We'll just do, right now it's actually loading, but we will implement how to post a comments later. But before that, here actually a style is missing. At the top we can just define some class name that will be margin top 8. So this content section is much better right now, and we will implement the functionality later. So here we can add also comments to do that is actually handle posting functionality later. Okay, so this is a to do. Okay, this time this is done, and now actually on the single page here you can see we'll have to work with related blocks. So here simply we'll have a div, but we don't do this way. We can simply create a component here. So let me close comments. Inside this single block we'll have a related block, related blocks.jsx component rafc, and instead of these single components, here we'll render the related blocks components. So that is actually related blocks components. So I think you can understand here actually we'll have related blocks. Okay, so for this related blocks, let me do a h3 tag here, and we'll define this is actually related blocks. We can just define that is related blocks, and let me add some css here. So that would be text to excel. Then we'll have font medium. We will have actually padding top 8, px will be 8, and pb will be 5, something like this. And if you check here, you can see this is related blocks, and now we'll have to implement show the blocks. So these blocks will fetched from the backend. So that's why what you will do, you will have to work with blog apis. Here we'll have paste blocks and paste block by id. Then we'll have to define another So that is actually for related block. So how to do it? For the related block, we'll have to define the name. So fetch related blocks, we will name it something like this, and here we'll call builder.query, and here we'll have the same thing. We'll have query, and this query will be, it will take an ID. Then we'll have something like this. We'll have a caret sign, we'll have slash blocks. And if you check actually for the related block, you will see on the backend we will have routes, block routes. So where is the related block? Okay, this is the related block. We will have related, then we will have ID. So we can simply copy it and we can just implement slash blocks slash related slash an ID. This ID will be dynamic ID. That is actually the ID. Okay, so this is done. How these related blocks will show, it's a very simple task we'll have to do. Next, let's export it. So for this, use fetch related block, and we'll call this from this related block here. Okay, so let's back. For this related books, actually we are getting an ID from the param. So let me define this structure ID. So we will call use params hook to get the ID first. Then what if we will have to define const here, curly braces, then we'll call use fetch related block, and this block will receive an ID, and here actually we'll destructure data, we'll name it as a blocks, and by default we'll define it will be an empty array. Okay, fine. Then we'll also get error and is loading, sorry, is loading. Okay, so if you have this, you can simply show it. It's actually no matters. You can simply just show, take a hr, then we will have to call parenthesis, sorry, curly braces. We'll check blocks dot map. Sorry, at first we can check block dot length, and we'll check if it's greater than 0, then we will show something, otherwise we'll have other thing. So here we'll have a div, and here we'll have another div. So inside this div actually, so we will make it so no related blocks found, something like this. And here you can just simply define some style that is actually will be p8. Okay, and here, so let me define inside this div. What we'll do, we'll define class name, and we'll define a space y4, so a space y4, and after then we will have margin top 5, something like this. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll do map. That's why here we can take curly braces, we'll call block dot map method, and here we will every time get the block, and then we'll have a arrow, we'll have parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we'll call the link component from React Router DOM, and here inside this link component we'll have a div, we'll have a div, and inside this div we'll have a image, and this image src will be blog dot cover img. Okay, something like this. So let's check here. Blog map is not a functions, this is the error. Why? Again we have to check the block routes. Here maybe we're passing this block. So let me console log the block first. So here from the related blocks, let me console log, sorry, console dot log dot blocks. Okay, so let me check it, inspect it, and here actually after getting the error, you are seeing a object. Inside this object we will have a post. Inside this post actually we'll have two posts. So what you can do, you can simply define, it's actually, maybe it's actually a object, and let me check. So we'll have post. So let me define, that will be post dot length, something like this, and here will be post also. Let me check if the error has gone or not. Okay, again what we can do, we can simply define post. Okay, let's check it. Okay, it's actually rendering an object, but here we define array. So how to solve these actually? You can use arrow here. How to fix it actually? To fix it, maybe we'll have to just do a little configurations here. Related block, what you will have to do for the related block, here we'll have to simply just let me remove all of this stuff. It's showing a error, so that's why you can simply pass related blocks. Okay, and now if you refresh, still the issues. Why actually? We're sending related blocks. Okay, so maybe we're getting this. Let me go back to the related block, and here there is no post right now, it's simple post, and here we'll have to remove the post from now. So I hope the error will gone. Is still why actually? Okay, here actually it's not removed. Let me check. Okay, the error has gone. I hope you understand how this will work. So here is actually, now there is no error and we're getting two items here. Okay, so if you have two items, you can simply show it here. Actually right now there is no related block, but how to work with, we will have two related blocks. So maybe if you check inspect, then you can see arrays. Inside array will have cover image. So did we just define it proper way? Okay, we can check log first. Okay, here we'll have to do a little task. When block.length is greater than 0, actually it's showing these divs. Actually it should be shown the first div above. So let me cut it, and then after this div actually we'll paste it. So now this problem will be solved. So let me check. Okay, the error has gone. Actually we made a little mistake here. So at first, if this condition, if true, then it will render this block. Otherwise, if this condition is not true, it will render this no related block. Okay, so here on this styling we'll add some css, and for this actually the css will be is full. Here is will be full, is full, width will be full, and then we'll have rounded full, then we will have ring 2, we will have ring blue 700, something like this, And here on this parent div, we'll define class name, size will be 14. Okay, so now check the two images there, and on the link components actually we'll define class name, and we will define flex. By default flex will be column. Then on a small devices actually flex will be row, flex will be row. Then we'll have on a small devices item will be center, and by default gap will be 4. We'll have shadow sm, and px will be 8 and py will be 4, something like this styling. Let me check, here is okay. And after doing these actually we need to show the content. So for this we'll take a new div. Inside this div we'll have a h4. This will be the blog title. So let me define blog title, blog dot title. So if you see here, this is the blog title, and we can define two string method here. Two string, if you limit the string to actually substring, or actually that would be substring method. Substring method will define it will have limited to the 50 characters. It will not show more than 50 characters. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, after this we can simply show a paragraph, and this paragraph will show the content. So we will show the descriptions. So blog dot description. So let me check the descriptions. This is descriptions, and here you can check optional checking again to avoid the error. And here we'll also use this substring method, and that would be we'll limit it to the 50 characters. Okay, I think here we can add some css. Let me define. We'll have font medium, then we will have text, that would be custom text hash 1e 73b a. Okay, something like this type of colors. So let's check. Okay, this is actually perfect, and we can just define some dots. Okay, so it's actually all of this stuff, and now we will check. Here is a link. We'll have to define it too. That will be a path. We'll have use backtick, and this path will be slash blogs slash, we'll have dollar sign curly braces, we'll have blog dot underscore id. Okay, so we'll check it this way. So let me do it. So by default here, if you choose this one, it's actually showing related blog. If you click this one, it looked right now it's 3 times. If you choose the third one, it's actually this is changed, this content is changed, but here also related blog is based on this blog. Okay, it's actually working for this. Actually we'll have all of this related blog. Okay, so that is actually perfect. It's perfectly working, though we have to do lots of filtering from the backend. Actually it's actually you cannot make code perfect on time. You have to refactor it, you have to edit it, you have to customize it based on your need. So I hope you will understand. Don't be disappointed. If you face any error, you can simply contact me and I will try to help you. Okay, so next what you will have to do, we will actually work with login and registration functionality. For example, here we'll have login and register functionality. For example, let me log in at a user 1. So this is our main website .com. Then we will have to use the passwords, and if we just hit this, then you can see login successful. When login successful, here you will have a button, a image and logout functionality, and we'll implement that functionality. But before that, right now here, let me close a thing. This is our search bar. You can type anything here, for example AI tools, and then if you hit here, if you hit the search button, it's actually not working. Let me fix this first. So for this, actually we'll have to close all of this stuff. So here, let me comment out, and let me close this stuff. And if this is actually single page, and here is a comments, we also a console log, we also comment it. Okay, and then let me close all of this stuff, we don't need this. And at the beginning, actually close everything, and we will actually go to the blog space. And here, look, we are just patching all the stuff here actually. So we'll have to go to search blog, and here actually, look, this is the button, search button. When you click this button, it will actually render based on the query. So for this, actually we will have to define a one click handler here, on click, and this on click handler will call this handle search. And if you do this, let me show, we just write something AI tools, and if I hit search, then you can see we're getting the specific blog. Or if you just click again, by default it will show everything. And for example, let me copy this. Okay, and if I paste it here, press uh, enter key, then it also suggests it. And by default, when you are on the home, it's actually redirecting to a single thing. Okay, so the search functionality is done. Next, we will go to the login functionality. We will log into the account. So right now, if you click the login, then you can see you will have a error that is actually not found. So to fix it, actually what you will have to do, we'll have to close everything. Let me close blog tab and redux tab, all the tab we can just close. And for now, what we will have to do, we will have to go to router. Here we will have to set up a path. So the path will be it will be slash login, and then we will have to create a components. So that would be a element. This element will be a component, so where we'll create the component. So to create the component, maybe we can create a user folder inside this pages. Here we can create a folder that is actually for user. Inside user, we will keep our actually login and logout page. So we'll keep creating a login page, login.jsx RAFCE. And at the same time, let me create a register page. So that is actually register.jsx. Okay, so RAFCE. At first, here right now on the router.jsx, here let me implement login page. And now we'll also create another route, so that is for register. So path, here path will be slash register, and then here we will have element, then element will be register component. Okay, so that is the task you will have to do on router.jsx page. So if you now hit this login, you can see login page is there. So we'll have to implement, let me log out, we'll have to implement this type of login page. Okay, so let's do it. So for this, actually let me go to login. Here we'll have to make that page. So for the page, actually here at the top, let me remove this text. We don't need this text. Actually here at the beginning, we will have a h2 tag, and we will define please login. And here we can add some styling that would be text to Excel, something like this, and then that would be semi bold font size, and then we'll add padding top 5. Okay, so and right now to the parent div we will define class name. Here we will define max width, that would be SM, that means a small device width. Then we will define busy white, then we'll have mx auto. To move it center, we'll add some padding p8, and we'll also add some margin to the top, that would be 36. Okay, so if you check here, you can see please log in, and this is our div. Okay, so after this h2 actually we'll have a form. So we'll have a form, we don't need to define any actions here. Actually it will be a plain form, and inside this form we can add some css, that would be here we'll define a space x a space y will be 5, and then here we'll have max w sm, then we'll have mx auto again, and then we'll also include p of 8. Okay, so let's check it. Okay, nothing much changed. And inside these actually form will have a input type will be text, and here value will be email. So value will be email. So right now we'll have to define a user state for this email. So let me define user state hook here. So const user state by default it will be empty string, and here will be email and set email. Okay, so we'll make a user state, and we can also copy it and make it for a password field, password, and that would be set password. Let me keep it capital. And for message actually we can just define another user state hook. So let me copy it here, that would be for message. If you want to show any message you can just use this. Okay, set message, let me keep it. Okay, so here actually let back to the index sorry input field, and here we'll have to define a class name. So let me define class name, then class name by default will be w full, then we'll have busy primary, then we will have to set focus, outline none, and finally we'll have to add some padding to the x-axis and padding to the y-axis, py3. So if you check now you can see you will have this field, and here actually you can just define a placeholder will be email, and you can make this field required, so that would be required. Okay, so this is our email field. And now what you can do, you can simply, so after this email actually you need password field, so that's why you can simply copy this, or you can simply create it. So it would be input field, and here actually the type will be password type, and here you can change the type, that would be email actually. Okay, then the value for the password will be password, then let me define the css, we will have the same css, we'll paste it there, and here we will have to add a placeholder. So placeholder will be password, and then we'll also make it required. Okay, so now you can see we will have email password, and now we need the login button. So for this login button here Before that, actually, we would like to show messages. If any error happens, we'll check if messages, then we will check this type of actually we will use and operator, and we will take a paragraph. We simply show the message here, so that would be message, and here we will just add some class name, that would be text rate 500 or something like this. If any error happens, we will just console log it here, and then we'll have a button. This button will be login, and here we'll have some class name. Then the class name will be w, will be by default full. Then we'll have margin top 5. Then we'll have busy primary. We'll have on hover busy indigo 500. Then we'll have text white, and then we'll have font medium, py will be 3, and rounded will be md, okay, something like this. So the button is created, and after this button we need to define this text. So for this, actually, after this form, we'll have a p tag. Inside this p tag, we'll define don't have an account. Then we'll take a link component. So let me import link from React Router DOM. We'll define register, and after then we'll have here, okay. So here to this link we will have a true, then this true will be register page, okay. So let's check it. Here you can see we need to add some space, so that's why here on this p tag we'll define some class name, that would be my will be 5, text will be center position, and then okay, so everything is fine. Let's check it. So we can add some styling on the register. So here on this link we can add some css. Link will be text rate 700, and it would be italic, okay. So now our register page is done. You can see this is the this is the login page, and if you click register, it's redirect to the register page, okay. So for now, actually, we don't implement the functionality, we can just do this for the register page same way, okay. So for this, actually, what you can do, you can simply copy the whole div, and you can go to the register components, and you can simply paste it here. And here, actually, if we copy everything, we need to also copy these sections, and we'll keep it here. So at the default, actually, everything will be the same. Here you can see, instead of please login, here we'll define that would be please register, okay, and everything will be the same. So right now need to define use state hook. So let me import use state. Now if you refresh, actually link is not imported, so let me import link, okay. So I think right now, okay. So when you are on login page, and if you click register, it will render the register page. And here, actually, we need to change, when you have an account, you will have to show here you have to change already have an account, and here we'll define already have an account, we'll define please here, that would be login, and we don't need to define here, actually. and here the path will be login. Okay, let's check. So when you are on register page, you will say please login. Let me add a space here. So it will say please login, and if you please login, it will say it's actually login page, and it will say it's register. So this is done, and for the register page actually a additional field is required, that is actually for username. So what you can do, you can simply copy the first one, and here instead of type you can just define it's actually text type. It will be user name field, and we can just do a little change here. So the value, and we need to define a use state hook. So let me copy it and keep it here. So instead of email we will have user name, and that would be set username, user name or something like this. Okay, we can just keep it. Sorry, that would be, let me make it a small letter. Okay, so that is the username, or you can just make it capitalized. Okay, so here we'll have instead of the value we'll have the username. First one will be user name. Okay, so everything is fine. I think we have edit everything here. So you can see on the register page we'll have username, email, password, and everything is fine, similar to these. Actually look, there is no differences. Okay, and now login page. So if you have this two page design, next video actually we will implement functionality. Firstly we will create actually auth API, and then we will implement how to log in and log out, actually login, log out, and register functionality. Okay, after creating this page, actually after creating this login and register page, what you have to do, you have to create the API. So for this, here you can see we're using Redux for our API management, and for this actually inside this actually features will have a auth. Inside this auth actually we will create auth API. Okay, let me create a file that is actually auth API.js, and here to create our auth API, look, if you just check your blog API, you can see at first we'll have to import this actually create API from Redux toolkit. Okay, so let's create something like this. We'll have to define it const auth API, then here we have to call create API. We'll have to call it from query slash react, and then here we'll have curly braces. Inside this curly braces, at first we'll have a API name, then that would be reducer path. This will be our auth API. So this is the API name. Then we'll have a phase based query functions, and here we'll define phase based query, and that would be, we'll have a base URL. Then the base URL will be the same. You can see we'll have this something like this. We can just paste it here, but before that we'll have to use actually we can use double quotations and paste it here. And after these actually, if you just see your backend, that would be after API we will have auth, so something like this. And here we'll have credential will be include. So that is our thing. And after then we'll have a endpoints, and inside this endpoints we'll have a builder function. So we'll have builder function, and then inside this builder function we will have curly braces. Then for the register user we will have to create register user This is our API name. Then here we'll call the builder, and as we would like to uh, send something to the backend, so from this API we will use mutation. So mutation will only used when you want to send something to the database or to the backend. And inside this mutation we'll have a curly braces. We'll define query. Query will be here. We'll receive new user. So this is actually the data. Then we will have an arrow, then we will have parenthesis, then actually curly braces. Look here, actually what you will have to do, you will have to define URL. So this URL will be /register. You can just check it from the backend. If you check your backend routes, this is auth routes, and for the register actually you can see this actually /register. You will have to copy it, and you can just keep it here on the URL. So that would be register, and after this URL we will have a method. You can just define method, that would be post method. You can see actually here the method is actually post method, so that's why we'll keep it post method. And after then we'll have a body. Inside this body actually we'll pass the new users. So this is actually data, you can just rename it data, nothing else. So this is the endpoint for the register users. Then we will have to implement for login users, so login user, and same way we'll have a to call builder, then mutation, then we'll have parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis we can simply copy the whole thing. And for this actually we can just rename it using credential or something like this, credentials. And on the body we'll pass it, and here the API hit will be to the specific route, that is actually /login. So that's why here instead of register we will have to implement login, and the method will be the same thing, so no worries. So this two step is done. Next step is we'll have to log out. So to log out users we'll implement logout users. So for this actually as usual we'll implement builder dot mutation. So we'll have to make the query functions. Okay, simply we can just copy all of this stuff. Instead of this path actually we don't need to pass anything when logout, so we'll remove that. And here the path will be /logout. Let me check, it's actually for the logout, it's /logout. You can just simply copy this and keep it here, and the method will be post, and we not need to include body because we don't send any data. Okay, so after logout the next task is we need to get user. So to get user, that would be get user. So we'll get the profile, so that's why here we'll use builder dot query because we are getting some information from the backend, so that's why query. And here we'll have to define the same way, we'll have to copy query, and for this get user you can see we'll have /users. So we'll include, it will be /users, and as it's actually method, you can see here the method is get method, so that's why here we'll define get method. Okay, and here actually after these query functions, here you can include refetch refetch mount. So whence actually it will just work, here we'll just define refetch tcs refetch mount, refetch on mount actually, that would be want mount, that will be true. And then we can define a invalid tag. So invalid tags will be, so here we can call invalid tag, so that would be the user tag. So we will use the tag when actually required. So let me define user. Okay, so it will be invalid when the users changed. Okay, and after then we will have delete users. So for the delete users, so let me define delete users. And here for the delete users, it also we will have to call builder dot mutation. And here we will have to define, so for the mutation, let me copy this, keep it here. And for the delete, actually for this delete users, the path is this way, so we'll copy it and we'll paste it here. And as it's will receive a dynamic ID, so that's why we'll use backtick sign, and we'll receive this ID from here. So that's why at the receiving we will use actually user ID and role field. Here actually we'll define dollar sign user ID, and the method will be put method. So let me check, it's actually put method. Sorry, it's actually put method. You can see update role. So we did a mistake. Actually for this delete users we don't need the role. You can keep the simple user ID here, so not need actually the role. And the method will be for the delete, actually the method will be delete method. Okay, and make sure the path is, so where is the delete method? Here is the delete route. So it's actually the same path. Let me copy again so that I avoid any mistake. Instead of this ID we will have dollar sign and then the user ID. Okay, so delete user is done. Now lastly, at last we'll have to include update user role field. So this is the last one. We'll have to include builder dot mutation. Then we will have to define the same way. Let me copy it here. For the query, actually you can see for update users it will have the put method, so that's why we'll define this is actually put method, and it will actually receive two things. It actually receive user ID and will also receive role field. And here the path is the same. Let me check, slash id, so it's okay. And on the body you will have to pass body, and we will pass the role here, and we'll use reface mount and also use this two thing. After this query, actually we will have reface mount, the same thing that is included here. You will copy it and keep it here. Okay, I hope you understand how to do this. So after everything done, we will have to export const something from auth API, and by default we will export default the auth API. So auth API. Okay, so what will export, will use export user use. You will simply type use register user mutation, then we'll have to call use login user mutation. Then the third one is actually logout, so that would be use logout user mutation. Then after logout we'll have use get user query, then use delete user mutation. Then lastly we'll have a use update use update users role mutation. Okay, all of these API is just exported. After exporting is it actually what you will have to do, will have to go back to the store, and here we will have to include the user API here. So for this actually we will call auth API. We have imported it, you can see it's actually auth API, and then we'll have dot reducer path, and then we will have a clone, then we will call auth API dot reducer. Okay, sorry, here reducer. So our task is done, and if you complete this task, and here if you just inspect and check your Redux, here you can see you will have auth API, and here is this auth API. So our API setup is done. So after completing everything, this time actually we can use the middleware from here. So let me include auth API middleware from here. And lastly, what you will have to do here, we will implement login and register functionality. Okay, let's do the login functionality first. So for the login functionality, what you will have to do, okay, so here for the login we'll have to define a one click handler. So that's why we'll define const handle login, and it will receive event, then it will be a functions, we'll have curly braces, and actually we'll call this handle login from this form. So inside this form actually we'll define one submit, on submit we'll call this handle login functions. Okay, so at first at the beginning we'll have to define event dot prevent default, then here we'll receive the data. So data will be we'll have to create an objects. Inside this objects we'll have email and password. Okay, so if you just console log the data, you will see check the data. But before checking, here on the input field, actually on the input email field, we'll define on chains, on chains. Actually here we'll have events, and every time we'll change the events and set it to the set email, we will get event target dot value. Okay, and we can do it for the password field also. So here we can pass it, and instead of set email we'll have set password. Okay, so that two things is done. Now what you can just do it, and for the button actually here is a button, we can just include disabled. Okay, so we'll just include that within a little bit later, but for now actually keep let's check it. If you just inspect and here refresh it, then you can see if you type user1@gmail.com, then if you define a password and hit this login button, you can see you are getting an objects from line number 14. So this is actually line number 14, you can see. So if you get the data, the next task is we will have to define a async function here. Okay, and here at the top we will just use const, we'll have to get the login data. So that's why we'll call use login user mutation, we'll call it, and here we'll get the data. The data will be login user data, and according to this we also receive is loading. So we can just rename it as login, or you can just rename it actually login loading. Okay, something like this. So it's actually renaming, and on the button here actually we'll add disabled when disabled when actually login loading is there. So if login loading is there, it will disable. Okay, so now let's uh implement the functionality. So let me comment out here, and right now we'll take a try catch block. Inside this console error we'll have to set message, and this message will be, we'll have to simply define, please provide provide a valid email and password. And inside this try we'll define const response will call await, then we'll have to call login user, and we'll define data here, and at the end here actually we'll define unwarp. Okay, so we'll call it. So this is the task, and if you just console log the login, so response actually we'll see the hot response is coming. Okay, so let me try again. We will do a refresh here, and here actually let me define user1 at rate gmail.com, then we'll have a password, and let me click here. So you can see login successful message is there. Here you can see a token, and you can just get the users. So it is the users, this is users name and admin, all of this information is there. So if you get the response, you can simply destructure it from here. So how to destructure? Look, we are getting an object, so that's why it will be objects, and we can simply destructure it. So how to, if you check here, the way is you will have to destructure token and user. So let me define token and user. Okay, we'll destructure this, and we can show an alert when actually login. We can show alert, so alert will be login successful. And here actually we can define a navigation. So let me call const navigate, and we can call use navigate. So when login done, we will just navigate to the home page. So we'll define navigate to the root path. Okay, so that would be something like this. Okay, let's try again. We'll try to use login again, user1 at the rate gmail.com, and we'll have to define 1 2 3 4 5 6. If we click, then you can see login successful. If you click OK, it will redirect to the home page. So data is creating, you can see login functionality is working perfectly. And at this time actually we will have to look, we're getting the token, so we'll have to set it to the uh, cookies. So for example, let me, when you log in, if you check here application tab, and if you check cookie, you can see you will have a token. So you can see this is the token we're getting here. So if I just close everything, let me delete all the cookie. Maybe we don't get the cookie. Why? Actually on the back end we set, when we're setting cookie, so let me check if we set cookie to the header. Okay, we will get the cookie. So if we get the cookie here, actually cookie will store. Let me show. We'll have user at the rate gmail.com, and if we define the password and login, you can see the cookie token is set here on the cookies. So if you have the cookies token on cookies, you can just perform another thing. So you can store the users, and you can just implement login logout. Okay, so for this now we'll have to create a watch slice. So why actually watch slice needed? We will just do a state management, so that's why watch slice is needed. So where we'll create it? So for this, let me close backend, and here actually on the front end we will have this watch features. Inside this watch actually we will have watch slice dot js. Okay, So it's actually the redux functionality. So at the beginning, what we'll do, we'll define const um, what slice or slice, and here we'll call create slice. We'll import it from React Redux toolkit, and here inside these actually or slice we'll have curly braces. We'll define a name, so name will be what by default. Then we'll have to include a initial state, so that's why here we'll have a initial state. So initial state, and that would be a function. So we'll call initial state at a function. So load user from local storage, and we'll use this as a function. So as we'll define this function, we will have to create the function. So for this, here let me define const load functions, and these functions will be something like this. Here what you will have to do, you will have a try catch block, and on the console log when there is error, we can just simply return user will be null. Okay, we will return null, but if it's happened, we will define const real lies state, and here we will call local storage dot get item, and we'll get the user. Okay, and after these actually what we'll check if serialized state equal actually null, then we can simply return curly braces, we will have user, and that would be, we'll define json dot parser, and here we'll have serialized state. So serialized state, so this is the text, and at the top we'll have to generate token. So for this actually we'll define is token present in cookies. So we'll check if the token is in cookies, we'll have a function, then we'll have to define const token equal, we will get token using document dot cookie, and then we will split it based on these actually. Then we'll have to define find method. Inside this find method we'll have cookie, then we'll have here we'll define cookie dot trim. So this trim method, and then we'll make it starts with, and we will check if token equal something like this, and if not token, we can simply return not token. Okay, so we'll have to use this middle over at here. Okay, so now no changes. So after this actually, okay, let's back here, we'll have to initialize the initial states, and after then we'll have to define reducers. So these reducers will have two things, as will have a state and action, and then we'll have a arrow, we'll have curly braces. Sorry, actually, I did a little mistake. Inside this reducer, we'll have curly braces, and we'll have to define the reducer name, that would be set user, and it will actually have the state and action property. Then we'll have arrow, curly braces, we'll have state dot user equal action dot payload dot user. Okay, then here we'll set it to local storage dot set item. Then we'll define, that would be user, and we'll define json dot stringify, and here we'll define state dot user. Okay, and then we'll have a logout. For the logout, actually we'll have the same thing, but we can keep it state. Here we'll have local storage dot remove item, then we can simply keep the user. Okay, when everything is done, we'll have to export const, then curly braces, we will export from was dot actions. Okay, and finally we'll have export default was dot reducer. Okay, and here actually we'll define set user and logout. Why actually error? Maybe it's const. So what the issues here actually? Okay, it's actually two times, so it will have export actually. Okay, so the error has gone. If the error has gone, we'll have to back to the store.js file, and we'll have to use this auth. So here actually on store we'll use auth, and this auth will be auth reducer, and let me import auth reducer. By default it's not importing, so that's why import auth reducer from, then we'll have dot slash feature slash auth slash was slice. Okay, so if you use this, the text is almost okay. And right now here, if you refresh, there is a error. Let me check what the issues. Actually, the was slice reducer was returned a undefined during initialize. So why actually it's defined and undefined? So okay, so the issues is that we understand here, the issues is we'll have to define state dot user, and that would be null. So if you define this, then it will work. Let me refresh. It's still not work. Why? Another mistake is that we didn't return anything here. So for this actually we'll have to return user from the try block, and that would be user dot json parser, and here we'll have to fetch these serialized state. Okay, so I hope it will work now. Let me refresh. Okay, it's actually refreshing. Okay, so right now what we will do, we'll go to applications, and by default let me remove this token, and for now let me click this login. We'll create a user 1@gmail.com. Then we will have to define something like this, and if you click here you can see we'll have the token on local actually cookies, and if you check local storage we'll have to define a user, and that is has the username role. Actually we are storing the user data on actually local storage, but don't include password, we have to maintain it. So if the user is setted, if you refresh, look, the data is consistent, so it will stay for 1 hour. As we define, the token will expire after 1 hour. So inside within 1 hour it will be stored perfectly. Okay, if this is done, next the task is you will have to show the profile at the top. So to show the profile, what you will have to do, let me close all of this stuff for now. Let me close everything, and we can simply go to the components folder navbar, and here we'll have to show all of these tasks, but we will edit this within a few minutes, within a actually within a next video. So to customize these actually to navbar, at first here we'll have to get the user. So for this actually we can get the users maybe here. Let me define const, and we'll get user from where, and for this actually we'll use selector. So selector, it's actually not importing, so let me import the use selector from redux. Okay, at the top we'll have to import use selector and use dispatch from redux, and now we can just call use selector, and inside this use selector what we will have, we'll have a state, and then we'll define that would be state dot what. Now if you just console log the user, then you will get the user. So let me check. By default, if you click here and see, refresh it, you can see here is the console log from nav line number 16. So this is actually nav line number 16. If you have the user, what you have to do, if you have the users, you can just render conditionally this navbar. So for this actually, after these curly braces, here we can simply render button based on user login activity tbt. Okay, so here actually we will do conditional, so that's why we will have curly braces, and we'll check if user is available, then we'll check user dot role, and we'll check it and define it. If this user role will be user, then we will simply show something, otherwise we will show these actually this list item. So let me cut it and keep it here. So here actually let me take a div, or here actually we don't use div, actually we can use list item. Inside this list item, if the user this condition is true, what we will have to do, we'll have to show user profile. So that's why img, and here we'll use avatar image. So for this actually let me import avatar image. So import avatar img from, we'll have dot slash assets slash, here you can see we'll have avatar image, so that is actually commenter. We can use the same image. Let me copy and let me paste it here. We'll use this image here on this src. Okay, and then we can just define a size. So class name will be size 8, size 8. So let me check. here actually not showing. Why actually not showing? Let me remove. Okay, it is actually not showing because the users has admin role. So to do this, I will just show you. If user role is admin, something like this, then you can see the image profile will show. You can see the image profile is show, though we'll have in the backend we'll have all the users is admin, so that's why it's actually not working. So let me go to MongoDB and make a user in general users, then you can understand, but it's actually loading. Let me do it. Okay, it's taking too much time. Okay, I'm sorry, I cannot see it. Actually, this is taking too much time. Okay, so let me show it here. If the admin is there, what you can do, you can just take a link components, and then you can simply show dashboard. Okay, you can just define that would be dashboard, and here you can just define a true. This true will be slash dashboard dash build. Okay, so this is the thing, and we can do a little styling here. This dashboard can be a button, so sorry, we can just make a button here. So let me cut it. Let me take a button and keep it here. We can do some styling for this button, and this button styling, you can just style your button, and let me define some class name here. We'll add a background color. We'll add px4 py 1.5, then text white and rounded sm. So when the user is login, look, we will have a button, and we can simply define on li tag. We can simply define apply class name, that would be flex. Item will be center, and gap will be free. Okay, so now you will see this is the dashboard. When the user is admin, it will show dashboard. But what if the user is not admin? You can simply copy this whole thing, and above here actually you can simply show here. If admin is not a user, not an admin, you can show user, and here instead of these actually you can implement logout button. So let me define logout button. So instead of these actually we don't need the link item. We can simply keep the button, and this button will be logout button. Okay, so if the user is not actually, but if the user is the general user, it will only implement this logout. Okay, so I hope you understand how this will work perfectly. Okay, so this is fine right now, and we need to define the logout functionality. So for this actually at the top we'll have const log out, or handle log out, and here actually it will be async, and we don't receive anything here. Actually, to implement log out, we have a try catch block, and when we will call simply await. And actually for log out, implementing log out, we'll have to use logout mutation. So that's why here let me define logout users, and it will be from use logout, actually use logout users. So it's actually not showing. Let me open the watch slice, and then if you type use logout mutation, so where is logout mutation, we'll call this, and then here actually we'll get log out user, and we will call this logout users. Then we will define unorf, call it, and finally we'll define dispatch dispatch from the use dispatch. So let me define const dispatch equal use dispatch, and here we will call this dispatch, and then dispatch will be log out. So we'll have to call the logout function. Let me call it, but it's actually not showing. Why? Let me open uh, slice actually, then maybe logout will be work. So let me log out. Okay, so this is actually, you can see logout is there. Okay, so as all of the users is admin, so that's why it's actually not showing. And let me try again. Okay, you can see we will have two users, and these two users is admin. So if we define the third user is actually simple general user, and if I update it, so this is modified it, and right now we'll log in to the user 3. So for this, let me check. Here is this, actually this is the email address. We will log in using the email address and the password, and let me log in. If I log in successful here, why actually everything is fine. Let me just here actually let me remove the token, and let me remove the cookies, everything. Okay, so if we remove everything, right now we'll just reset. Here we'll have two logins, so we'll have to fix that issues. Why actually two login? So from this navbar you can see here we'll have to login. Why? Okay, so the mistake is that how to fix it. So here is actually, you don't need to include this. Actually you can use and operator instead of this. So instead of here, you can see we are using optional checking. We can simply use and operator, and you can remove this nav list item. So if you do this, actually you will see only on login. Okay, so let's log in as the user 3, and everything I removed, and now login successful. It's actually not showing. Let me wait, refresh it. Why actually not showing again? So did we define? Okay, so this is the user. So let me console log the user. So we are getting user, and again we'll just check the apps, and we'll remove any cookies or other stuff if there. So let me clear token, let me clear. Okay, the storage is not there. Let me define user 3 at the rate gmail.com. This is the password. If I click login, then login successful. Okay, the token is set, but the local storage is not, the token is not set to the local storage. So what you have to do, when you are login, you will have to go to login page, and there you will have to do a little task. The task is very simple. When this is done, you will have to set the users. So here we will have to define const dispatch. So this patch patch, and we'll call use dispatch from redux, and when the response is there, we'll call this dispatch and define set user. So we'll call this set users, and here we'll define the users. Okay, so if you do this right now, you will maybe this problem will be solved. So let me clear the token again, and let me try again. So it will be user 3 at the rate gmail.com, then something like this. If you click login, so this token is there, and on the local storage we keep the users, and you can see this is users 3, the role is users, and when the role is users it's actually showing logout. So let me click this logout. It's actually not doing anything. Why? Actually we define the function on the navbar, so but it's not used. So to do this we will go to where is the logout button. So this is logout button. Here we'll have to define on click and then pass this handle logout. So if you do this right now, if you click logout, it's actually logout and login button is there. You will click again, please login user3@gmail.com, password, and login successful. Logout button is there, and if you refresh, still you can see it's not removed. And now let me log out and we'll log in as a user 1 as an admin, so that it will just define something like this, login successful. And you can see here is the dashboard. When you will have admin access, you can access this dashboard, otherwise you only get logout button. Okay, so that is the thing we will have to work with. So again, what you will have to do here, so let me again let me remove all of this stuff from the applications. We'll remove users and also remove the cookies. And right now what we'll do, we'll actually log in as a general user. So let me log in as a general user. So that is the 3 users3@gmail.com, and here this is login. Now you can see we are using as a general user. So if you are a general users and if you visit any blog post, here you can see a comment option. So how to post a comments? So to post a comments we will have to implement that functionality. So for this comment posting, what you will have to do, let me close all of this stuff for now, and here actually we will go to the features section in Redux, and then here we will have a comments. Inside these comments we'll have to implement another API. So that is actually comment api.js, and this is a very simple comment API, so we can create it first. So here that would be comment API, and here we will call create API. So if it's not working, we can input it this way. We'll have to input it from /toolkit/query/react. So let me define create API, and inside this create API we will have curly braces. Here we'll have to define reducer path. This will be the same name. So this is comment API. You can just keep the same name here, and then we'll have a base query. And then with the base query we have already done this lots of times. So here we'll have a base URL. Then this base URL will be something like this. You can just open the blog API and we can just copy this, and for this actually we can check our backends. And for the actually base API, you can see for the comments actually it has /API/comments. So we can simply change this API/API/comments. Okay, so after this base API, here we will include credential will be include, and after then here actually we will use tag types. So tag types will be, for these tags we will have a comments. So that would be comments. Okay, and after these tag types we'll have endpoints. Then we'll have builders function, curly braces, parenthesis. Inside this builder functions, we'll have post comment, and here this will be builder dot mutation. Then we will have parenthesis, we'll have query. Inside this query, for the first query, we will get comment data. Then we will have arrow, curly braces, we'll define URL. So that's why, okay. So here actually we can just do a little bit. We'll have to define parentheses. Inside this parenthesis we'll have something like this. Here we'll have URL. Then this URL will be if you check your comment routes from the backend, so this is routes, comment routes. So to post a comments here, that would be slash post comment, and then after this URL we'll have a method will be post, and the body will be this comment data. Okay, so this is the post API, and it will invalid when after this query key actually will define invalid APIs. So when will invalid, when the comments will render. So here actually we can simply use this way. We'll have to define something like this, and here we'll have arrow, we'll have types. Type will be these comments, so we can simply copy it and keep these comments here, and then we can just define ID. The ID will be based on post ID. So these two things will have inside this array. Okay, something like this. And here what you will do, you will have to define result, and then we'll have error, then we'll have post ID. Okay, the final text is that this invalid text will be the same thing. Okay, so after doing this, so this query is done. We'll have get comments, and for the gets comments we'll have same. So builder dot query, and here we'll have this query. So let me keep the query. This query will not receive anything. Here the path will be, so this is actually total comments, and we will get this path. So total comments, here it will be get, and we don't need to include body here. So that is done, and after having this we don't need to anything to, we can simply export const. Then we will have something to export, that would be comment API. What we will export, we will export use get comments, and we will also export use post mutation, and finally we will export default comment API. Okay, that is the thing. After doing this, we will go to a store, and we can just copy a reducer. Here instead of auth API we will have comment API, and this will be comment API slash reducer, and here we will also add the default middlewares, that would be comment API dot middleware. Okay, everything is fine. Now if you check here, you will see on Redux, you can see this is the comment API. Okay, comment API is there. If the comment API is there, we can simply just post a comments. It's actually nothing a rocket science. We will go to, let me close everything, and we will go to blogs. Inside this blogs we'll have comments, post comments component, and here actually what you will have to do, here you can see a to do. we'll remove this to do, and here we'll get the user first. So for this actually we'll get the user. So from where we'll get the user, we'll get use selector. So if you not get the use selector, you will have to import it. So let me import something from React Redux. So that is actually React Redux, and that is actually use selector. Okay, so we'll call use selector here, and here actually we'll get a state, and then we'll have a state dot what, and here actually we'll get users. So let me console log the users first. Okay, so right now if you inspect, then refresh it. Here is an issues from the related blog. We can just fix it, but you can see inside this post comments we will have a users here on the line number 9. Okay, so for the related blocks here, let me use that. We'll have a key properties here, so let me fix it. Key will be blog underscore blog. So right now if you refresh, that issues has gone. And right now what you will have to do, so let me back to the post comments, and here if you get it, and then what you have to do here, you can simply, let me comment it here, you can simply define const, and that would be, we'll call use post. It's not showing, if not showing, you will have to open the APIs. So Redux features comments API. So here use post comment mutation, and here actually we'll have post comment. So you can check, it's actually post comment. You can simply copy this and you can just destructure it from here. So we'll have post comment mutation here, and after then actually we'll have to create const handle submit function. So that will be a events, and then we'll have parenthesis curly braces, and at the beginning we'll just define event dot prevent default. So event dot prevent default will have to include event dot prevent default here. Then we'll check if not user, if the user is not there, we can simply show an alert, please log in to post on these comments, otherwise it will just navigate to the, so we'll have to define const navigate equal use navigate hook, and we will define navigate will be to the root directory. Okay, so okay, to the login page. Okay, fine, that is done. After this actually we'll define const new comment, and that would be, we'll have to say the comment will be the simple comments. Then we will have user will be user dot underscore id. Inside this users you will have underscore id. If you check at the top, you can see we'll have underscore id, and then we'll have to define post id. Post id will be the above id. So this is the above id, so we'll include that id there. So after then, if you just console log, let me just console log the new comments. Okay, so let's what we will get. So for now, if we refresh, everything is there. It's actually loading. Wait, go back. our server is loading. Okay, click open. Here if you type anything, I am commenting, and if we hit submit button, it's actually loaded. Why? We have used this handle submit, we didn't use it, so that's why we will have to use it from this form. So once submit, we'll have to use it. So if you do this right now, again I am commenting, and if you click submit button, you can see here you are getting comment, post and users. So all of this stuff by default taking. So you can see this is the same ID there is there, and this is the post ID. You can see here is the post ID. So all of this stuff is done. So if you have all of this stuff, let me comment out. And finally we can have a try catch block, and if catch is there, we can just show an alert. So an error occurred, while posting comment. Okay, and on the try block, what you will have to do here, we'll define const response, that would be a wait. Here we'll call post comment, and then we'll pass new comment. Here the await is not working. Why? Actually here we'll define async, then the error has gone. Here we'll define unwarped. Okay, something like this. Let me console log response. Okay, so right now if I refresh everything, and here let me try to post a comment. I am posting a test comment, and hit the submit button. So nothing happens. Why? There is no console log or other stuff. Why actually? Okay, after a few seconds, actually we're getting comments. Comment is created, and here's the message, and you can see post comment is posted. Okay, so if you have the comment is posted, we can show an alert. So after doing this, we can show an alert. The alert will be comment posted successfully. And after then, what you will have to do, we'll have to set comments. So by default empty again, and we'll call refetch. So for this refetch, actually from where we'll get the refetch, here actually we'll get refetch from actually const will have refetch. So this refetch will have from use fetch block by id. Here we'll have id, and then we will define skip will be not id. Okay, so here actually we'll get the refetch, and we'll show this refetch here. Okay, so I think you will understand how to get refetch. And final task is that you will have to show the comments. So to show the comments, actually this page is done. Now let me refresh. Okay, to show the comments, we'll have to back to the comments card, and here we'll have a block if the comments is there, how to fix it. So for this, actually at first here we'll have to define const user equal use selector. From Redux toolkit we'll get a state, then we will have a state dot what dot user. Okay, so we'll get the user first here, and then I think everything is fine. So here actually let me define Okay, everything is fine. Let me check. No comments is there. We'll post a comments for this blog. Let me define. I am commenting. Let me click here. Comment is posted successful, but it's actually not showing. Why actually comment is not showing? So for these actually, let me console log the comments here. CLG comments. Okay, let me check it. Undefined, so that's why it's actually not showing. Why undefined? From the single block curve, where is actually here is the comments. Maybe let me find where we define the comments. Curve, single block, and here we will have blocks. So let me comment out. When we are redirecting here, post is stripe, and inside this post we will have to have no comments. Why actually? Let me try to add a comment, paste it, and so post the why actually not comment. Comment is undefined. Here we'll have post. Inside this post the comment is not showing. Why? So to fix it, actually we'll have to see the block routes here. When we're getting comments here, actually the issues is that I understand that we are just not sending the comments, we are just sending the post, but we'll have to also send the comments. So for this, what you will have to do, when you are just getting the single block, here we have simply passing the post. Actually we don't do it, we will have to do it this way. We can just remove this, actually remove this, and instead of the text we can simply pass the post, and we can simply define the comment. Okay, so right now if you do this, and we can name it comments. Okay, so if you do this right now, if you refresh, then you can see the comment is there. The comment is now posting. Okay, so you can see we'll have post and the comments. Okay, so I think now it will work. Let me check post and comments. So if the comments is posted here, though the style is not the okay, so we can just fix this. So for this, actually here for the comments we will have to apply flex. So here we'll have map, we'll have index. Then let me define class name. We'll have margin top 4, and here on this div, actually we'll have to define class name. We'll have to define flex. Then we'll have gap 4. We'll have item center, something like this. So right now we can see it's user and this is comment. Okay, if you post any comments, so let me define. I am commenting again, and if I hit submit, its comment is successfully post. If you click, then the comment is showing here. Okay, but what if you are not log out, if you are not log in? So right now we are not login, and let's try to just comment here. So for commenting, look, we will comment it on a new post. Actually here we can just comment, there is no comments. I am trying to comment without login. Okay, let me hit submit. It says please log in to comment this post. So here is redirecting the comment page. Let me log in as a user 3, login.com. Click here, login successful. Now if we go again to the second to the new block, for example, let me choose this block, and here commenting from users 3. Okay, let me click comment posted, and you can see the comment is posted successfully related to this block. Okay, if you refresh and go again, you can see it's is consistent, it's actually not removing. So we'll have everything is done, and right now we will do a little task. So for this actually we'll have to modify, we'll have to add some others API on this actually blog API. Here it's actually we are limited API, we'll have only face blog, face blog by ID and query related blogs, but here we'll have to create post blog API. So for this actually post blog API, so let me define it, and here actually you will have to define builder dot mutation, and here we'll have something like this. Inside this parenthesis we'll have a query, and let me define query. Query will receive a data that is actually new blog, and here we will have to define a functions. Then we'll have something like curly braces, we'll have URL. The URL will be let me open the blog routes. So to post a blog, so let me go there. Here is the slash create API something, so that's why we'll have slash blogs slash create post, and then here we'll have to include method. Method will be post method. Post method, after this method actually here we can just define the body. The body will be new blog, and here credential will be include. Okay, and actually we can just add tags. So for this at the top here, after this we'll have tags type, and these tag types will be here, that will be blogs. Okay, so these tag types will be, it's actually for caching free text. So that's why here on the fetch API after this query we will define provided tags, and that would be this blog. Okay, we will define this provided tags at the face blog, and we don't need to define it. Okay, so the post blog is done. After doing this post blog, what you will have to define, we'll have to update blog, and for the update blog we'll have same thing, builder dot mutation. Then we will have curly braces. Inside this curly braces we'll have all of this stuff. We'll have URL method path. So let me format it. Okay, sorry, we'll have to copy the whole query here, whole query, and then actually for update blog here actually instead of new blog it will receive two things. At first it will receive an ID, then it will just receive rest, so rest content. And here instead of this path, so let me check for the update. So close it, close this is the update path, we'll copy it. So let me paste it here. So after this we'll paste it slash update post slash ID, and this ID will be dynamic ID. So let me define $, that will be ID, and here one this body will define rest. Okay, and we'll have for update we'll have patch. So here we'll have PATCH patch. Okay, finally what you will have to do here, actually we need to invalids so things, so that's why here actually we will define invalid tags, will have results and underscore ID, and here we'll define the tag types will be block and that will be ID. And after doing this we'll have delete block, delete log, and that would be builder dot mutation. Then we will have same things. We can just simply define, we can simply copy the whole thing, we can just paste it here. And for this actually we don't receive any data, we'll have only the ID. So as we're receiving one thing, we don't need to define parentheses. And for the update delete actually, here we will simply have slash id, so we don't need to define something like here. We can simply keep it, and the method will be delete, and we don't need to have body, and we'll have credential true, and we will have invalid tags as well. Okay, and finally we will have to export it. So that's why from here we will export use post blog mutation, then we'll have use update blog mutation, then we'll have use delete blog mutation. So everything is done, our task is fine. And from the next tutorial we will start building the dashboard functionality. So for this dashboard we will just go to here. If I show you, if I click login, here we'll have admin1@gmail.com, then we'll have 6. Let me log in. Okay, login successful. And what we will do, if you click the dashboard, you can see we'll have to make this type of dashboard. We will have this type of graphs. We'll have add new post section, manage post. We'll have to define the manage sections, and we'll actually create this dashboard and secure it. So hope you will enjoy that. So still now you can see that we'll have logout functionality, and here actually showing the profiles. And if I hit this logout button, then you can see, you will see a login accounts information. So if I now click login, and here login as a user one, and you may remember user one is actually the admin from the backends. So that's why when the user is on admin, it will show dashboard, otherwise it will show logout button. Okay, so what if happened if you click here? So you can see if you click the slash dashboard, it's actually not found because we don't have set up routes for this. So how to do this? Let me close everything, and we will close Redux here. Let me close users, components, and so all the stuff, and also close the backend. So from now what you have to do, you have to go to src. Inside this src you see a router. Here actually we don't have set up any routes for actually admin dashboard. So that's why what you have to do here, we will simply define a comma, and we'll define a path. This path will be slash dashboard. So you can see this is dashboard, you can simply copy it, and here you can simply define dashboard. And for now actually we'll remove dashboard. We'll do this for actually the relative path. Okay, we'll make some relative path, and this is actually absolute path, we'll make it relative path. Okay, so here we'll have to render elements. You already know that we will render elements here. So let's go to the pages section, and inside this pages actually we'll here is the pages. Inside this pages we will create a folder that is actually admin page. Here we'll keep all our admin code. So inside this admin actually we will have a admin layout. So let me create a admin layout, admin layout page .jsx RAFCE, and this is our admin layout page. We'll render this from here actually, admin layout page. Okay, so right now what if you do this? Look here, you can see by default it's showing admin layout. So let me go home, and if you click dashboard, then it will just show admin layout. So our admin page is there, but we will have to make admin page something like this. We will have navigation bar. Here you can see we will have a navigation bar. Here on the right side we will have content. We can add post, we can manage post from here, and we will have users. So all we have to do, make this thing. So for this, actually simply here, let me add a comment. It will be here, let me define, it will be protected protect protected by the admin. So here we will use actually private routes. So for this we'll let me define use private routes here. Okay, so we'll implement private routes within a soon, but before that it's okay. So what we will have to do, actually let's create the layout. Here we will have to create a layout. So for this layout we will go to admin layout page, and here let's make a layout. So inside this div, actually instead of admin layout, we will have two things. At first we will have a header, and inside this header actually we will have a admin navigation. So we will add, let me define admin navigation. Actually this is admin navigation, and then we'll have a main block. Inside this main block we'll actually render outlet components. And let me design these. Actually if we define class name, and for this actually we will have container, then we will have mx auto flex, by default flex column, and on medium devices that would be flex row. Will have gap of 4 items start, justify start. So okay, that is the styling. Let me check. Here you can see admin navigations, and let me define for example a p tag for now. This is for admin content. Okay, I'm just adding a simple text so that it will show on the dashboard. You can see this is admin navigation and for admin content. Okay, let's design this header. Here the header will be a class name. Will define on large device, header will be on of 5. Then on a small devices, header will be 2 by 5, and by default it will be full. Okay, and after then for the main content, here we'll define class name. We will have p of 8, busy white, and w full. Okay, so let's check. Now we can see this is admin navigation, and this is for admin content, and we'll have to make this type of thing. So that's why here let's design a component for this. Actually the component will be admin navigation. So let me define admin navigation actually, and that would be .jsx format rfce. And instead of this simple text we'll use admin navigation components here. Okay, so right now you can see this is admin navigation. We'll design this page for now. Okay, but before that, here actually let me do a little task. What we will do, okay, we'll check here. We'll simply check the user first from use selector that will import it from React Redux. We'll call it, and here we'll have a state, then we'll make it state dot auth. Okay, and we'll destructure user from here, and if no user, that means not users, so this sign and user will simply do something. And here what we will do, we'll also check optional checking. So we'll also check optional checking, that would be user dot, we know user has a role field, and we'll check not equal, then we'll check admin, then we'll return from this div. So we'll return to navigate actually. So for this actually, let me define navigate from React router DOM, and then navigate will be to login page slash login page. Okay, so at first it will get the user, and if the not users or the user is not an admin, then it will redirect directly to actually the login page. Okay, so that is the single task we will have to complete in admin layout. So right now nothing changes because you are just as an admin login. Okay, so next here on the admin navigation, what you will do here, we'll have to simply just write some code for this navigational bar, all type of navigational bar. Okay, let's do it. So as let me design it, we'll have a div. So this div actually the header, we can just make a comments. So this is actually header part, and inside this div actually we'll have a img, and this will be an admin image. So let me import an image as an admin. So import admin img from actually dot slash assets slash then admin dot png, and we'll use this here. So we'll have to use parenthesis, and then we'll have to define the class name. Size will be 14. Okay, simply do it. Let's check it. Here you can see admin, and after then we can add a paragraph text. So that is actually admin. So this will actually make sense that this is actually admin dashboard. So that would be semi bold. Okay, fine. And here on this div actually we'll have to define class name. We'll define margin bottom 5. Okay, and at the top of the div here we'll define some class name. We'll make a space y actually 5, space y5. Then here we'll have busy white, then we'll have p of 8, then we'll define on medium devices age will be here, we'll use calculation, so that's why it will be simply cals. We will calculate, we will firstly take 100 VAs, then we will minus 89 pixels, and after then we will have we'll have flex column, and then we'll have justify between, something like this. Okay, so let's check, nothing much changes, but here you can see a white space, and here's the content space. Okay, after this actually we'll have to take a hr tag. So this is for actually these hr, so you can see nothing changes. Why? Okay, let me check. After these actually we'll have a UL tag. Inside this UL tag we'll have li tag, and inside this li tag we'll have nav link, and then inside this nav link we will make it dashboard. Okay, and here we'll have a two that will be slash dashboard. Okay, and let me check here. You can see this is dashboard and here is the space. Okay, and we can add some CSS, and that would be class name. We'll have to define this way. At first we'll inside this parenthesis we'll have curly braces is active, is active, then we'll have arrow, we'll check is active. If is active, then we'll define text blue 600 font bold. Okay, and then otherwise we'll define text black. Okay, so this is the styling. Now we can see by default this is actually dashboard. Okay, so if you have this list item you can make some copy of it, and here actually let's do it. We'll make some copy. Okay, so for this time it's actually 4 times, and let me check how many items actually. Okay, 4 times. Okay, so for the second one, here the dashboard name will change it, add new post, and for this actually it will be slash dashboard slash add new post. Okay, and for the third one actually this will be slash manage items, and we'll define this is manage items, and here that would be slash users, and we'll define users. Okay, so we make it. So let me check it. Here you can see we'll have 3 numbers here, but it's actually side by side. Okay, so what's the wrong actually? Okay, we can just keep it inside a div. So let me close all these eval, and here we'll move it actually inside a div, and right now after then actually we'll need another div, and this div will be another hr tag. We can make it mb3, and after this hr tag we'll have a button. This button will be actually log out button, and here we'll define some class name that would be text white, then we'll have busy red 500, then we'll have font medium, and px5 py1 rounded sm. Okay, so let's check it. It's almost done. Actually we'll have to add some styling on this eval tag. So for this actually on eval tag we'll simply define space x actually space y5, and on p top we'll have actually 5. So this is the styling. You can see the admin's number is showing perfectly, and here if you click any of this, then you can see it's actually the path is changed. If you go back, choose here, and then users, but we will have to implement others route and content for these. Okay, so we'll create routes on the route space and we'll implement that one by one. Okay. Okay, now let's create some path for it actually. Okay, so when someone click this add new post, what you have to do, look, when someone click add new post, it's actually this path, so we will have to set up a path for this. Okay, so let's do this right now. We'll close. Okay, keep it that here on this route path we are just making our admin layout here, and after this actually we can simply, let me add a comma, and after this actually we can define some children for this. And as we are using children, we will have square brackets, and here actually inside this square brackets we will have a path. And for this path, for the root part actually we will keep it single quote or double quote, it's actually not mandatory. And here the element will be simply dashboard. So for this, inside this pages we will create a dashboard, and inside this dashboard we will define a dashboard component dot jsx rfce, and we'll define when someone is in the root, will simply show the dashboard components. So why it's actually not showing, let me try again. Dashboard components. Okay, oh, we made a little mistake. That would be here, we'll have to rewrite it dashboard. I made a little mistake here. Okay, so let me rewrite it also dashboard. Okay, update it, and maybe if we can import it again, let me remove, and here let me import dashboard again. Okay, so the root path will be using this way. As we are using a relative path, then we'll have a path. This path will be for, actually you can see when someone click this add new post, it's actually this add new post. So we'll copy it, and here inside this square bracket we will keep it there, and we'll define a element. So this element will be actually add post. So where we'll actually keep add post, it will be inside, actually we can create a components. So here inside this admin page we can create a post folder. Inside this folder we can keep it add post dot jsx rfc, and we'll render it here add post. Okay, so now you can see it's actually showing add post here, and this is actually for admin content text. And after then we'll write for manage items, we will copy this, and then we'll have to set up this way. We'll have same path. This path will be our copied things, items, manage items. Here the element will be for manage items. We inside this post actually we can create another component. So manage post or manage items, it's actually not mandatory. Let me define manage post dot jsx rfc, and we'll define manage post here. And finally there need another thing. So for this actually we will have users. So let me copy it, and we'll define path. Path will be users, and then we'll have elements. Then elements will be, so for the users inside this admin folder we'll create another folder that is first users, or you can keep it user. And let me create the page name, actually that would be manage user .jsx rfce. Let me import it. So here on the router we'll have manage user, and finally you can see when you click it's actually rendering, but there is an issues. It's actually all the time dashboard is selected, because here the path is dashboard. It's actually not the changes. So that's why how to fix it, how to remove these two active things. So for this actually you will go to admin navigations, and here for the first one we can add a methods that is actually int method. So if you define int, so it will only check the int version. So when you click admin, it will show admin functionality. When you click new post, it will have new post. When you have manage item, it will check the int path, and for users actually manage users. Okay, so now for this time from the admin layout, let me remove this p tag. Actually we don't need to show this p tag. And again here on the admin we will have a button. So on the admin navigation actually we will have a button, and this is actually logout button. So that's why here we will just implement a logout functionality. So for this we will define const. Here we'll have a square brackets, and that is actually user logout. So if it's not showing, what you have to do, you have to open the redux folder, then features, then auth, then this auth API. Here you can see where is use logout mutation. So that's why if you right now use logout mutation, so it will suggest, and we will get what we can simply get here, log out user. So you can check it. Actually here is logout user. So if you are confused, then you can copy it and you can actually paste inside here. So after these actually we will define const dispatch, and we will call use dispatch from redux, and finally we will have const handle log out, and that would be actually we will have a function. This is arrow functions, and inside this arrow functions we will have try catch block, and then we can simply clg instead of log it will be error console.error, and here we'll define fail to log out, and we can just pass the error. Okay, and inside this try block what you can do, you can define await. So as we will have to use async here, so inside await we can call logout, and then we can just define dot unwrap methods, and finally we'll have to dispatch the logout. So that would be implement logout from the auth slice, and we will call it. So our logout functionality is done. We will just simply add it on an one click event. So here on click we'll have to call this. Okay, so everything is perfectly done right now, and here on the hr tag we can just define a class name that would be margin bottom 3. So all this stuff is done right now, and in the next video actually we will work with uh, private routes. So that's why let me remove everything and keep these routes only. Okay, so why actually private routes are needed? Actually we only show this admin layout when the users has the access. When the users has the access, actually will have token and other stuff, so then we will actually show this dashboard, otherwise will not show. So for example, if let me go to logout, we'll log out, and by default, what if someone just define dashboard, you can see it's redirecting to log out by default, but we don't actually want it. We can simply define a more secure way, so that's why here we'll define a actually private routes, so that we can be keep it more protected. So for this, actually what you will have to do here on this layout, we'll create a new file. Actually that would be private router.jsx, and here we'll have RFCE, React functional components, and at the beginning we'll receive children from here. And if you receive children, then here you will have to check, we'll at first destructure our users from use selector. So it's from React Redux. We'll have a state, you already know, that is we have a state here, and we'll take it state dot what, okay, and we'll get user here. And as you know, if you check here, if you check and the application, then you can see you will have a token in this cookie. Okay, so for this, actually we'll get a cookie, so we'll define our token. This token will come from the actually document dot cookie. Okay, we will have these two things, and then we will actually check if const location, we'll check the current location, so that's why we'll have use location hook from React router DOM. And finally, it will actually check this way: if user and token is there, we can simply return children. So return children. Otherwise, you can simply, let me return from this block, actually we can return navigate from, we'll have to import it from React router DOM, and we can simply define here, we will define the path, so that would be slash login path. Then we will have to define a state. This state will be from location, and finally we'll have to check replace. So if you make this, and now from the routers we'll just only protect these routes this way. Actually we'll define private router, and inside this private router we'll make admin inside this private router. Okay, so you can see by default it's actually checking and giving you on this. Actually we can just do a little changes. We actually don't need this token, as we will have users, and if users will only available when the token is there. Okay, so that's why you can check this, and let me show you. We can just remove the token, we can just remove everything from localhost, and now if you refresh, you can see everything is there, and try to log in. We'll have user1 gmail.com, and for now actually try with user3, so it's a general user. We will check when you have user3 access, that means you can see you will logged in, and here is your users, and here is your token. You can see this is the token, and this token is from AWS. It's actually not your token. So you can see, what if you have user access, and if you try to go to dashboard, you can see it's redirecting to the login page. It's actually not getting you inside this dashboard as you are a user. So to access as an admin, you have to log out, and when you log out, you can see this token is clear and this localhost is clear. And now let me log in as an admin. So gmail.com, okay, using password, and now you can see the users with the admin role is enabled, and here you have the cook token. And then you can see you will have dashboard access. If you click dashboard, you will render to the dashboard. If you click add post, it's now add post. If you click manage post, manage post. If you have use click these users, then users. So next video actually will make the pages something like this. We will have a dashboard page, we'll have a admin, add users, and all of these pages, then our project will be int. So this time actually we will design our dashboard. So this is the sample dashboard, and we will make this type of dashboard. So this will be something like this. Here it's still loading, so that's why it's showing the loading. Then we'll have something like this welcome sections, then we'll have 4 grids. So this will say the status or stats of the websites, and here we'll show a block chart. So a typical dashboard will have something like this. Okay, so we'll make this type of thing for now. So for this actually, let me close all of this stuff, and now from the dashboard actually, here you can see inside admin we will have dashboard, and inside that is actually dashboard.jsx. It's a simple dashboard text, and this text is showing here. Okay, so we'll design that section. So at the beginning here we'll take a empty fragment, and what we'll do, we'll cut it. Then we will have a div here. So let me take a div. Inside this div actually we'll have another div, and this div will have a h1 tag, and this will say hi, and will show the admin name or the username. So that's why from where we will get the username. Okay, so let me define a paragraph tag, and that will say welcome to the admin dashboard. Okay, something like this type of text. And then we'll have another paragraph tag, and here let me copy this text actually from the here, and you can write your text no matters. Okay, that is the thing, and we need to show the users. So right now if you check, here is something like this. Here after the hi we will show the user's name. So that's why here let me get the user. So how you can get the user? You can get the user from the use selector hook. So let me do this. So here we will get user from use selector hook. So this is not imported. Let me imports from React Redux. So that is React Redux. So that would be use selector hook. Okay, so here we will get a state, and this will return state.auth. Okay, something like this, and we'll get the user here. Okay, so if you see something like this, then what you can do here, after this hi we will take a parenthesis, and we'll check if user, then this user will have a username or something like this. So if I do this, then you can see use selector. Okay, the error has gone, and you can see this is the user one, and the username was the user one, so that's why it's the user one. Okay, then this thing is done. Let me add some styling. So at the main div here we'll define space x, actually space y, that is 6. Then we'll target this div, we'll make 8. Let me define here, that would be busy primary colors, and then we'll have p of 5. So let me check, here is something like this, and after then what you have to do, we can just simply show the cards. So here you can see we'll have 4 cards, so we need to take the cards. So that's why after this div we'll take another div, and this div will let me add a comment. So this is actually, sorry, here we'll have to add a comment. The comment is actually cards grid. So 4 cards grid, and here inside this div let me take a new div, and this div will have a icon. So for this icon actually we will use React icons. So that's why we will take fi users icons. So it's if not suggested, let me go to React icons, and here what will do, users, let me search user. Okay, that is user, or let me get the icon from the fi icons. I hope you can just my internet is not working properly, so I am just doing this way. We will just import fi users from fi icons, and we'll self close it, and after this here we'll define css. The css will be simply a size, so class name that would be size 8, then text will be indigo 600, something like this. Let me check here. This is the icons, and after these icons what you will have, you will have the block length. So here we can simply define, oh actually that would be users. So let me define 2 users by default, and let me check here actually 2 users, and we'll target this div. Then let me define class name. Here the class name will be busy indigo 100, something like this. Then we'll have py6 w full rounded sm, then space y, that would be 1. After space y we'll have flex, by default flex call, then we'll have item center, something like this. Okay, let's check. So here is something like this. We'll have an icon and 2 users. Okay, so right now it's hard coded, but we will fix it soon. So the next thing is we can simply copy it for 4 times, and now you can see we'll have all of this stuff. So let me customize. For the second one actually we'll have a fa block. So let me import icons from fa icons, and we'll keep it this actually. You don't have to do it this way, you can just search here and you can use that icons. Okay, we need another icon, so let me import that also. You can manually import this, or you can search it from these websites. Actually for net issues I just have to import this way. Okay, so after this actually this is the second block. Let me check here. Actually it will show blocks, so let me copy it, and the second one will be blocks, and we will use fa blog, something like this. And then for this fa blog actually we will define red colors or something like this. So that would be text red 600 or something like this, and here we'll define the busy will be red 100, and everything will be the same. And for the third one here it's actually admins starts, so we'll show this will be admins, and then here we will show admin counts, and that's why here the icon will be ri admin line, and the colors will be text lime or something like this. lime 600, and here that would be lime 100. Then the fourth number was about comments. So for this actually, let me check. Here is the comments. We will counter the comments and show it here. And the color will be, the text color will be orange or something like this. The design is depend on you, how you think. It's actually not a great deal. So that would be ANG orange or something like this. Let me check. Here is this stuff. So right now it's perfectly showing. And what you have to do here, actually we will target the parent div. We will define that is by default flex call, and then on medium devices we'll make it flex row, justify between, and gap will be 8 or something, padding top will be 8. Okay, let me check. So perfect, it's perfectly showing. And now the next thing is you will have to change it dynamically. So for making it dynamically, what you have to do, look, for this actually we will have to define a use state. So let me define use state hook. So the use state hook will be, firstly we will get a query, and we'll have set query, and then we'll have use state. Here we'll define, inside this use state we'll have curly braces, we'll define source will be a string, and then we'll have category will be a string, something like this. Then we will call the blocks. So that's why here we'll have const, we'll have a parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis let me call use faiths. So if not suggesting, we'll have to open the blog API, and then we'll get this use face blocks query. We'll have to import it, then we'll pass the query from the above, and here we'll destructure the data. The data will be blocks, and that would be by default empty objects. Let me console log the blocks. Okay, so let me check here if the block data is showing. Refresh it. Now you can see we will have total 8 blocks, and this is showing. So if you have block, you can also receive error and is loading data. So is loading data. So if you have loading, you can simply show is loading. Then we can just simply define an AND operator, and here you can simply define a div. So we can just defining loading dot something like this. So when loading, it will show loading. Look, it's first time show loading, then we'll render the content. Okay, so if you have blocks, then you can let me comment or let me remove it if too much console log is not helpful. Here on this block actually we can simply define parenthesis. We can just simply show blocks dot length. So if you see right now, the block counts is dynamically. Okay, so after this block actually what you need to just do the same way. We will have to define comments. So we'll get the comments. So for this actually we will have use get. So if not suggesting, let me open the comment API, and then use get comments query. That is our query. We will have to call it, and this time we don't need to have to pass anything. Here we'll get data. This data will be named as a comments. and by default we'll make this comment is an array. So let me console log the comments, sorry, comments, and here refresh. Here you can see this is total comments. Inside this comments we will have total comments. So we can simply show this total comments dot counts from where, actually here, actually we'll define comments, then we'll have total comments, then we will have to define length. Okay, let me check. It's actually not the length. So what the issues, actually we can simply, we don't need to define length, actually it will be calculate length by automatically. Okay, the comments is total right now 6, and here you can see it's actually number 6. So that is the thing. Then we'll have to show the admin. So how to do admin count? So to get admin counts we'll have to use another hook. So that is actually, let me get the user data. So use get user. So if not suggesting, let me open again what API, and here use get user query, and here we'll get data. Then the data will rename as users, and by default we'll have a array. Okay, let me get the users here, refresh. Okay, you can see the users is an array, and inside array we'll have two data. Okay, but here you can see we only show the admins data, we don't show all the users counts. Or you can simply define total users, it's good, but for now here we would like to show only the admins data. So that's why here what you will have to do, you will have to define something. But before that, let me here, we will simply counts, define a variable. So admin counts, and that would be users, will have users, then we'll define filter. So inside this filter we'll have to get user, we will have check it from user dot role equal admin or something like this. Then if you check the admin counts, then let me check. So here is an issues. Why? Actually you can see when we are getting the data we will have inside users. So here you can see we are getting an objects, inside objects we will have users. So we can simply make it objects and then users dot user. Okay, you can see inside users we will have another properties users. So that is actually users. Let me refresh. Here undefined, and you can see the data. So that is actually admin role, and it's actually 1. So if you have, then you can see this. You can simply here define admin counts dot length properties. Okay, or you can simply calculate it here dot length. Okay, something like this. Then the total admins is 1, and by default here you can simply show, you can just check conditionally. We can have to define a curly braces, and we can say when admin counts is greater than, is not equal 1, you can simply define yes, otherwise you can just simply define a string. So that's will actually, when there is the only one admin you will have to show admin, but when admin is greater than 1 then you will show admin. So that is the check. Look, right now it's admin. simply, because there is one admin. If you have two admin, then it will show admins. Okay, so that is the trick how we can just define. You can see there is no issues right now. And let me comment out this. And lastly, what you have to do, you have to show this actually, these graphs, something like this. Okay, so for this here, let me close this div, and after this div here we'll add a comments, and the comments will be so graphs and chart. Okay, you can show many chart, but I actually do only one charts. So here we'll have to add some css, so that would be p top 5, so p top 5, and then pb5. Okay, and if you require any css there, actually there is no require any css, we can simply define another components, that is actually blogs chart. So let me define blogs chart dot jsx component rfc, and here we will pass the block. So let me import the block charts, and we'll pass the blog here. So that's why blogs will be blogs. Okay, so if you pass blogs, you can also receive it. So that is the thing. So here how to design the block chart, something like this, will have something like this type of charts. So for this actually it's very simple. Let me make it to the next video actually. So for making this type of charts, what we will do, we will go to recharts. You have to search recharts, and here recharts.com, and you will have to go here. It's taking too much time. Let me install it by this way. We'll open the terminal. Here you can see we're on frontend track, and what you have to do, define it. You have to define npm I, then recharts. You have to type recharts. So recharts or something like this, or you can just get the command from here. Actually from these websites is still loading. Let me search again. So here you can see npm packages, you can go there, it will show. You can copy it and simply paste it here. Let me remove and paste it. So you will have to do this way on frontend track. Make sure you are on frontend track. So wait until it's complete, and at this time it's still loading. I'm sorry for that. Here you can see we will have two repositories. You can check this repository. How you have to use it, you have to use this way actually. Okay, nothing much think here, but if you go to their github repositories or others, let me check if that will open or not. Okay, here this is the link research.org, though my internet connection is very slow, so that's why it's actually not showing the sample. But you can use it this way. You will have to define this way, and let me, don't be worry about it, I am showing exactly step by step. So our installation is done. Next, what you will have to do here, look, we are getting data. So if we are getting data, at the top we can just define a functions. So what you have to do, you have to format your data. So that's why we will define format data, and this will receive all the blocks. Then here we can simply define a curly braces and return. What we will return, we will return blocks dot map, and inside this map we will receive block. Then we will have something like this. We'll have curly braces here and then enter here. At first we'll have a name property. This name will be format date. We'll have to import format date from this what you can see inside utilities. You will have format date. So let me call format date functions. So sorry, it's actually not format date actually. If not showing, you will have to open it. Sometimes it's very not actually showing something like this. You will have to import format dates, and here you will pass blog dot created at something like this. After this name we will have to define post. This post will be blog dot title dot length. Then we will have to define pv. This pv will be blogs dot page, actually it will be page views, otherwise it will show 0. Then lastly we will have amt, so that will be blog dot amt, otherwise it will be 0. Okay, so something like this we will have a data formatters. And if you just do these all this stuff perfectly, then what the next, here we will call the data. So let me define const data equal format. So let me format data, will call this and pass these blocks here. Okay, so if you do this, then this is done. Let me check if it's still loading. I'm sorry for that. Okay, so for then here actually let me define some css. We'll define class name, we'll define padding 6, then busy primary busy, busy primary actually. After then we'll have rounded lg and shadow sm or something like this, or md is okay. So inside this block charts, what you have to do, you have to show AH2, and that would be a name of the charts. So that is a block chart, something like this. And here we'll define some class name, that would be text excel. Then we will have font semi bold, we will have margin bottom 4. Okay, so let me check it. Here you can see, let me refresh, nothing issues. Okay, so you can see block charts. And right now after these actually we'll take another div and we'll define a height. So the height will be graphs height, so it would be 880. And then inside here actually we'll call the responsive container. So responsive container, if not suggesting, you can have to I'm sorry I cannot show you because of the internet issues, so have to import it. Let me import it at the top. Here we will simply define import something from, that would be recharge recharge.js. Okay, so what you will do, you will have to import area chart, then you will have to need area, then you will have x axis. If you type, then it will suggest no matter y axis. Then we will have Carter grid, then we will have tooltip and responsive container. Okay, something like this. Okay, then here we'll have to call responsive container. Let me do this. Inside this responsive container, what you will have to do, you will have two things. You will have to define a width. The width will be by default 100%. So let me define 100% width it will take, and then height will be 100%. So let me define 100% width and height. And inside this responsive container you will have a area chart, so that would be area chart. Let me close it. Inside this area chart we'll have to show some data, so let me get some space, and here we'll get the data. So firstly we'll have a data field, this data field will be this data that is here. Okay, after then actually we'll have margin block, will have curly braces, then second curly braces will define top, bottom, right, left. So here we can simply define top will be 10, then we'll have right will be, let me show, right will be 30. It's actually just margin area. Left will be 0, then bottom will be 0. Okay, this is margin area, and after this margin, okay, this is done. And inside this area chart, what you will have to do, you'll have to define curtains spread and it's self closing. So inside this self closing we will define a stroke uh, dash array, and that would be two things. Here we can simply define 3 space 3, and that would be a string. After these actually we'll have x-axis, and that would be also self closing. Here we'll define data key, and data key will be name field. So this will be name, and after then we'll have it to call y-axis, it's self closing also, and finally we'll have tooltip, it's also self closing, and lastly we'll have area, that would be also self closing. Here we'll have to define type will be monotone, then we will have data key, that would be actually post data, then we will have a stroke, so a stroke will be a color. So here we'll define 888 4D8 something like this, a stroke color, and fill color. So this is the fill color, so that is actually same color 888 4D8 something like this. Okay, let's check. If you check here, you can see by default a graphs is showing, and as we have limited data, so that's why it's actually all the this actually post count is not here. Is the mistake is that as we don't have mass post, so that's why here we cannot just calculate the length. So that's why here we are just showing this type of thing, but you can simply you can see it's actually just calculating the title dot length, and it's actually is block title length. So first block title length is 40 characters, second block is 30 characters, the third block is actually, this is actually title length. Don't be confused about the number of post actually. So why it's actually not number the post, because here we just define these will be specifically for the title length. It's actually not the block counts. Why? Because we have limited only 8 blocks, we cannot show this type of graph. So that's why I just make sure that this is the thing. Let me close it, it's actually not needed right now. And I hope you can make this type of thing, and you can just change your data here, and you can just show what to show there. Okay, so for now, actually, we'll have to design our ad post, and this is simply ad post text. And what we will do, we'll make something like this. We'll have a title, we'll have a container that will just contains block cover, category, meta description, ratings, and by default it will show one, and it will show the admin or the right admin. Okay, by default. So here anyone can just type post. So this is a post. You can just show if anyone would like to show a heading. So this is a heading text, and you can just define what type of heading. It's h2 heading, Then here you can just add any type of text. For example, let me lorem text, lorem ipsum text. Let me close these actually. Here, for example, you can just show this type of writing here, no meters. So this will be simply heading 2, and after then here we can just define this is text, and we can copy any of this text block, and keep pasting here. We will have to write this way. You can, if need to define any list item, you can just do this. For example, let me make some list here. So for listing, you will have actually loop, will have list item, and you can see first, second, third. So you can just do listing this way. Okay, what we will implement everything in this video. Okay, let's move. So for me, let me close everything, and here we already close this stuff, and let me remove everything. And from there, actually, let me close dashboard. You can see inside this post actually will have add post, and here if you click this add post, it's actually new post, and here simply we'll have add post. We'll have to design this page. So at first, let me remove this. Here we'll apply some CSS. That's like class name. We'll have busy white background here. Then we'll have on medium devices, padding will be 8, by default padding will be 2. So inside this div, what you will have to do, we will have a h2, and this is actually create a new blog post. Okay, we will have to define class name. We'll define text will be 2xl, font semi bold. Oh, sorry, that would be semi bold. Then okay, fine. So right now we can see create a new blog, and after this actually we'll have a form. Let me define, we don't need any actions. So this time here inside this form we'll have some class, sorry, here let me add some class name. So that would be class name. This class name will be a space y, actually 5 or something like this. It's not x, it's y. After then we'll have padding top 8, and here inside this form content we will have a div. Inside this div we'll have a label tag. This label is for, we don't need to define actually HTML4. We can show only text here, so the text will be blog title. Okay, and after this label actually we can have input field, and that would be by default text. You can just define, it will be, you can, if you need, you can just define name, but I don't need this actually. Here we can simply define a placeholder. We can just name it just a blog name or something like this. So Marina del Rey Marriott. So it's something, a blog title or something like this, and then we can make this field required. Okay, if now if you check here, you can see this is the blog title, the label, and this is the text. We'll have to design it. So for this, at first we'll target the div, then this div will be a space y4. Then we will target the title label. Actually the label will be font semi bold. Then we will have text XL size, XL or something like this. Okay, so let me check. So this is the thing, title is there, and we can use a clone to the title. And after then inside this input field, what you have to do, we'll have to add some class name. So that's why here the class name will be w full. By default we'll have inline block inline block, then we will have busy primary, we will have focus outline none, px5 py3, something like this. Now if you check perfectly, look, you can just type anything here, and this time we can just define a use state hook. So that's why that would be const that would be title, and here we'll have set title. We can simply define use state, and that would be empty array. Okay, and inside here actually we'll have value tab. Here we can simply show the title, and on the on change we can simply get the event, and then we can simply set it to set title. We'll have event dot title dot value. Okay, so that is the thing. At first we need to define it, and according to after this actually, so after this you can see we need this content block and all of these sections, but before creating this content block we'll create these sections. Okay, so for this, after this div we will take another div, and for this div actually we can add a comments blog details. Inside this blog details we'll have left side and right side. So let me define add a comments. So left side, this is the left side, then we will have another comments. Right side, we'll take a div right side. Okay, and now we'll target this div, and here we'll have to define by default that will be flex will be column. On medium devices that would be flex row, then we will have justify between items start, and gap will be 4. Okay, for the left side here we'll have some styling. We can just define on medium devices width will be 2 by 3rd, and by default will be full. And for the right side here we'll have to define on medium devices width will be 1 by 3, and by default that would be full. We'll have border, we'll have padding of 5, and finally space y5. Simply that is the style. Let's check how it's looking here. Left side, right side with the border. Okay, so we'll design the right side first. Here inside this right side, look, inside this light side we'll have the title, then we'll have some box, something like this above. So at first here inside this right side, what you will have to do, we can just simply take a p tag, and we can just define choose blog format. Okay, we can simply define class name, that would be text excel size, font semi bold. Okay, let me check it. So choose block format, and after this p tag we will have a div, and this is actually for images. We can add a comments for images, and inside this div we'll have a label. Okay, we can just copy the div from the above, and we can simply paste this here. Let me format this, and here instead of blog title it will be blog cover, and here we need to define, let me check here, we'll have something like this. So that is actually unsplash, and let me copy this URL, and inside this placeholder actually we'll define the unsplash image 1.png, something like this, dot slash something. Okay, this type of placeholder. Now we can see it's actually showing photo of blog, something like this. You can see it's actually perfectly showing something exactly. And here for the coloring, what you will have to do, we need to change the value. The value will be cover image. So here we need to define a user state hook for this, and that would be cover img, and that would be set cover image. We can just write all the user states at a time. So let me copy this for sometimes, and here after this actually we'll have meta description, and that would be set meta description. Then we will have second on, we'll have category, and here we can simply change it to the category. After then we'll have rating, and that would be set rating, and this set rating will be by default a number, so we'll define it by default 0. Okay, and after this actually we'll have to get another user state, so that is actually message if any error happened, message, and that would be set message, and it would be also a string. So all the stuff you need will have to given there. Okay, so now let's complete it. We'll have to, for the second one, this is image, so we don't need to define it. We'll have to define cover image, and that would be set cover image, okay. So after this we can simply copy paste it for several times. So here after this image, let me add a comment. This is for category, and we can copy this block, we can keep it here. So we'll define category. Let me check, this is category, we'll have this type of sections. So for this, instead of placeholder we'll have slash, let me check, that would be rooftop. It's actually suggesting rooftop slash travel slash nature, something like this. Okay, it's actually, you can see it's suggesting. After then okay, so after the category, what you will have, meta description. Okay, here actually we can just change it, it will be simply semi-bold, we don't need to define it excel size. Okay, so block category, then we'll have meta description. So we can, what you have to do, you can just define meta description, and that would be the same thing. We can just simply copy it paste it here. Let me define meta description, and instead of cover, that would be meta description. Set meta description. Meta description. Here we will have to define write your blog meta description. And right now, instead of text, it will have a text area field. So this is actually text area, and here we need to define calls. Calls will be 4, rows will be for something like this. Okay, and everything is fine. Let me check. So this is the meta description tab, and after this tab we'll have rating and author. So let me close this, and here we'll have rating. Okay, we can simply copy the above one, we can paste it here. That is actually rating. We'll have to pass, this will be rating. We will change it to number, and here instead of cover, actually let me check. Here meta description is okay, it will be set rating. And instead of the placeholder, we don't actually need this placeholder for this field. Actually by default it will show 0, it's showing 0, but we need to remove this arrow. So for this, remove input field arrow, input bars number arrow or something like this. And then if you check here, if you check the W3 schools, you will see you will have to include this type of thing, and simply you will have to add it to app index.css or somewhere else. Okay, so if you do this, then you can see the arrow has gone from there. You can see the arrow has gone. Okay, so if then the next step is actually author. So for the author, what you have to do, you will have to close it, then add comments, au trace over author, and we can simply copy it, paste it here. That is actually au trace over author, that will be text. And instead of having this value for the author, we'll have to define user dot user name. So, and we don't need any on change here, and we can just disable it so that no one can just edit it. Disabled. Okay, and placeholder, for the placeholder we can simply render based on this. We'll use caret sign. We can simply show user dot username, and then we can simply show something like this here, not editable. Okay, and as we don't define the users, actually that would be user. Okay, let me import users using use selector. So at the top, what you have to do, you have to get the users by use selector. So let me define const. Here we'll have user, so we'll have use selector hook from React. So let me import use selector from actually React Redux. So selector, and here we'll get a state, then we'll get a state dot auth. Okay, so right now everything is fine. Let me check where is the error. Actually there is no error, and by default the user 1. Okay, so this section is done. Now we'll have to just consider to the right side, left side. So for this actually we can just close the right side and move to the left side. Here on the left side, what you will have to do, on the left side actually we'll have a p tag that would be uh content section. Let me define class name. Here that would be font semi bold, then we will have text excel and mb5, and after this p actually we'll have another p, and we'll define write your post below here. We can make it class name, text will be extra small xs, then we'll have italic, and finally here let me check, we'll have something like this, but now we need this editor space. So for this editor space, what you will have to do, we'll have to go to, we'll have to search editor.js. You can simply search editor.js, then you will have to go to editor.js.y. So this is the thing we will use. What you have to do, click this get started. To install it you will have to do it, copy this npm command, open your terminal and paste it here. Then the next thing is you will have to import it at the top, include the modules in your applications. So we will just include it at the top. So let me copy it, and after installing we'll have to include it at the top. Let me include it. After then the next step is you will have to do call this editor by this way. So we can handle it with a little extra work. Here at the top we'll define const editor ref. So we'll create a reference using useref, and that would be by default null. Then after having these, actually what we will do here, we will define a div inside this. After this paragraph, actually after this right here, we'll take a div and we can reference this div using an id. So this id will be editor js. So if you read these documents, you can see you will have to define. So where is actually using, you will have to, let me check, I just correctly write it. So after doing these, actually we will do, after this here we need to define a use selector, sorry, use effect hook. So let me define use effect hook, and this will have a array function. Then here we'll have a dependency. Okay, so at first by this way, here you can see we'll have editor, we'll have a editor, and then we'll call new editor. Okay, so we'll define this way. Let me copy it, and inside this use effect hook we can simply paste new editor, and inside here we'll have a parenthesis. We'll have to define the folder that will be editor.js, and then we'll have onReady method, and this will be a function. Will have something like this. We'll call the editor ref dot current equal our editor. Then we'll have focus. We'll have autofocus, and this will be true. When the editor is selected, then it will be automatic true. Then we will use these tools. You can see here is some tools list. We'll have to use these tools. So for these tools, actually, let me will have to define header. So if you check, here is look headers, and that will be simply copy it. Then inside these tools we'll have to define headers, and inline toolbar we can just define it, not link, it will be true. So, and simply after then, what actually these tools install all the tools, but here to install tools actually you need some configurations. So to use these tools, actually you will have to install it. At first, what you will use, at first we will use headers. You can see we'll have heading, so that's why we'll have to install headers. So let me open this. We'll have npm I, then we'll have editor.js header, then we will call npm I, we need list. So for this, if you check, you will find where is list. You can see toolbars, you can see if you need any tools. Okay, this will toolbar simply, but let me define where is list. So for the list item, it's not there. Let me define list, or inline tools, where is the list. Okay, okay, here is the thing. When you click this get started, if you scroll, you can see if you need any specific blog, you can just use this. So for example, if you need header, you will click it, and you can see it will have to install header by this way. Okay, then we need list item, so that's why here is the list. We will have to open it, you will have to install it. Let me copy it, and then we'll have to define npm I will have at the red list. And if you need descriptions or other stuff, you can just search embedded code. If you need code, you can just keep code, checklist, all the stuff. If you need image, then you can use this block. Okay, everything you can just explore it. And when you just embed it, you can see inside this list you will have to configure this way. Okay, so for this list we'll have a class, and we can simply copy it, and let me close, and we can simply paste it, as we don't need to configure it, so that's why we will remove this block. And if you need additional list, you can have to import it by this way. And at the top you can see we'll have to import list this way, so we'll import it at the top of our thing. And for the header, actually, let me import header at the top. Okay, so these two tags is required here. And finally, after having these, actually after having these tools, what you will have to do, here you can see this is the editor.js, and after this editor.js we have to return, here simply return a function. This function call editor dot destroy method, and after them we'll have editor ref dot current equal now. Okay, so our editor setup is done perfectly. And then the next task is actually we'll have to define on submit handler. So right now we don't have any submit handler, so let me define const handle submit will have async await event prevents, and here, so let me add this handler to this on submit field. On submit we'll call this event handler, and here actually what you will do, at first let me define a try catch block. So clg failed to submit post, then will error. And here actually let me define, inside this actually we'll just call const content will be await, and we'll call editor ref, then we will call current, and then we will save command. So if you need to save, you will have save method simply like this. You can see when you have to actually save it. Okay, so save actually will save this content to the div actually. Okay, so if you just console log, let me define content. Okay, and okay, let's check, refresh it, inspect, and let me open console. And if you type anything, so this is, you can see here, this is a object, this is a content from editor.js, and let me define a image, for example, maybe this image for now. Let me copy image address and its required field. Here is an issues actually, these two things is the same thing. Let me fix it. Here on the right side, the first field, here is image field, set cover image. For the description here actually, look, it's by default you will have category and set category. Okay, now I think this will be fixed. Okay, if you write something, this is a post from editor.js. Let me copy thing, the category will be travel, then meta description, this is my meta, rating is fine, author is there. Okay, we forget to include the button. So where we'll actually use the button, we'll use the button here. Let me close blog details, this is actually from, and after this we can just show if any message happens. So if message happens, we can simply show a paragraph text, and we will show the message here, and we can just define some class name, that would be text rate 500. And after this message we'll have a button, this will be add new blog. Here we can simply define type will be submit type, then we'll have disabled, when disabled, that would be is loading. Okay, let not to include it right now, we can simply define some class name. So class name, the class name will be w full, then margin top 5, then busy primary, will have on hover, busy indigo 500 will have text white. Then we will have font medium PY3 rounded MD. Okay, let's do. They are taking a refresh. Okay, let me define blocks here. Travel. This is meta description here. This is the editor this block. Okay, let me hit this. Let me remove everything. Hit this. Okay, title. This is a block title. Okay, let me hit here. If you hit, you can see something is getting here, the time and block. Inside this block you can see a paragraph text, and this text actually has a data including the text. This is editor block. If you write anything, hi there, and submit again, you can see you will have a block. And this block has two things. One is actually this is one paragraph is actually this block, and the second paragraph is hi there. So we are getting console log from this content, actually from this content. So where is this content? And then if you have the content, you can simply get from data, or you can just create a post data object. So that would be const new post, and here new post will be an objects, and these objects will have title, then we'll have cover image, then we'll have content field, and you can simply check it from the backend actually what actually you need to include. If you go to models, blog models, then you can see we'll have title, content, description field, and this description will be meta description. So meta description, and then we'll have author field. You can see here we'll have author field will be user dot underscore id. We can check optional checking here if you need. And finally we'll have to pass rating. You can see rating is there. Yeah, that is there. Okay, we'll have to include all of this stuff. And right now if you just console log, let me clg new post, then you can see an object. Okay, it's taking a refresh for now. Let me define. Okay, everything is fine. So this is a blog text, blog title. Then we'll have a simple blog actually. Let me write this type of blog. We can simply copy it, paste it here. Look, it's actually working. If you need any heading, so let me define heading, and we'll have to make it. The tools is not working. Why? Tools, we include tools there, but what actually not showing tools? Okay, the tools is showing here. You can see it's on the right side. We can make it heading. It's actually heading. You can see it's showing on right side heading. Okay, then we'll have, let me inspect. We'll have console log, and here we'll have block cover. So let me copy this email URL here, then travel. This is meta description, and if I submit this add blocks here, you can see you will have this type of thing. You can see all of this stuff is getting, you are getting author ID, you are getting title, you are getting rating, and then you will have a splash image URL, you will have control content section, you will have 3 blocks. Okay, paragraph, header, and list items. So all of things is getting there. So if you have all of this stuff, what you will have to do, you can simply make it, we can simply call the post block method. So for this actually, what you will have to do here, after this, at the top we'll have to define post block. So let me define here, let me define const. Here we will just use post, if not suggesting, let me open blog API, then we'll have post blog mutation, and then we will get post data. Here if you check, for the post item, actually this post block, and here you can see post block will destructure post block, and will also destructure is loading, and will disable the button when loading. So let me disable the button, disable when is loading. Okay, perfect, done. And if you have this, let me close. If you have post data here, after this console log, let me do this, and here we can simply define const response equal, we'll have await, then we'll call the post block. Here we'll have simply pass the new blog post, then we'll have to define unverb method, and let me console log response, and then we can show an alert if it's successfully done. So alert is post blog is posted successfully, and finally we can navigate it. So for this navigates, actually we can define const navigate equal use navigate call use navigate hook. So if not suggesting, let me define navigate equal use navigate. Let me import this. Why is not importing? If not importing, let me import it from react router DOM. So const from react use navigate from react router DOM. Okay, why is the error? Oh, it will be import, actually import. Okay, the error has gone, and after this alert we can just navigate. That would be to be dashboard or somewhere. You can just navigate to the blocks. Actually you can simply navigate to the blocks routes. Okay, So if any error happens, we can just set message, and then we can just simple. So fail to submit post, please try again. Okay, let me try again. Here, refresh everything. Let me define, we'll create a post, something like this. Okay, hotel with rooftops in USA. Let me take, where is the data? Lorem data. I'm sorry. Let me get some lorem data. I'm just getting this data for now and keeping it here. Then this will be, let me refresh it. Okay, we can copy this URL. This is actually travel. Then add some meta. For meta, actually, I am just giving this text here. Then rating will be 5, and hit this button. You can see the posted status 404 and data, the token is not provided. Why actually token is not provided? Maybe uh let me check if the token is there. Token is there if the localhost is there. Okay, if the token is not provided, maybe we can just remove and check it again. Let me remove this, and again let me remove everything. We'll have to make a refresh, and it will to define user1 at the rate gmail.com, password, and login. Go to dashboard. Here add new post. Let me turn blog test blog 1. Let me add some text from here. Okay, blog image. Here travel, meta description, something like this. Blog 5. Let me check any issues. If I hit add block, actually create post API/create post is not authorized. So why not authorized? So we'll have to check it. Handle dispatch. So if not authorized, what the issues actually? Not token is provided. So why not token is provided? Can we check here? Credential true is there. Okay, everything is fine. So let me go back to the backend, and here we'll have index.js blog API. Okay, here we can just do a little task. What you will have to do for this front end, you can have to use cookie parser. Let me define cookie parser. We'll have to use this for actually. So let me import cookie parser, and we'll just install it backend. You can see the backend is running here on this terminal. Let me stop this. We'll install npm install cookie parser, and we'll also need another thing. So that is actually body parser. So we'll also get these. Actually this two is required for now. Let me copy it, install it, and let me run our server again. Okay, so how to use cookie parser? So for this cookie parser, you can see we'll have to include it at the top. So let me it at the top. So after this, actually we are defining, we'll define const. And for the cookie parser, actually here we'll call app dot use, then we'll have cookie parser, we'll call it, then we'll have the another one, so that is actually body parser. We'll have required body parser, include it after this. We'll have const, we'll have to use app dot use body parser. Here let me call it, and inside this actually we'll have body parser dot json. Inside this json we'll have to define limit. So the limit will be 100 MB. Okay, and then we can also use app dot use. Here we'll have body parser dot url length coded. Here we'll have to define it. So limit 10 MB and exceed it true. Okay, something like this. We'll have to include all of these two things. And finally, as we are not getting any cookies, so for this what we will do, we'll go to src controllers, sorry, middlewares, then verify tokens. Here we'll have to do a little task. So for this actually what you will have to do, we'll have to define inside verify tokens. You can see we're getting cookie from here. So body, actually we will just receive the cookie, we'll comment this for now, and we can just open it. So requires cookie from token, so we'll just include this right now. So it is used for testing purpose, but right now it will be okay. So we'll back there, and where is the error? Let me check, is there any error? Okay, here is the issues. We can just this is not actually working for the things. We can just simply, can we ignore it? Okay, quick fixed. Okay, for this project, so the error has gone. Okay, now can we check it again? Close everything, let me try. The look, after doing these tasks, actually the issues was here. We'll have to include this cookie dot response, and after including this you can see the post is succeed, and here is the blogs. So blogs is not there, so that's why it's an error. But if you have blog selected, so for example let me get here, after posting blogs you can see here blog routes, and we will have to make this type of page. But right now what we can do, you can check it to the root directory. So as we added the post, you can see the test blog post is posted successfully. I hope you understand, this blog post is posted successfully. The image is not properly there, but you can see that content that we include is there and the rating is showing. Okay, everything is working. So if you have this, the posting is perfectly working. The image is not fetching because we didn't provide it. Okay, let's try it with again. What you will have to do, you'll have to click new post. So paste post to here. Let me add some paragraph from here actually. Let me define this way. Uh, Copy it, then we will have paste it. Then let me take a header. So for the header, we can just take this header. We can just make it heading 2, and this will be content section. You can see it's actually simple text. Okay, and after then let me define some list. Here will be list item. Let me take some text from here, paste it, paste it, paste it. Then block cover for this actually. Let me take another blocks. So here instead of this, let me take this blog image. We'll simply uh, copy the image URL. Let me copy again because it's the final test. We'll keep it. It's for example travel, and for blog titles or something here we'll include this meta description, and it will be 4. Okay, now let me click here. Blog is successfully posted. It's redirected to blog page, though we don't have any blog page yet. We'll make it. Now we can see the image is here. Why actually the image is not showing, I am not sure. Let me inspect here. Is it uh, actually the paid image, or why actually not showing? It should show the image. Okay, the image is there, but why actually not showing? Let me copy the image URL, paste it here. Okay, the image is there, but not actually showing. What the issues? Oh, that's I got that. So for this, actually, let me go to blocks here. This is blocks, and this is the image actually. Let me check optional checking. So it will be blog, then cover image. Okay, look, after optional checking, the image is perfectly showing. So that's all the issues for not showing the image. We'll have to include these also. Let me refresh it. Maybe it's taking for loading, so that's why actually perfectly not showing. Let me close, refresh, open it in a new tab. So the image is large size, but here you can see the list is working, the type heading is working, here is the text, and you can see the rating is also showing. The image is too large, so that's why it's taking too much time. What you can see is there lazy load attribute or something like this. Lazy load. So we are using too much heavy type of image, so let me take this type of image for now. Copy image, and this is the last try. What we will do, test free image here, then this is test content, travel, log, rating 5, post again, post it. Let me go back to the blogs. You can see it's actually showing. So this image is too much big, so that's why look, it's actually not working here. So if you use a small type size image, then it will obviously work. I hope you can understand how this will work for the blog posting. Okay, so if you check, let me we can just define these blocks simply. So for this, actually let me define. From this we will post it and I will show you. So maybe this is not working, let me open this. Okay, we'll create the same post here. So let me go to dashboard. We'll make a little variant, so that would be centered to. Let me copy the content, paste it here, then we'll copy the image, address, paste it here. It will be university. Let me add description, so we can just add the same description that is defined here. For now the rating will be 5. If I hit okay, here we can do a little text. When we're working post, instead of slash post, we can just define the root post. Okay, I will have to add the content here again. Everything is fine. Let me click add new blog posted successfully. It will redirecting to the first page. And here if I refresh, you can see this is posted. So this is posted perfectly, and you can see this is the everything is there. It's showing nothing else, and post is successfully posted. So right now you can see that this two image is now showing perfectly. Okay, and this time we will have to work with manage items, so we'll design this page. So for this page, let me remove all of this actually. And for these, actually what we'll have to do, manage uh post. So this manage items, here you can see inside this post we'll have manage items, and we'll have to design this page. Okay, let's do this. To manage this page, actually at first we need to get the blocks data. So for this block data, where we'll get, so simply let me define. We'll need to define a use state hooks, so that will be use state, and this use state hook will receive two things only. That would be source, that would be a simple string, then category, that would be obviously a string, and will it define query, and that is set query. Okay, finally we'll define const, and we'll get data. The data is actually blocks, and these blocks will be an array. We'll destructure it from where, use fetch. So let me import open the blog APIs, then we will find use fetch block. Okay, actually use fetch block query. Okay, so this is the thing, and we need to pass this query from here. So let me pass it. If you pass, then you will can see the blog here. We don't need to see it actually. Here we'll take a empty fragment, empty fragment, and inside this fragment, actually at the top we will, when we're getting the blogs data, we will have error and is loading. So here we can simply check is loading, dot loading. Okay, we'll just make loading. Otherwise, we'll have a div. But here actually, if you check, we need to show uh, for the manage post actually, it's loading. We need to show this type of a table. So for this type of table, we will search Tailwind CSS table, and if you see here, you will find freefrontend.com, and inside this freefrontend.com, if you scroll a little bit, you will find table related to the author creative team, and we will use this table. So let me open the code. Okay, the code is this, and we need to use this. So what we will do, we will copy the whole section. Let me copy the whole section, and here actually we'll use this section to here. And next, what you have to do, you have to change the classes. Here the classes will be class name, so we'll replace it to the class name and equal sign replace wall. So everything is fine. Let me format this code. So right now, if you check your website, you can see you have this type of thing. So now you will have to do a little modifications. So where you can just simply do modifications, you will have to define here. You can see on extra large devices, here is a width. We can remove it. So then right now you can see this is fixed, and at the top actually we'll have some space. We have to remove it. So for this actually on the margin top, we will simply remove this text, and we cannot remove anything else. And is there any margin top? Okay, maybe not. Now we can see it's much better. Here it's actually much better. Here we will show all blocks. So let me check. Here is page visits. We will define all blocks, and then see all button is okay. Then we need to change the text. So this block is perfect. We don't need to define anything here. So here is your table, and at first if you check, you will have to show number. So here that would be number. Then the next is blog name. So we'll define here blog name. Then we will have publishing date. So this is actually publishing date. Finally, we'll have editor manage, and lastly we'll have another one. So that is actually delete. So let me edit it, delete. Okay, so after then actually t head is complete right now. So if t head is complete, here you will have to work with t body. You can see all of this stuff is there. And for the t body, we can see inside t body we will have table row. We can just check the table row, but we don't need all the row. What you can do, you can simply remove everything except one. So we'll have only one row. So at first here we'll have to show the number, and we need to show another is table data. So let me copy it, paste it here. And we don't have icons, so that's why we can remove the icon from here. All the icons you can just remove. Perfect. Let me check, everything is fine. And this time what you will do, you will map the block. So here we can simply map the block. How? Let me show you. Inside this table body, here we'll check blocks, and we'll define and operator. And then if blocks actually there, then we'll map it. Every time we'll get two things, block and index number. Then we will have a arrow parenthesis. Inside parenthesis we can copy this and paste it here inside the parenthesis. So everything is fine. On the table row, we will define key will be index number, and here at first, so we can simply define index plus 1 because the index number is start with the first on. Okay, you can see this is 1 2 3 4 5 6 and to 12, and then the second one will be block title. So block dot title, then you can see all the block title is showing, and we can simply define it. The next text is, this is for the format date, and we'll have to import this format date function. So let me open utilities first, then let me import format date. You can see now this date is fixed. Now we'll have to define a button for this, something like this. We'll have an icon and a edit text. So here we need an icon, so that's why at first we'll take link from React Router DOM. So is it imported? Let me import link, import link from React Router DOM, and then here inside this link will have a two attributes, then two attributes will be redirect to caret sign, or you can simply define curly braces caret sign. This would be dashboard slash update items slash $sign blog dot underscore id. Okay, so that would be our dashboard updated sections. Okay, I hope it's perfectly there. And finally, what you have to do inside this link, actually we'll have class name. Let me define class name, and that would be on hover we'll have text blue 700, and then we'll have to use a span tag, and inside this span tag we'll have a icon md mode edit icon, so this mode edit icon will be imported from, let me import edit icon from React icons slash, so that would be from md. Okay, so let me check. Okay, this icon is there, and now the text will be here. After this span tag we'll have the text, or inside this span tag actually we can simply define it edit. Okay, now we can see edit, and here we can just define class name. We can just define a, we don't need to define class name here, we can just apply class name to the span tag. So that would be flex gap on item center justify center, something like this. Now you can see this is the edit button, and finally for the delete button we'll have this type of delete. So for this, actually here you can simply define a button. This button will be delete, and here we'll have to define class name. We can add busy red 600. Then we'll have text white. Then we will have px2 py1. Okay, so right now we can see all of this text is showing this button. Okay, we'll have edit button. If anyone click, it will just go to a specific path. And here we'll have delete button. On the delete button, what you can do, you can just define a one click event listener here. So we'll have on click, and that would be here. We'll have something like this. We'll have a arrow handle delete. Here we'll pass blog dot underscore id, and let me define the function at the top. So here after this, let me define const handle delete function. This will receive an id, and then we'll have a arrow curly braces, and then here actually we can just define async function. Then for the delete, actually we'll have delete post query. So that would be, it will be an objects array. Actually we'll call use delete blog mutation. And if you check here, actually for the delete blog, so we'll call delete blog inside here, and simply we'll have a try case. Here we can simply console dot error, and we can just define failed to delete blog, and we can simply define the error. Otherwise here on the try block we can just define const response. That would be await. We'll have to define delete, we'll have to call this delete block, and then we'll have to define an id. Finally we'll have to unverb, close it, and finally we'll have to show alert. Alert will be response dot message, and then we'll call refetch. So from where we'll get refetch, here we'll have a properties, so that is actually refetch. Okay, we can just call this refetch here. Finally refetch is done. Okay, let's check it. Here I am just refreshing. Finally we will delete the test item 3. Let me hit delete button. Nothing happens. Why? Let me inspect. Okay, failed to delete. Why? Okay, refresh it. Here we'll click the delete items, because here unauthorized access, maybe our token has expired, or so maybe the token has expired because we logged in on more than 1 hours ago. So let me check. Okay, there is fine, but for the issues, everything is fine. Dispatch unauthorized. So let me check. Log API, credential true, everything is fine. And if you check the delete from the backend, so let me check routes, blog routes. Yeah, verified token is there. And for the, actually for this task we'll have to check admin verification. So we'll check is admin verifications here for the delete also. And let me add a comma, and when we are just patching, we can also define is admin check. Okay, Now let me refresh it again and let me hit this delete. Is still unauthorized access. Okay, let me remove everything. So we'll remove this user. Let me remove this token. And for now, if I go back here, user 3, user1 at the rate gmail.com will have the password. Let me hit login successful. Dashboard will have manage item. Let me inspect here, close everything, hit the third one. You can see post deleted successful. And if you refresh, you can see the post 3 is done. And let me show you again. Here we would like to delete the test post 1, so click here, delete it successfully. Test post 1 is done. And now test post 2, click here, it's deleted successfully. And if deleted successfully, now we'll have to update the post. So for this, actually here you can see we'll have a edit button, and if anyone click this edit, then it's actually redirect to a page. So that's why we'll have to set up a page for this. So to set up a page, we'll have to set up a routes. So let me close this, and here we'll go to router setup, router. And for the routers, actually what we will have, we'll have to set up a routes for this update post. So that would be, let me define curly braces, a path. This path will be update post, something like this. We'll have a id here, then element will be update post. Will create a update post element here on this post section. You can see inside this admin will have post. Here we'll define update post.jsx rfce. Let me why it's not working, rfce const update post, a function, curly braces, return a div that is actually update post, and let me export default update post. Okay, now here actually on elements we can simply use update post content. Okay, now you can see when you click manage items, any items, then it's actually update post. So for this update post, what you have to do, we'll actually design this update post section in the next video. So for the update post, you can see if you click any of the items, then it's actually update post. We'll have to design this update post, and this update post, let me close all of this stuff except the blog API, and here it's same at the blog post. So we can simply copy the whole div from here and paste it here on this div, and instead of this, here we can simply define update post or a simple text, something like edit or update post. Here we can simply define edit or update post, and we need as we define everything here, what we will have to do here, we'll have to include all of these stuff. We'll have everything, we can simply copy everything from here and keep it here. So we'll have everything from there, and actually additionally we copy everything, and let me import use ref from React. We'll have to import state, or you can simply copy the above things also, and let me keep it at the top so everything is fine. Now you can see when you are on the if you click any of these items, then you can see you are on update post. So for this update post, the first task is that you will have to destructure the id. So let me define const id, and we'll get the id from use params hook. Okay, so if you have id, then instead of this post use post mutation, here we can simply define const, and for this actually we'll have, at first we'll have to get the data. So that's why we'll have to call use fetch data by id. So this would be this thing, and we'll pass the id here, and what we will receive, we can just receive the data. This data will be blog, and that will be simply a objects, and here we'll get error is loading, then we'll get refetch stuff, and then everything is fine. Here we can simply check it, if we can simply check if blog dot post, then we can simply do it, paste it here. Where is the what the error? So let me go a little bit back. Here actually we have the full thing, we'll have to copy everything. So we will actually copy everything, and we'll check if sorry, we'll have a if condition here. We'll have check blog dot post, then we'll have to paste it inside the if block. So here you can see that after these tools, actually, here we can simply define data, and this data will be blog dot post dot content. Okay, so after then everything is fine, and here we will have, this will be updated post. So updated post, and here we'll have title. Title will be either title or blog dot post dot title. Okay, and for the cover we will have the same thing. We'll have either cover image, or we will have blog dot post dot cover image. We can just do it for other stuff. For the content actually, we'll have the content. For the meta description, we'll have meta slash, here we'll have blog dot post dot meta description, or that is actually rename at a description. Okay, here is actually, let me define meta description. We can just define it blog dot post at, it's actually maybe we're getting description, so let me keep it description. Otherwise here author is there, and for rating actually we'll have rating something like this. Okay, so let me comment these now, and let me check the updated post, what we are getting inside the updated post. Okay, so but before that, here actually we need to show the post data. So for this, here you can see block title. Where is block title? Here is the block title. We need to show the blocks by default. So for this, actually we'll have to make default value. So default value will be log, then post, then title. Okay, something like this. Okay, let me check. So block test is there or automatically showing. Then here the next change is that on the left side here we don't need to change anything. We'll have right side. For the right side, actually we'll have to define default value. So default value will be, so blog dot post dot cover image. Okay, let me show. Here you can see by default the cover image is there. Then we need to show the category. So for this category here, that would be default value. The same way we can just simply copy paste it here, category. So let me show. Editor is destroyed. Okay, the category is not there for this post. Actually, maybe we can just check, did we make any mistake? So let me check. The category, maybe it's not defined for this post. And after then, here for the ratings, we'll have default value, and that would be description. So blog, then dot post, then dot description, something like this. You can see the description is showing. And now for the ratings, so where is the ratings? Here default value blog dot post dot rating. So now it's not showing. Why actually? So maybe it was disabled. So let me check. So for this, actually it's actually not ready everything. And finally the username will be not editable, so that would be, the value field will be the same. Everything is fine. And instead of this text, update log text. Here let me check. For example, here if you want to update this first one, you can click here. You can see this is the text and everything is showing. The category is not showing. Why? So what if we do a console log? So let me console log the blog here. So let me console log the blog category. Sorry, that would be blogs. And let me check why the blog is not showing. Refresh it. Here is post. Inside this post will have description. There is no category. You can see there is no category. That's why the category is not there. Maybe we forget to add category, or let me check if there category on the routes, actually on the model blog models. So this is category, and for the add blog post category, set category, and let me check where is the category. Blog details, right side, here is the category. Set category, everything is fine. And if you check it here, so we didn't pass category for this text, so that's why here there is no category for the post. Okay, so everything is fine right now. What you have to do, let me do test. Here you can see everything is fine. Let me update this. So for this, actually we will add this paragraph 3 times. Let me define 3 times, and here we'll add a category that will be nature, and we can remove the rating, so to 4. And if I for this update, actually here not post, actually we need to update post method. So this is actually post block, we will remove it. Here we can simply define for the update post. What you have to do, we'll have to define update post hook. So for this, actually uh, something like this, we'll have to use update mutation, and that would be post block. So let me check here for the update blog. Here you can simply define that would be, where is the text update post. Okay, we are editing the wrong place, it's actually not there. Let me, we'll have to add it to the update blog post. So for this, actually here we'll have to define const array, we'll call use blog update blog mutation, and then we'll get update blog mutation is as update blog. And now we'll call here, actually state, let me comment out this. And here you can see this is the response, and that would be, we'll have to define update, and this will actually receive 2 things. One will be id, then will be dot slash this updated post. Okay, let me comment out, and that would be blog is updated successfully. We can just define dashboard. Okay, something like this. Okay, let's check. Blocks mutation is not defined, so maybe it's not imported perfectly. So let me import it now. Okay, fine. So let's back. Here I'm choosing the this one. Here I will copy every sections, and will define travel block, rating will be 4. And what if we remove this 2, and if we hit this update block, then you can see blog is updated successful, and it's redirecting to the home page and look back to the home page. And here, what if I refresh, you can see the 2 is done, and here actually you can see the blocks. So you can see we have copied 3 times, and now rating is 4. So it's updated successfully, though it's not fetching after updating. So for this, actually why, you can just call the refresh when after updated. So you can see here is the block updated, and you can simply call refetch after this. Okay, so right now let's try to update another block. So we'll update maybe, okay, let's create a block now. Okay, let me update let's create a blog and update it. So first time we'll create a blog. So test blog 1. So we can just copy some content. Maybe this is the content. We can paste it for 2 times. Then here we'll have to choose a image. So let me copy this image address. Let me paste it here. Then we'll have travel blog. Let me paste this content here. Then we'll have rating 5 and let me add it. So this blog is updated and it will not automatically showing. Let me refresh it. Then you can see this is test blog 1. So we'll have to do free fetch every time. So we'll have to fix it when everything is posted. It will show the free fetch again. Okay, let me go there. Look, we'll have 2 blocks. Now we'll update the blog post. So for this, manage and now test blog will define I renamed this blog, and instead of 2 blocks we'll have 3 blocks. Okay, here we'll define the rating will be 5 and let me hit update. Blog is updated successful. It is redirecting to the home page, and now if you go here you can see I renamed this blog, so it's perfectly updated. And you can see now here is 3 blocks and the rating is 5. So our update blog post is working perfectly. So when we're just posting a blog, it's actually automatic, not fetching. So why actually here you can see this is the post blog, and here we'll have to use invalid tags. So we'll have to invalid these blocks. When new post is created, it will automatically fetch. So I think this will work now, but as we are testing, we can just see here. Let me define to add a new post. Let me define this is test post 2. Let me define content. Maybe this is the content again, and block cover. For this block cover, which image we can use? Maybe we can use this image. I'm just copying this image address. Travel blog will be I am meta description, and finally rating will be 5. And if I hit add new blog is posted successful, and you can see it's automatically posted. This is the test blog 2. You can see sorry, here maybe, yeah, it's posted successful, and you can see this is the text and this is the rating fight. Everything is automatically updated. Okay, so I think this section is done. You can just delete any of these blog posts simply like this way. And the next thing is we'll have to work with users. When you have dashboard access, you can see will show all the users here, and you will have the options. You can simply remove any users. For example, you can change the role. You can just edit user role, something like this. User role is updated. You can see now it's users. If you want to delete it, you can simply click it and it will be deleted. So we'll have to implement that functionality from here. So for this, actually let me close all of this stuff we don't need there. What you have to do from the admin, so this is the admin. You can see this is post, and here inside users you will have manage users. So manage users, inside this manage users, actually what you have to do, you will have to simply define the same way. At first we'll get the user. So from where we'll get the users? We'll get users from actually an API. So the API name will be use get. So if not suggesting, open the auth API, then it will show use get user query, and here we'll have to get data. The data will be user data, and it will be a array. So here you will have to add equal sign. Then we also get error is loading, then refetch, something like this. And here we'll have to define const selected user, and that would be set selected we'll have to make it user, and here will be capitalized, and we'll have to define use state, and that would be null by default. Okay, so now what you have to do here, you will have to do the same. Actually, if you check here, you will have to same this type of actually this type of table. So you can simply get the type of table from the post manage post. You can simply copy the whole section, copy this whole sections, and you can paste it. Let me copy this empty fragment from the manage post, and here we'll have to replace it. So everything is fine, and now here we'll have data. Let me console log the data clg user, and for now if we comment this this section, actually if you comment this section or if you cut this section, for now you can see here when you click users, here is the something like this, and let me paste it. But if you just do it, here you will see the blog is not perfect. So instead of blog, here we can check, that would be user, and here we'll have user. Let me check, user is map not a function. Why? Let me inspect where the user is there. So there is no objects. Okay, it's neighbor array. There is no manage users, has actually there is no users. Why there is no users? So let me get it. Why data is there is no users? So let me get the data, refresh, or for now actually let me comment it so that we can just check the data. Here you can see we are getting a message, and inside this message actually it will be objects. Inside these objects we will have users. So what you have to do, it's actually data dot users. Then let me check, you can see this is actually that would be data dot users. Okay, let me check, we can simply define instead of this, let me comment out, we'll check data then users, and here we'll map it based on data dot users. So if you do this now, format date is not included. So here instead of format date, we can just remove this format date. Let me define. Okay, so users will have, we don't need to show everything actually for the users. You can see users has a email field. Let me check, we will have user email. Okay, we will refactor the code here. we'll have all users, and we'll define user email. Then we'll have user role, then we'll have manage or edit users, so we don't manage or edit or delete. Okay, so for this it's actually not blog, it will be user dot, so here we'll get user dot email, check it. So you can see users is not defined. So let me import these icons at the top, and we'll fix it one by one, so no worries. Actually, when we're getting the data, let me comment it again. Here, comment it again. Refresh. Users is not there. Why? We'll check this way. Okay. So if we check optional checking, then that will be work. So here we can simply open it. Let me define link is not imported. So where is the link? Here, don't actually need the link. We can simply convert it as a button. You will have button. Okay, so we don't have the path, something like this. Okay, let me check. Okay, something like this. We'll have a edit button, and we'll have email and user's role. For the user role, here you can see we'll define user dot role field. Then you can see it's admin, and this is edit button and delete button. So everything is fine, working perfectly. Okay, so here when let me implement the delete field again. So for this delete, actually what you will have to do, here you can see a delete items, and you can simply define user dot id. Okay, and for this handle delete, let me implement the delete functionality at first. Here we can simply define const handle delete, so that will be async. Here it will get an id, and simply let me delete a user. So for this, actually we'll have try catch, and for the catch, actually we'll console log the error. And for the delete, actually here we'll have const response, and that would be we'll have await. And for the delete, actually we'll have delete user. So let me define const from use delete user mutation, call it, and now here that would be deleted delete user. Let me call it here delete users, and we'll pass id. Then we will have dot unwrap, and finally alert. So user deleted successfully, and finally we can just refetch on time and navigate. So for this navigate, actually we'll have define const navigate equal use navigate from React Router DOM, and here this navigate will redirect to the root path. Okay, so finally this delete users is working or not. Let me check it. So we would like to delete the user 3. Let me click delete successfully, and now if you see, here is actually deleted. But if you're not redirecting to it here, let me remove it, so it will automatically work. So for this actually, okay, let me log out. We'll create a new user. So let me here, why it's not working. Okay, we don't have implements register, so that's why it's not working. We'll have to implement register field. For this I forget to do that. So right now, where is the users? Here you can see users. We'll have a register users, and you can see we are just console logging it, but the register is not there. So let me do it very fast. What you will do for the users actually, here we'll have message, then password field is everything is there. What we will get, we'll define something like this, and we will call use register mutation data, and that would be, here will be register user, and then we'll just get is loading. Okay, and here on the form field we'll have to define a on submit. On submit we'll have handle register, and let me define const handle register async, then it will be event, then we'll have arrow parenthesis, we will have event default. So event dot prevent default. At first we'll have event dot prevent default, then we'll have const data equal, here we'll get username, email, password, then we'll have try catch block. We'll simply set an alert when there is an error, registration failed. Otherwise we can simply show wait, we can just call this register user and simply make we'll pass the data here inside this and define unverb, and simply show alert register registration successful, and then we'll define let me define const navigate equal use navigate hook, and here we can simply define use navigate will be redirect to login. Okay, so I think everything is fine. Let me check. We'll have placeholder value. Okay, we need to change on change field. On change here, on change will be, we'll have a events, and we'll set it for the set username, and that would be event or target field. We can simply copy it, and for the email value we'll have set email, and for the password we'll have set password, and if any message happens we can simply set message registration failed or something like this. Okay, so let me show you here. Refresh, login. I don't have users, so here that would be Ton Moy Roy. Here that would be Tonmoy at the rate gmail.com. Here password, let me hit okay. I forget to define the text, so that would be register. Okay, now click this register button. Registration successful. Okay, it's redirecting to the login, and this is Ton Moy at the rate gmail.com. Password, login successful as a user. So if you have users, you can just cannot able to access dashboard. You can see it's redirecting. Let me define user on at the rate gmail.com. Here password, let me click login successful. It's, you can see dashboard is now available. You will have manage items users. You can see now the latest user is here. It's actually show the status is users, and here you can see edit button. Okay, so I think you can see register. Let me define another register. User Mamun at the rate gmail.com 456. Okay, register successful. Let me go to dashboard, and right now here if you refresh, you can see we'll have total 3 users. Okay, if you have 3 users, now if you want to delete the last user, you can see delete it successful, and it's automatically facing. And now we'll have to implement this edit button. So for this edit button, what you have to do, so for managing this users edit, here what you have to do, you can see we are just making a use selector who user state. So where is actually is use selector user state, and based on these user state hook, what you will have to do after these, actually after this section, you can see after this section here we can simply check is model open. So we'll have to create another user state at the top. So let me define const is model open, then set is model open user state, so that would be by default false. Okay, we'll check here is model open, and here actually we will just render a component. So the component will be update user model .jsx rfc. Let me define update user model. Here save closing, we can just define user will be selected user, and then we'll have to pass on role update, then we'll pass the refetch. Okay, something like this here. So you can see on updates, actually we'll have to design Here actually we'll have to add it to the button. Here you can see we will have the editor update, manage editor update. Here you can see we'll have a button. This button is actually this button. We can just define a login. So we can simply uh, just define a login button. So that would be, let me simply simplify it. Instead of doing this, we'll have button, and inside this button we can, sorry, we can just do it this way. We can simply paste it and we convert it to the button field. Okay, here is button, and we can simply define on click, and here we can simply define handle edit, and we pass user from here. So as we're getting user here, so handle edit will be at the top here. What we'll do, so after doing this, actually we'll have const handle edit, so it will receive the user. Then we will have an arrow parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we can just define set selected users, and that would be user. And after this we'll have to call set model open. Set is model open, that would be true. And finally here we'll define const handle close model. Will have something like this. We can simply define is set model false and set selector null. Okay, all of this stuff is done, I think. Right now here if you click, then you can see updated model is there. Okay, and now what you have to do, so for this close model, let me also pass it here. Actually at the bottom we'll have to pass on close, on close, that would be handle on close model. We'll pass user selected users, then we'll pass on close and on update role. Okay, so if you have everything here on the updated model, simply we'll have a div. We can simply define class name. We can make it fixed. Then we'll have inside 0. Inside will be 0. We'll have flex item center, justify center, busy black, busy opacity 50. Sorry, busy opacity 50 or something like this. And inside these actually we'll have a div. So this div will have class name, that would be busy white. Then we'll have p of 4, then rounded shadow lg, and w will be 1/3, something like this. Here we can have h2, that is edit user. Let me add class name, so that is actually text excel mb4. Then after these actually we'll have another div. Inside this div, let me define class name. Here class name will be mb4. Then we'll have a space y4. Okay, so inside this div actually we'll have label. We don't have to define it. That would be email. Then we will have input field. We'll have text. Value will be user dot email. Then we don't need id. Actually here no one can able to users edit the user, so that's why here we'll have read only. And finally we'll have some class name. So class name, the class will be margin top 1. Then we'll have busy primary. Then blocked will have shadow sm. On sm devices text will be sm. Then we'll have border gray 300 by default rounded md. py 1.5 px5 focus outline none. Okay, let me check if anyone click here. User is not defined. Why user is not defined? You can just simply destructure the user, so that would be user on close and on role. Actually let me check on role update. So now you can see if anyone click here, you can see this is your email address. And after then actually we can add some css to the label. So let me define class name. We can add css block text sm. Okay, something like this. Now you can see we'll have email, and then after these actually after this div we'll have another div, and you can actually copy this div, paste it here, and let me check how is it. It's actually we'll have role field. So this is role, and instead of these actually and we'll take after this label, we'll just not use this simple index, so we'll have to use select. And inside this select actually we'll have a value. The value will be role. So we can just define a use state at the top. Here we'll have a use state hook. This use state hook will define user role, and here actually inside this select we'll have to pass role. Then what you will have to do, we'll have to define here on change. We'll have event, then we'll have define set role. So that would be event dot target dot value. Okay, and inside here we'll have options. Options will be a value by default user, so that is user, and we can call it's admin, and second on will be admin. Okay, so let me check it. Here you can see we'll have user admin. Let me add CSS. So for this CSS actually we can just copy the CSS from here from the input field and keep it here on this select. We can just define it here, and if you check you can see this is users, but it's actually not full width. So what we'll do, we can just define w full. Okay, now you can see it's actually taking full width, and we'll have to make it also w full. Now you can see we'll have w full, and here instead of, you can just define py2. Let me check. Now much better. Okay, and after then we need two button. So for this actually, let me close this div, and the div again here we'll have a div. This will define button. Button will be cancel button. Let me check where is the cancel button. And here we can just define class name. The class name will be busy pay 500. Then we'll have text void px4 rounded, and py will be 2 mr2. Okay, so this is the cancel button, and now we'll have to make another button that is actually save, and instead of text gray we'll have text indigo 500. Okay, let me check. Here is the save button, and we'll move it to the end. So that's why here we will get class name. We'll have define flex justify int and bit of 5. So something like this. Okay, so now what you have to do, I'll have to implement the functionality for the cancel button. Here we'll have on click, we'll call on close. So let me check. If we click cancel, it's closed. If you click again, it will open, cancel, close. Okay, so this is done. And for the save button, here we'll have on click, and this will be handle update role, and let me define the function at the top. So const handle update role. Here what you have to do, you have to define a try catch block. If any error happens, you can simply console log the error, and here we'll have await, and let me update role mutation. So for this update role, we'll have something like this. We'll get use update role mutation method, and this will receive two things. Firstly, if you check the API, where is the API? Inside Redux features auth API, you can see this update role actually receive these two stats. So we'll have to pass these two things inside here. This ID will be, this ID will get from the user ID, so that will be user dot underscore ID, and the role field will be by default role. Okay, so after this, here actually we'll have to call we'll define update user role, and here we'll call update. We'll have to define async update user role. Okay, actually we don't need to include it at the top. Actually, we'll include it here, and then we'll define unwrap. And finally, if successful, we'll just define uh, role updated successful. Then we'll define prefetch, that is actually role updated. So role updated, call it, and after calling it we can just define on close also. Okay, everything is fine. Let's check it. Here what you have to do, we'll make the Tonmai as an admin. So let me define admin and let me save it. Rule is updated, sent okay, and you can see it's admin. Now you can change the colors, as here is the colors filtering. So how to do that? So for this, actually here, uh on this user role, where is the user role? So you can see here is the user role. You can add style conditionally. So for this, actually let me do it. Here you can just take a span tag or something like this. Let me take a span tag, and inside this span tag what you will do, we'll have to check the class name. Let me take this user role inside this span tag, and we'll add class name based on the conditions. So that's why we'll take curly braces backtick, and check will by default make it rounded full actually. Then we'll have to define py, that would be hard coded true pixel. Then we will have px3, we'll have $sign curly braces, and here we'll have user dot role equal admin. Then we will simply show background, otherwise we'll have this. Okay, inside this, when the admin role, we'll define busy indigo 500, and that would be text white. Otherwise for the users it will be busy amber 300, something like this. Let me check. Perfect, you can see wall is admin, so that's why here if we make the second second user, that would be user, save it. Okay, you can see it's user. So the color is filtering, everything is working perfectly on our blog. And next video actually will work with deployment.